Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for joining today to the State of the Movement. We are so excited to have folks from around the country joining us today virtually, and thank you for joining us for wherever you are. Friendly reminder that today's call will be recorded. I wanted to give a quick introduction of who I am for those who don't know me. My name is Lex Loring. I use she, her pronouns, and I was raised in Florida. I currently live in Minneapolis. I'm part of the youth policy team with Away Home America, and I'm on the Charlotte County, Florida Youth Action Board. And I am a proud trans woman with lived experiences of homelessness, and I've been in this fight since 2021. And with that, let's transition into our agenda. I wanted to give you guys a quick overview of all the exciting things we have to look forward to today. We're going to start off with an executive address from the wonderful Marcella Middleton. We are going to have a couple of breakout sessions. The real purpose of this State of the Movement is to, like the theme says, bridging beyond silos. We're trying to bridge that gap that currently exists within the nonprofit sphere, especially with homeless youth. And so the main goal of these sessions is to really share knowledge together and to build that knowledge base. So the first Transilience firm is going to be laying the foundation for the movement. And the second one will be movement alignment and organizational assessment. We also have a very special closing keynote speaker. His name is Paul Bowden. He's the executive director of the Western Regional Advocacy Project, an organization that empowers and organizes homeless people to expose and eliminate the root causes of homelessness and poverty and to restore federal funding for public housing. Paul always tells it like it is, whether he's speaking to us, a senator, a funder. He will speak about the challenges of movement work within the nonprofit industrial complex and the importance of not watering down our goals to appease those who aren't with us or those who are funding us. And then we're going to close out with an invitation to tomorrow's event. We're also going to have breaks scheduled throughout the day, and we just ask that you return back before the end of the break so that we can cover all of the exciting content that we have today. And so I would like to take a quick moment to introduce someone who is a personal role model and inspiration to me, the inimitable executive director. Everyone here, an entire TED Talk on I'm going to respect everyone's time and keep it brief. Marcella is not a protection of all how radical it may seem or how hostile those listening are. She is unwavering in her commitment to the cause, and it is something that gives me the motivation to keep going in the work when things are looking bleak. As the first executive director of a national nonprofit with lived experience, she has unparalleled expertise in finding real-world solutions to real-world problems. Away Home America couldn't ask for a better leader, and now that I've got my personal fangirling out of the way, I would love to pass it over to Marcella for our opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Lex. I appreciate you for that beautiful introduction. My name is Marcella Middleton, like Lex mentioned. My pronouns are she and her, and I am the CEO/ED with lived experience of Away Home America. I am one of the first young people here at Away Home America that has been at the helm of Away Home America. I'm really grateful and thankful to be in this position, not because I hold power, but because someone who has experienced what it feels like to have lived on the streets, lived in the cars, doubled up, all of those things, lived in foster care, you name it, is in a position to make decisions about the direction of this organization and where it goes. And that's a big, big responsibility. One that I don't take lightly at all and never have. There's a couple of things that I want to talk to you about, in addition to just, of course, my appreciation to you all for coming, here and spending these 2 days with us. I don't have to tell you all the status of where we are in this country surrounding homelessness as a whole, but specifically youth homelessness. I don't have to tell you all that at all. I think you all know that we've been in a dire state for a long, 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 long time, even superseding me being here and some of you. And we've hit a lot of critical moments where we've had a lot of wins and we've had a lot of losses. We're at a space where we're having to consider, how difficult it might be to press forth to support those who are vulnerable, most vulnerable in this country as it pertains to homelessness. Young people are of that group of the most vulnerable people experiencing homelessness. And our goal here at Away Home America is to work to end and prevent youth homelessness. We are really on a path and a journey towards transformation. No more, no less. It's 100% what we're pushing for, and we're not stopping. Our New Deal is our pathway towards ending and preventing youth homelessness. It is the policy recommendations by young people like myself with lived experience and other young people with lived experience that say, here are the policy solutions that we need to actually begin to stop and halt what young people are experiencing. And so today and tomorrow, what we're asking you all is to really come to this space and to jump in and to actually dive into deep conversations and to talk about the solutions. But before we get into the solutions, there's the piece that I think a lot of us are missing, right? And that's the piece where we have to dialogue back and forth to gain clarity for what someone is saying without fear in our heart that somebody might not like us. For those of you that know me, and I hope the rest of you all get to know me, I am not afraid of those conversations, never have been. And I always push people to have those deep conversations because there are young people out here every single day that are experiencing homelessness when we live in a country that can afford to halt and stop that for good. So yeah, we need to get in the room with each other and have hard conversations about what direction we need to go in and what things we need to do and how we need to champion each other's work. And it's not even just championing each other's work, right? Because we're really bridging beyond silos. So it's not just about this person's work or that person's work. It's about what's going to be best for the young people in this country. Today and tomorrow, we are going to have deep conversations about what it means to have values alignment, true values alignment. What it means to truly organize with one another. What it means to set down our ego, right? I've heard so many people say that in this movement. We got to stop infighting. We got to stop that. Infighting unnecessarily. What's the point of infighting unnecessarily if it's not contributing to our overall missions? If it's not helping the young people who are too vulnerable to be in these spaces and to talk about it? I'm inviting everybody in this space with open arms to come to each other and don't fight unnecessarily. Fight with a purpose, right? Bring curiosity into this space. Challenge each other respectfully so that we can figure out what is the strategy that we need as national organizations. What's the strategy that we all need together to work this out? It's going to take all of us, all hands on deck. Infighting has to stop. I'm going to keep saying that. Sometimes you have to set down your ego. People have spoken to me ugly, and I've set down my ego because my ego is saying, this person said this ugly thing to you, handle it this way. And I'm like, nah, I'm here for a greater good of young people who are vulnerable and need help. There's a reason why I'm here. The reason that I'm here is not to just sit up and be arguing with people. This is not the shade room. And I'm going to say that always. It's not the shade room. This is literally a space for us to come here and to be serious and to recognize the amount of real life villains that we're up against. Real life villains are not you and I, because we're sitting here at the State of the Movement trying to figure out how we strategize to end this. It's not no real life villains sitting up in here. There's real life villains out there, and they're well organized, okay? And they're sitting back, and they're like, yeah, argue, tear each other down. While I sit here and keep vulnerable people from accessing housing, affordable housing, livable housing, stability, health, access to other resources. I want y'all to fight. I want y'all to fight so that I don't have to give money to this portion of the country. The villains are not sitting in this room. So that means that you and I have to work together. All of us have to work together to be on the same page. And sometimes the same page doesn't mean your page. It means the page that's best for the youth and young adults that we're here fighting for. That's setting down ego. Got to. So I invite you all to come here today and tomorrow, and also in October when we get together in our in-person one, to really sit together, to really dive into what strategy we need as a country of national organizations working toward housing justice. How do we work together? And how do we break down silos? And how do we bridge the way to each other? And sometimes what may seem like unorthodox ways or outside of the natural nonprofit way to work together, y'all, to do this. We can do it, and I already know we can. If I didn't think we could do it, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to y'all. I would just say it's a lost cause. We're not a lost cause, but we have to pinpoint the things that are plaguing us on our journey. We have to pinpoint the barriers. We have to set down egos and we have to focus. So let's talk. Bring your ideas forth, even if you feel like your idea is not a good idea, or maybe it's underbaked or it's half baked and it's not a perfectly put together idea. That's okay. Bring it to the room. That's what this is for. This is not a conference where you have to come pre-packaged with your bow on top and be perfect. That's not what this is. This is the drawing board, the draft of it all. Come in with that. This is the draft of it all. We're going to write stuff and we're going to erase stuff. We're going to write stuff and then we're going to slash out some stuff and we're going to write some more stuff in there. This is the draft of it all. You don't have to come here prepared perfectly. Just come ready to commit to making sure housing justice is an actual experience that people can experience. That's it. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, because I already know that you all are going to come here and do what needs to be done. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Again, my name is Marcella Middleton and I'm here for you all. Shout out to my team, because they are making today what it is. And they're doing what needs to be done to set up the stage for us to work together. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Marcella. I think that's the best way that we could intention set for what we're trying to do here today. And as Marcella mentioned, we are going to be having some deep conversations, and we don't want people to hold back. The point of this is to share and be open and honest with each other and communicate. And so with that being said, we did craft these rules of engagement very intentionally to help facilitate exactly what Marcella is talking about. And so I wanted to spend some time going over each of them individually so that we can all show up to the best of our abilities and make this as productive as it can be. So the first one that we're going to start with is to be present. And when we're talking about being present, we are encouraging active participation to maximize this time that we do have together. So, for example, we need to make sure that we're conscious about the amount of space that we're taking up and the amount of space that we're giving. If we see someone in a breakout room that hasn't been really speaking, but we want to bring them into the conversation, there's a way to do that very respectfully, because we want everyone to be involved. Be mindful if you're the one who's kind of taking up a lot of the conversation. I know that is something that I've had to work on personally in the past, because I just get so excited about things and I start talking and then I realize, oh, wow, I need to let someone else kind of have a little bit more of this conversation. And so it's important to just be mindful of that and to take a step back. And a great way to engage and be present is to be on camera. And if you don't feel comfortable being on camera, Zoom also has these amazing little avatars that don't actually show your face, but they do kind of mimic your movement a little bit. And we started using those at Away Home America to make meetings less awkward. So any way that you can show up and be present, the purpose of this is so that we can all take something away, and we can't do that if we're not present. The other thing we want to make sure that we're doing is speaking intentionally. This means that you're using I statements and avoiding harmful generalizations that can be reductive and oversimplified. Don't try to speak for behalf of an entire community. Just speak on behalf of your own experience, because that's valid enough. That's all that you need. And so when you're all sharing personal experience and personal information, consider the purpose of why you're sharing that, and be mindful of the time and embark in conversation that you speak when possible. We also encourage deep listening. This means that you're asking questions to understand rather than to respond. You want to be able to hear from the people with lived experience, hear from the experts, and hear from each other so that we can actually have a true dialogue and it's not just a bunch of people taking turns saying what's ever on their mind. Finally, we want you to be a part of and contribute to solutions. No one here has it all figured out. Away Home America may be the one who put this state of the movement together, but we are not sitting here pretending to be the 100% experts on everything. We have all the solutions and we're here to just tell you how it is. That is not the case. This is for collective learning and collaboration. We all individually have our own unique perspectives and experience that make us valuable in this movement, and it's important to be able to share that with us. We want to be mindful of this when we're sharing information and be open to call-ins from others in the group. And you want to start your questions with curiosity instead of accusation and assume that people do have good intentions. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Aurora to review our tech support for the day.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lex. Hi, everyone. My name is Aurora Higgs. I am going to be your tech support for today. So this is your pilot speaking. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them, just so you know who I am and this previously disembodied voice. So I'm going to go over a few points of tech support for you all, and I'm going to try to cover as many bases as possible. Please know that, of course, this little tech support rant is not exhaustive, but we are doing our best. The very first thing, and you should have seen this on the welcome screen, but if you are somebody who would like to take advantage of captions so that you can see what is being said for whatever reason, you can do that by going to your Zoom toolbar. It should look just like this. And you might see a button that says captions already on that toolbar. That's great. Click on that. If not, then you might have to go to this little, to the end of the bar where it's got 3 dots and it says more. Go ahead and click on the more button and you're going to get a drop-down box. From there, you should see an option that says captions. If you go ahead and click on the captions, it will ask you to confirm that you in fact want the captions turned on, and you might have to click show caption. And it may even confirm the language that you are going to be receiving your captions in. We can't vouch for the quality of any translations in our captions, so we definitely recommend using English if that is a possibility for you. The next thing that I want to go over is how to participate, show support, and have reactions throughout today's session. So first things first, if at any point you have questions or need support, please private message Rachel Stanfield. And Rachel, if you wouldn't mind just putting a little hello in the chat really quickly so that everyone knows. Thank you so much for that, Rachel. And we will do our best to support you. If you are having tech issues, again, let Rachel know, and Rachel will confer with our team members on the tech support team, and we will do our best to make sure that we get you what you need. If you do have a question at any point in the session, please feel free to use the chat function primarily. And when you're using the chat function, just make sure that the to field, it's a little blue drop-down box, is set to everyone. Otherwise, you could end up sending a private message and then maybe the person who's meant to receive your message won't get it. So check that out. I'm seeing that the Spanish captions do not work well. That was pretty much what I had suspected. So again, if you can, use English. And then the next piece that I want to go over is when you're in your breakout rooms, or what we're calling our Transilience rooms, there are going to be a few options that you can use to share your voice or kind of get your message across. Depending on the Transilience Room speaker, you may be able to just come off mute and ask your question in front of everyone. And if that's not the case, again, you can use the chat function, but you can also use the raise your hand function. So in order to use raise your hand, you're actually going to navigate to your Zoom toolbar one more time here. And you're going to see a button that says reactions. Click on that and you're going to get a number of emojis that you can choose from. The emojis are just something that displays on your picture if you want to just kind of show that you're shocked or that you're on board or that you love something. That's awesome. Use those to your heart's content. But again, if you have a specific question, there is a button below the emojis that says raise hand. If you click on the raise hand, it'll let the speaker know that you have a question. And the beautiful thing about this is if multiple people click the raise hand function, it'll actually sort you in the order that you raised your hand in, so everyone can ask the question in the order that it was received. So then, one other point that I want to make sure to get across here is that many of us are, the Zoom account that we have doesn't show our preferred names. And if your Zoom window is not showing the name that you go by or the name that you prefer or not showing the correct name at all, you can actually go to your picture in the window. See, this is me as my cow avatar, my favorite avatar. You can actually click on the three dots that show up when you hover above your own picture. Click on that and you'll get a drop-down box, and you're going to want to click rename, and you can put the name that you prefer in that box. Some folks with certain versions of Zoom will have a pronoun option. You can put that in. If not, or just for safety, or just for just to be 100% sure, you can go ahead and type your name and your pronouns all in that box, and it should show. All right, so there again, I had mentioned that we're going to be breaking out into Transilience rooms in today's session, multiple times, in fact. And I just want to go over how you can join a Transilience room very quickly. Again, the trusty Zoom toolbar here, you're going to navigate to that, click on the three dots that say more, you're going to get the drop-down box again. When you do that, you're going to see something that says breakout rooms here at the bottom. I should have this circled. I'll make sure that I have that for later slides just in case. And when you click on breakout rooms, you're going to get another window that pops up that looks like this one here. Each of those is going to have a blue button that says join, and based on the instructions from the speaker, you're going to join the appropriate Transilience room. One thing about that before I move on is that we actually have a quiet room. So among the options for Transilience rooms, you'll see something that says quiet room if needed. This is for whatever reason, if you feel overstimulated, you feel somewhat triggered by some of the content in today's session. We try our best not to, trigger folks, but just the nature of talking about some of this, that kind of thing can happen. So if for whatever reason you just don't have the bandwidth to be in a Transilience room, you can actually just go into one of the quiet rooms, click join that, and then I suggest you just turn off your camera and turn off your mic, and that's just a quiet place for folks to be. And once the Transilience rooms are done and closed, then you will also get an option to come back to the main room so that you're not missing any of the main session. Once you're in a Transilience room, it's important to know how to exit a Transilience room. So you're going to navigate to the bottom right-hand corner of your Zoom screen. This is from the Transilience room. And you're going to click on the blue button that says leave room. Once you do that, you're going to get a couple of options. Now, my little kind of just rule to remember is going to be follow the blue. So when you click leave room, you're going to get some options. You probably won't see the option that says end meeting for all, but you will likely see leave meeting and leave breakout room. Click the blue button that says leave the breakout room, unless you want to leave the entire Zoom session. If you click leave meeting, then it will end up ejecting you from the room. You can come back in fairly easily from the link that you used to get in here, so it's not that big of a deal, but just want to let you know about that. Now, for those of you who are on a mobile device here, you also will have a slightly different interface here, and it will look a little different. So once you are in, once the Transilience rooms open up and you're on a mobile device, you might see a button here that says join breakout room. Go ahead and click there. and you'll get a drop-down box of which room you want to join, and then you're going to hit join once you've selected which room you're going into. Again, once you're in that Transilience room, if you are a mobile device user, you're going to see a button that says leave. It's a blue button, most likely in the top right-hand corner. So you just click on that and make sure you just leave the breakout room, not leave the whole meeting. So just want to let you know about those things. And if there are no other options, I'm sorry, no other questions, I should say, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on over to Lex. Thank you all so much, and super excited to spend the day with you all.
Thank you, Aurora, so much for the tech support review. We're now going to transition into a quick 10-minute break just to give everyone some time to reflect on what Marcella had to say, what the rules of engagements are, and when we come back, I want everyone to be ready to jump into our first breakout session of the day, our first Transilience room. So be prepared to come and listen and participate, and I'll see you all back here in 10 minutes at 11:41. Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're about to transition into our first Transilience room. But first, I want to pass it over to Aurora for a quick poll.
Thanks so much, Lex. Okay, so everyone, I'm going to open up a poll for you all. And I'm going to share my screen so that we can see the live results. It's important that you know that the poll is anonymous. So no worries there. Please feel free to answer however you feel is necessary or is authentic to you. You have a couple of different options. You can actually scan this QR code from your mobile device or your phone, and that's perfectly fine. You can also go to slido.com and put in this code here. I'm also going to share in the chat a direct link in case that one is easier for you. And we have a very simple question for you all. In relation to the in-person State of the Movement that we're going to have in Dallas, what kinds of combos would you like to center at that October State of the Movement that align with the theme Transilience-Bridging Beyond Silos theme? So I'm going to go ahead and share our screen so we can see some of the results that are coming in. One second. All right. All right, so some of the responses we've got coming in so far are how do we work together to dismantle the status quo? Centering lived experience, what should we be planning for as we're moving into an election year? These are all great questions. How does recovery housing fit into your system? Prioritizing those with justice involvement. Addressing white supremacy in the movement and homeless responses. These are all great discourse and points of conversation that we are going to be taking with us as we plan our in-person State of the Movement in Dallas, Texas in October. So keep adding, I'm going to give y'all just a couple more minutes. Keep adding your responses. I'm going to keep this poll live until probably, I mean, honestly, I can probably do it until keep it open for the next hour or so. So feel free to come back to this and add your responses here. We do have a couple of themes that are popping up here. So themes around people, around systems or systemic issues, and movement making. Not at all surprising, but I think that that is really cool, just kind of seeing some of these themes pop up here. Again, I'm going to go ahead and leave this open for just a few, again, or probably for another hour. So keep adding your responses. We love to see them. And then I'll probably give us one more minute before I hand it back on over to Lex. I'm going to show the screen for one more moment, and then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled program. No, seriously, I'm loving this engagement. Y'all came through with some of these. Well, with all of these.
I have to agree. These are what, so we originally, when we came up with the idea of doing this poll and trying to get responses, I was curious to see what people would have to say. And I think we're going to have a really killer October State of the Movement. Thank you, Aurora, so much for facilitating that. Now we're about to transition into our next activity, which is our first Transilience breakout room. The breakout rooms are going to open, but we're going to ask everyone to hold off for about 5 minutes before joining, just to give the facilitators a chance to set up so that we can get into this transition as seamlessly as possible. Some context before you guys go into this room is it's going to be facilitated by Fred, who is absolutely amazing, one of the most incredible people I've ever met, and is going to make sure that everyone's comfortable and ready to be engaged. It's going to be about laying the foundation for movement work. So it's going to be about taking stock and where we are currently at, being honest about our capacity, where we align, where we don't. And this is going to be about conversations around how do we communicate across organizations, managing expectations around timelines, introducing shared definitions, principles, and frameworks. So it's going to be a really beneficial conversation, and I know that everyone's going to enjoy it.
All right, so welcome everyone into the first Transilience space for State of the Movement, which is all around laying the foundation for movement work. My name is Fred Ginyard. I am the Organizing and Policy Director with Away Home America. I use they and he pronouns. And just a little bit more just about who I am. I have been organizing since I was 13, studying youth movements around education. And that work has led me to doing work on a lot of different issues, from policing to homelessness now to LGBTQ issues. It's supported me to support founding a national coalition and supporting development of other coalitions, both locally, statewide, and at the federal level. And so I'm really excited to be here to offer that experience to support us and guide us through a process for what does it mean for us to really be working together and to be finding alignment across movement spaces. And so this workshop or this conversation will be the first in a series of conversations that we will take part in today and then in October, to really figure out, like, what does it look like for us to be working together with intention to end youth homelessness on a path to justice for all. And so I like to start every workshop I do with space agreements, and I know we definitely had our agreements from earlier, but I want to make sure that as we have this conversation that we're also grounding ourselves in some additional agreements. So one, just really being respectful of each other. Two, please use the raise hand function to answer a question or to speak. I will also be trying to follow the chat, but I will be the first to acknowledge that facilitating and chat boxes are not necessarily, I'm not necessarily always the best at those, but I will do my best and with the support of the rest of the team to make sure that no one feels like they're not being heard or not seen. My goal is to make sure that everyone is heard and seen. Yes, thank you, Rachel. I appreciate you. To be open-minded, especially in this type of a conversation, we can get really uncomfortable, which takes us to the next space agreement, which is leaning into uncomfortability. Sometimes in these conversations, we can shut down because something that's said goes completely against our grain. And I think there are moments when we actually need to be uncomfortable, because uncomfortability supports us with growth and development, and also supports us to hear something that we may not otherwise would hear on a normal or on a regular basis, right? And so I want to encourage us all to be uncomfortable a little bit, right? And to be okay with being uncomfortable. To be transparent. Part of the goal of this conversation is that we are authentically building relationships that we're laying the foundation. And so we need to be intentional and transparent to do that, to believe in good intentions, that we're all coming into this space wanting to figure out how we work together, wanting to really strengthen our relationships and to strengthen the movement. So to believe in good intentions, to check our privileges. And again, checking our privileges, and some of it's also around checking our egos, as Marcella said so eloquently in our opening address, right? We all walk with privileges. We all at times can have our egos, right? But I think if we're going to do the work to uplift those who are the most marginalized, then we have to understand that this moment is not about us. It is about the folk that we're here to build, the folk that we're here to build a movement for and to uplift and to support. And so really recognizing that that is the focus and center of this conversation. And so really checking that privilege and ego for ourselves, just recognizing that this is not a space for the any-isms, to be curious, right? Again, similar to that kind of being open-minded and leaning into uncomfortability, right? Is to be curious around different perspectives from our own, right? We don't always have to agree, but we can at least be respectful and listen to each other. And being organizational and self-reflective. And so being really think about our organizations, where they fall, what alignment looks like for this conversation. And then also to think about ourselves, right? Because sometimes sometimes our organizations hinder us in some of these conversations, but sometimes it's also ourselves, right? Like we can hinder ourselves in conversations that think about how we fall into the movement or our place in the movement or the work that we've done. And so wanting to be, really intentional around that self-reflection and being self-reflective around our organizational spaces. And if that is okay for folks, because I always like to ask folks to see if they're in alignment with the space agreements. If I can just get a series of thumbs ups, just to say that, I can rock with those. Awesome. Great. Thank y'all. Thank you. So, the purpose for our conversation and a little bit of an overview, right? One is to take a realistic view of the current state of the movement, right? Like to have a honest and unfiltered conversation around where we stand, to build organizational movement alignments, to really think about, like, again, the theme for this year's State of the Movement is really around transilience and breaking out of our silos, right? And really building bridges. And so let's be really intentional around what it looks like and how we get there, to create avenues of support, right? Like maybe we're not where we want to be yet, but we're all really freaking brilliant and smart, right? And so I think we have the ability to really support each other's growth, and to get to that movement alignment, to get to the place where we're ending homelessness. And so thinking about and being really intentional around creating those avenues of support, to identify strategic and proactive campaigns, so that way we're not always in a reactionary stance, but that we're actually flipping the script and we're shifting power to be able to like think about what are the things we want and pushing for those things instead of being reactionary. And then we hope to continue this conversation into October, right? So again, I will say this a few more times, right? That this is the start of a conversation around what does movement alignment look like and how we work together and how we really figure out the best campaign possible, or campaigns, to end youth homelessness and create a path to housing justice for all. And so I am going to invite us, right, to engage in this conversation. And so the first thing I want to talk about or look at or think about is the current political climate, right? Now, this list is not meant to be exhaustive, right? This is from my purview from Away from America as I've joined the team and have been looking at just kind of where things are, right? So the things that I've seen, right, are there are ongoing local and state budget debates on homeless spending. There was an increase in federal spending, which is great. We have the grants past oral arguments, which personally I am not I'm not super enthusiastic about. We have an election season coming up, right? We saw okay, so I call him Frumpy because I really don't like calling him Trump. I don't really like his name. But that's just me. His conviction, right, which has done nothing more than, anger his constituents, and it doesn't prevent him from running for office, right? And when his constituents are angry, they tend to vote. The Rights Project 2025 political plan, and President Biden, who's currently running for re-election, which in my community has not shown, people are not enthusiastic about Biden running for president, right? And so I offer you all to also just kind of chime in now, and please, you can raise your hand, right, to talk about like, what are you seeing, right? Like, and when we think about like this political climate, it doesn't necessarily have to be a political climate from the federal level, right? Because I think what happens on the state level is definitely reflective of the federal and vice versa. So to think about like what's happening in your own communities. Please, Jeremy.
Yeah, one thing that comes to mind is actually a mix of that local and federal level. I live here in Washington, D.C., and what we've seen is this really egregious hypocrisy where the Biden administration's putting out, documents and papers and reports that are like, oh, don't criminalize homelessness, like give people services, yada, yada, like putting out these papers and then turning around and weaponizing the police and carceral systems of DC and engaged in like really aggressive encampment sweeps throughout the city, especially on federal property, and partnering with DC as the local entity to engage in these sweeps throughout the city. And so there's just this really biting hypocrisy happening from the Biden administration and this like tether directly between the federal and then state and local actions that are causing harm.
Paul.
Yeah, what I'm sort of piggybacking off of what Jeremy was just saying, but it is national. We're in a bunch of different cities in the organization I'm connected to. And the vitriol and the hatred, and therefore the massive increase in sweeps is across the board. While we get funding for vouchers nobody can use from the federal government, and they destroy 500,000 units of public housing for poor people, they are increasing the hatred towards and the sweeps of people that are being forced to live outside.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that's an awesome organizing opportunity for organizations nationally and regionally and statewide to get over themselves and start working together more.
No, absolutely. And then I had some things in the chat. So from Josh, DC's Criminy Bus. Is that am I saying that right? Criminy Bus? Which is
Criminal Buster, yeah, that's fine, husband.
okay. As it's been nicknamed, is super detrimental to homeless youth and young adults. From Caroline, Increase police presence at the local level of public transit in NYC, using funds to police rather than improve lives and criminalizing houseless living in stations. From Destiny, Tennessee has a law that is a felony to camp on public property. And thank you for dropping the actual law into the chat. So from Michael, I think the movements for Palestinian liberation affect our political climate. That also affects the movement to end youth homelessness because they are interrelated struggles. Despair and distrust of government is all wrapped up in that. Then Katie.
Yeah, everything everyone has said so far for sure. The other thing I was going to say is I'm just sitting here thinking, from my place in Seattle, there's like a couple things going on here, like political climate wise. Like, Washington State has a fairly favorable legislature as far as like passing, a lot of the initiatives that have kind of come out of sort of the work around like the Office of Youth Homelessness and, so the youth action boards and things that are involved with that, really like passing things that help with like the coordination of services that is showing like an actual reduction in youth homelessness in Washington. At the same time, though, I feel like there's been backlash in the sense that like there's also this like really sort of very un-Washington-like, I feel like, parental rights type bill that came into place that's, advocates kind of decided that like the effect of it wasn't going to be super detrimental. And so rather than like diving into that fight, kind of like let it pass. But I think that that's just like an indication of some of those issues of like the, sort of who we're up against and what groups kind of come up when we're trying to, put things in place to help unhoused, especially young, like super young people, minors. I was gonna say that the other piece I think is just like in Seattle, yeah, like just the sweeps. I mean, it's just constant and it's violent, and we seem to have like no political will to do anything about it.
Thanks, Katie. Brittany.
Yeah, so I'm not really, I do admin work for the Law Center, so I'm not really connected to the larger national stuff, but I am still on the ground and in tune with a lot of things happening in Tulsa and in Oklahoma writ large. And it's sort of we are having a lot of bills, even on the national level, being passed regarding immigration that I know is going to have a lot of impact on undocumented folks that also are unhoused, and as well as I have some folks that have discussed some of the changes that at least the Eastern Oklahoma child welfare community are making in terms of modernizing. I spent a lot of time, 4 years, working with moms trying to get their kids back from DHS. So that's a big intersection of just seeing the ways that being unhoused or that children being in the system further exacerbate issues of homelessness. So I don't know if that adds anything to the conversation or, but I just wanted to share those things after hearing other folks share. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And I think, when we think about, I jumped ahead. When we think about political climates, right, like I think it's important for us to also recognize that, again, like our work doesn't exist in silos. And I think, as Marcella talked about the New Deal earlier today, part of the work of A Way Home America, right, like is recognizing the intersections of homelessness, right, and as an issue, and that is not just homelessness or a lack of affordable housing, right. There are also issues around transformative justice and like the justice system, child and family well-being, immigration, economic justice, and housing justice, which are the 5 pillars of the New Deal. But that like we also have to be recognizing all the different implications of the system, right? Because the right is planning very intentionally to dismantle a lot of things that are really super problematic and have direct impacts on all of these things. And so thank you so much for bringing, I think, the intersection of like immigration into the conversation. Are there other things that folks want to add, and maybe even thinking around like rural communities or other intersections potentially? Okay. All right. So I'm going to move us on. So another piece that I think is really important is to think about the messages that we're hearing, and the thing, the things that we're seeing on TV, because oftentimes, I'm a firm believer that, the dominant role message influences a lot of, the way folk view and engage, especially within our political system. And so some of the messages that I've been seeing and hearing, right, is that one, youth homelessness is invisible, right? Like a lot of times folk don't talk about youth homelessness. A lot of times when I see things or see articles, right, it's around like a youth homeless shelter, but that's it, right? Like there isn't like an actual or seems to be like a real conversation that's happening. Clearing encampments improves the quality of life and provides community safety, which has been something that's been really huge for Philly, as they like clear out encampments in Kensington, and like that methodology and ideology of the conversation is so false. That Congress shelters help to keep people experiencing homelessness off the streets. Homelessness resources are being misused. The fact that homelessness is on the rise in our country, and then just the ongoing narratives and stigma of homelessness. And so, again, I invite folk in to participate in this conversation around what are some of the messages that you're hearing in your own local communities. Some of them may be the same, some of them may be different, but I'm curious to hear what folk are hearing or seeing in their own locales. And again, and also the other thing I would say, right, is that when I think about messaging, right, it's also the messages that we're hearing from like our neighbors and like the people that we see at the grocery store, laundromats, like those kinds of messages. And yes. Or do folks feel like these are the messages? Like there's not really anything to add because these are mostly the messages that we're hearing. So Miriam in the chat said in Massachusetts, there are direct unconditional cash transfer pilots, and we see these around the country as well. It's great that the programs are being piloted, but we know that they work. I think there's messaging around trusting people to use the money correctly and a general lack of mistrust of these communities. No, that's real.
And then Alicia had a comment above that, Fred.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Alicia. Kansas being a primarily rural state, definitely. Oh wait, sorry. State definitely that youth homelessness doesn't exist in rural areas, which makes it very hard to change systems when those involved at the top of the systems don't see an issue. That unhoused people are dysfunctional and homelessness can be fixed with a heater, bed, and a case manager. And that was from Paul Page.
Hi, hi everyone. I am Paige. I'm represented, or I work for NASHBID. And I just wanted to share that I think one of the messaging, and I'm glad we're having a conversation about it, but that housing and people that are unhoused, that this is like a new crisis. I think that it's just because, I mean, once we all know that it has gotten even worse, right, as of recently, but I think that a lot of people didn't realize how many people were either living check to check. I think, post COVID, people understand that now. And also like how many people were and are unhoused and facing and challenged with homelessness, and how near and close in proximity it is. I feel like people might be starting to realize it, but there's still, I think, this unrealistic thought that this is a new issue in this country and that it hasn't been something that's ongoing. So I think that messaging can be a bit like confusing and conflicting for people. So I just wanted to share that was something that I've noticed, and even in like regular conversation.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And then Paul had a slight fix to his statement, and that being shelter beds, not heater bed. I got you, Paul. And then Eric I think there's a lot of misinformation about homelessness being primarily caused by drug use and or untreated mental illness. Absolutely. Evelyn put in the chat, I see a lot of us and them thinking that people who are housed and have not experienced housing insecurity hold varying levels of beliefs that this could never happen to them. Even a lot of people who openly support anti-homelessness efforts still harbor this stigma. Systems such as foster care and juvenile justice not realizing the connection and responsibility of folks transitioning into homelessness, looking at it as an afterthought, and not a part of their responsibility. No, absolutely, absolutely. And I think there's another misconception, right, around like working homelessness, right? That like not everyone who is experiencing homelessness is like unemployed or or in crisis, right? Like, I mean, like there are people who have full-time jobs who are not getting a living wage, who are experiencing homelessness because they can't afford rents because of the increase in property costs and things like that.
I think Paige has her hand raised.
Oh, sorry, it was raised from earlier. I didn't put my hand down. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
No worries. Thank you. Are there any other thoughts or anything else that folk are seeing or hearing in their local communities? Katie.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like the messaging around like service resistance, like as if like there's some like magical services that are actually available for everybody that address what they need. And the problem is just that people aren't, accepting these magical services. In my, opinion and observation, there's almost no availability of even like the bare minimum services of what people need. So I was thinking about that messaging problem.
No, absolutely. And then you know what? And then also I think there's also this misconception that like if folk get if folk have one of their needs met, then it automatically means that everything else is going to fall into place, right? Like I heard like if someone receives housing, then they're automatically going to go to the doctor, right? Or if someone is having their mental health treated, then they can find housing, like it's all good, right? Like there isn't a need to be holistic, right? That like people aren't like whole people that need more than just one thing in like an intentional supportive way. Which also like mind boggles me at times. All right. Are there any other last minute thoughts that folk have? Okay. From Rachel, this is happening all over the country, but there's a lot of discussion in Dallas about people being priced out of their homes and having nowhere to go. And then from Paul, biggest miss over past 40 years of current homelessness is still that this is not a systemic issue. I don't even understand why people would even think that this isn't a systemic issue. I mean, I guess I don't get that.
But even when we talk about services or we talk about what people need, it's like we very rarely talk about affordable housing funding from the federal government or the lack of access to treatment and education for poor and people of color overwhelmingly. I mean, the race and the poverty issues connected to who's in our streets, who's in our shelters, who's in our jails, and who's in our prisons is pretty apparent and universal across education issues, treatment issues, housing issues, and policing issues. And yet when we talk about homelessness, it's about this homeless person needs this or needs that. But we sometimes skip that it's us, not I individually, that need something.
You're absolutely right. Erica?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of piggyback and add to like the conversation about services and how very often not only are the services themselves lacking or inefficient or just not sufficient, but the idea behind losing your services should you do just a little bit too well and you make just a little bit too much money that month, you risk losing those services that are your foundation while still not being able to make enough to survive and to replace those services. And so like, sorry, pardon me, that, conversations behind people quote unquote sponging off of the system, but very often the services are set up in a way that make them dependent on staying at a certain level so they don't lose the floor from underneath them. So I just think that's important to call out and name as well.
Thank you so much. Yes, and I absolutely. Evelyn dropped in the chat, oftentimes individuals are scapegoated as the problem rather than the system, which is absolutely true. Eliana?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Erica, for saying that because one thing that I would love to share and just be vulnerable about is like, my sister right now, and so grateful for her to have this opportunity to be able to like have a space and to stay somewhere for 2 months, even though she's experiencing homelessness with her kids. And right now, what we are trying to figure out is how do we get her to not be dependent on those services that we're talking about, right? Because with her particular program, right, she can have access to housing, but for her to keep that housing for 2 months, she has to not have any income at all, right? And it's so frustrating because it's like, why are we asking people to be completely helpless in order to give them the help that they need? So that's just something that came up for me, and I appreciate you for highlighting that, Erica.
Yeah, thanks, Eliana. And then from Paige in the chat, racial inequity and its connection to homeless isn't talked about enough either. Its intersection in other areas of systemic oppression continue to increase the homeless population of Black people in this country. I'm assuming that you meant Black people, not Blank people. Um, got it. Thanks, Paige. And then no worry, no need, no, sorry is not needed. Phoebe.
I'm really appreciating what Erica and Eliana were saying, and to kind of like add something to that, I think I want to give a disclaimer by saying this, I don't mean that people that have been chronically homeless don't deserve housing, but I think that there is like this the system is created so that people like don't quote unquote deserve housing before they've hit rock bottom. There's no prevention. Like if someone reaches out for help and they're imminently homeless, or even like let's say they know that they only have enough income to last them the month, they aren't qualifying for any services, and if they do, or if they are eligible, they're going to the bottom of the wait list until they've been chronically homeless for a year, 2 years, 3 years. So just like the fact that people can't get services that they need until they've hit rock bottom and experienced that trauma is, I think, really big messaging in like the world of homelessness right now.
No, thank you so much. Because, you know, it's funny because oftentimes, like, that is not something that you hear, right? Because oftentimes, you know, what I hear is like, people just keep that people are denying services. People don't want services, right? And that's a completely different context to the conversation, right? And then there's a couple comments in the chat. Those are things that are so frustrating as a case manager as well. We oftentimes are having to bend the rules to get around our own systems so that way we can help our clients. And those years start over after you get placement. That was from Whitney. Eliana, we'll come to you, and then we'll go to Eric.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something really great, Fred, when it came to like, I guess people complaining about how people don't want certain services, or people don't want to give into those specific services that are available. And something that came up for me and something that I've been speaking to my husband about is like, how do we help people in the way that they want to be helped, right? Because it's the thing is that the services that are provided are this like one size fits all thing, and we need to understand that we're all different people. Some people don't want to be in a house, but they don't also want to be homeless. Some people want to travel. Some people want to live on a boat. Some people want to live how they personally want to live. And I feel like if we support people in the way that they need, right, instead of just saying, oh, we have all these services and people don't want to take them. No, like how can we listen to people and say, okay, this is what you need, how can we support you in that? And just a little bit about my experience, right? Like after aging out of foster care and jumping into a rapid rehousing program, right? And this is specifically for work, right? I'm a singer. I'm someone who's a freelancer. However, the program wasn't tailored around that. The program was tailored around ushering a person into a 9 to 5 job, right? And for me specifically, that wasn't my journey. However, you have this one size fit all program where it's like, oh, well, if you don't do this, then you're going to be homeless. Or if you don't do this, then you can potentially be xed out of the program. You know what I mean? So I think that I would like to see ways where we can meet people where they're at and try to find ways to help people in the way that they want to be helped and not try to force people into these boxes, because then that creates self-hate, that creates mental illness because people aren't doing what they want to do and they feel like they're forced into a circumstance. So I just wanted to say that, and I hope that sparks some other ideas and stuff. But Fred, thank you so much for saying that.
No, absolutely. And then the last two comments, and then we'll move on a little bit. So from Eric, the very term chronic homelessness defines a broken system, not broken people. If we had a system that worked, no one would be chronically homeless. Thank you, right? Can you name it, say it, right on. From Katie, don't even get me started on independent contractors, freelancers, and trying to navigate public benefits, income limited programs. And then from Evelyn, lastly, I also feel that the prominent messaging largely neglects conversations about how the lack of safety nets, support systems, social capital, generational wealth, etc., creates inequities. Whereas in my experience, these are some of the most important things to talk about so we can address them when supporting individuals in a sustainable and holistic way. To create partnerships and relationships that bring people together beyond just resource sharing. Awesome. Thank you all so much for just engaging in that conversation and being open and willing. And so kind of the next piece, right, is I like to call it the reality check. right, is if these are the things that we're seeing, right, if this is the political climate, these are the messages that are existing within our communities, then I think for me, as I think about where we are as a movement, is that one, we losing, right? Like we are not in a winning, we don't have a winning hand at this point. It feels like we're not prepared for what's coming, in terms of, you know, I think just some of the challenges. I think grants be passed if it doesn't go the way that we are hoping it goes. Congregate shelters will not end youth homelessness because, quite honestly, if they were, they would have by now. I think, you know, the YHCP, HPD, PYHPD, the RHYTPA, like all these funding programs also will not end youth homelessness. That we are not as powerful as we could be. And that's because partly from a lack of alignment, that we need to find alignment with each other. And so again, in terms of, you know, part of our goal, right, is to create authentic dialogue and conversation that supports us to finding some alignment, right, is to also, you know, engage in a conversation around like, so what does this stuff mean to you all, right? And when you reflect on, you know, what we heard around like the dominant messages that we're hearing, when we think about the current political climate and landscape, like what's your reality check? Oh, I also want to say, this is not about being demoralizing, right? This is not about being like, woe's me, right? As an organizer, I find if we're not honest with ourselves around where we are, then we don't know what needs to happen, right? Like we create unrealistic expectations for like, what does it mean to work together? And so I think it's important for us to be able to honestly name where we are and what we're seeing. And Paige put in the chat that capitalism won't save us. It damn sure won't. Michael?
Well, thank you, Fred, for inviting us to be honest about where we are. And the following comments are, I hope, not too distracting from what we're up to specifically today, because they're not really specific to our movement. I'm with Funders Together to End Homelessness, he, him pronouns, live in Nashville. Hi, everybody. I think one reality check is just the notion of the nonprofit industrial complex and our complicity in the capitalist system that I don't know for sure is actually going to usher us into something like liberation. And that's just something for all of us to hold. And I just wonder how we move within the containers that we have, but also think more powerfully, like outside of the systems that have been handed to us. Can we give ourselves permission to organize outside of the nonprofit industrial complex? And I think related to that is just sort of the duopoly of the Republican and Democratic stronghold on the federal government and governments all over the place. And I just want to be curious about how can the movement to end youth homelessness be connected to other movements for third-party organizing or for socialism, like different, like really radical ways of restructuring the way that our society is functioning. So again, these are pretty radical ideas, I guess, but this is what I'm thinking about.
Thank you so much for that, Michael, because honestly, I think we got to get outside. I think we have to start thinking outside the box. I think that's one of the ways that we get there. So thank you for opening this conversation, right, with us stepping outside of, in particular, the nonprofit industrial complex. And so in the chat box, Whitney put a +1. Katie, agree. Paige, I always feel like a bit of a broken record, but I think vouchers won't end youth homelessness in the context of a commodified housing system. Whitney also put in the power of white women. And then I'm gonna jump to Eliana and then come back to the chat.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, I think one reality check that I have is like just realizing, and I really want to echo how Marcella just so beautifully said it, like how we've been really just like fighting each other internally because we've been so frustrated about the cycles that we've all been going through of like making the plans and then getting together and then we start to disagree and then we disperse or don't have time or the capacity to continue the work. And I think that that has been something that's been really frustrating and agonizing. Another reality check is that um, I think that it's super important for us all to be accountable to that, as well as making sure that if we're going to hold hold the people that are doing these bad things accountable, we need to be able to hold ourselves accountable to the things that we may be doing that are also affecting the movement in a negative way. So yeah, that's what I have.
Thank you so much, Eliana, especially for bringing in, I think, like that accountability piece, right? Like, because a firm believer, accountability is not always a bad thing. Accountability helps growth and development. I'm going to jump to the chat and then I'll come back to you, Brittany. So Rachel says, right, the way nonprofits are set up literally pits us against each other. Alicia just had this conversation in one of my MSW's classes. It's crazy. From Paige, it's intentional to perpetuate capitalism and to pull us up by our bootstraps. Erica, radical as in rad as fuck. Having to compete for funding, for example, absolutely. Yes, planning to plan to reorganize the plan. Ooh, that's one of the things. It's maddening, absolutely. And then Brittany, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Really just piggybacking off of some of Michael's comments is for me, my reality check has been out on the outside coming up. It's very easy to critique and see these issues and an institutional lens. But now, having worked in these nonprofits for so long, it's not an institutional issue because I'm seeing the people in power making these decisions and perpetuating the problems. And so it just, but the reality check really is I'm in the room with the problem, and I'm also in the room with the solution. I think we've made incremental steps to even all have like-minded folks in the same space like this, where that couldn't happen before, but still, the more I'm coming up, the more I'm just seeing how much power and potential is oftentimes wasted because of the people that are in positions of power on our end of the aisle that are wasting our time and potential.
Name it. Thank you so much for that. Please correct me if I pronounce your name wrong, and I apologize. But Ale.
You're all good. It's Ale. It's short for Alejandro. But
Okay.
I'm Alejandro. I'm he him pronouns here on behalf of Youth Collaboratory. I think for me, like something that was my reality check, which I feel like I've had a lot of reality checks, just like similar to what everyone else is talking about. But something that really just stuck out to me was when Biden went to San Francisco and cleared out all of the homelessness communities and didn't actually provide resources. They just did it to make themselves look better and to make the city look better. And there was like stories of like homeless people getting like lost in the system. There was like people working with people for like years and they got lost because they cleared out these homelessness encampments just to make the city look more pretty and more cleaned up for the president of China. And I think that for me is a reality check that oftentimes I feel like it's very common now for Democrats and Republicans to never solve a political issue because they want to campaign on it and they want to be able to get votes, not actually solve the issue and actually provide resources to the communities and people facing homelessness and the young people facing homelessness. They want to be able to go in November and say, oh, I will do this in my next presidency or in my next whoever it might be. It might be a member of Congress, a state mayor, or anything along a state governor. Like I feel like it's very similar to what happened with Roe versus Wade. They could have easily put that into law and ratified it during Obama. And they never did because they know it gains them political gain whenever they're able to argue and get political fundraising money for someone saying, oh, we will make sure to protect your right to your own body. But they never actually do it. They keep pushing it down and they keep doing these very much like a band-aid fix, or they do what Biden does and cleans it up and says the problem is solved when he just made the problem disappear. And I think that's something that's just been a reality check that's been happening over the past like 8 years. I've only voted twice for the president. My first presidential election was with Hillary Clinton versus Biden. And every time I feel like the campaigns are just getting more. Campaigns are like a political strategy, but they're also a money. Like this way people get rich. People get very wealthy from campaigns and campaign management. And I feel like that's becoming something that is like in my head a reality check that politicians, not a lot of them are doing it because they want to be able to campaign on issues and they don't want to actually solve those issues.
Thank you so much. And come on now, spit that truth. Spit that truth. All right, so I'm gonna go through the chat because the chat is definitely blowing up right now. So Whitney says another reality check is the current government structure will not save us, not at all. And to Caroline responded to that with especially the power of the Supreme Court conservative supermajority. And then Michael responded, this is a stretch for this space perhaps, but I'm going to the Socialism Conference in Chicago this August and would love to see y'all there. Okay, wait a minute. Never mind. That's a whole nother conversation happening. So then Paul put in, we need to establish a common understanding of what method groups are using to build accountability. Often groups most respected in funders world and DC hallways are the least accountable groups in our world of fighting poverty and racism. Thank you for naming that. Oh, Phoebe, that part, Democratic platform is fighting the Republicans, not solving issues. Phoebe also put in, my theory is that Biden plans to lose so that Democrats aren't in power so that they can continue to blame things on Republicans and make an argument for their existence. That's such an interesting thought. It's actually, that's one of those thoughts I would have in terms of like the whole conspiracy theory. Alicia, a reality check, people in power refusing to be vulnerable or possibly fail to do what is right. Rachel responded to that with, right, the Eagles are huge, absolutely. Awesome. Eliana, did you have something else that you wanted to add to the conversation?
No, I'm sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Yours. All right, Samantha.
Hey y'all, my name is Samantha, she, her pronouns. One of the big things that was a reality check for me is that the ICH in DC is dissolving of the Youth Action Board. And I've been to many conferences where they are instilling in us that we need people with lived experience at the table to influence our movement and help us make the right changes and policies. And I think like that's huge to me. And I'm like now like being a big proponent of like keeping those people, those with lived experience in our spaces and in our ears so that we know what's on the ground. And I think that's huge.
Oh, absolutely. I think people with lived experience have to be at the center of the work or we're not doing the work.
Facts.
Eric, we need to live in the contradiction that the current government will not save us and we need to use all the tools we can, including the current government, while we're building a better system to both prevent harm and lay the ground for a transformative future. Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Eric. Are there any, maybe one or two last comments on reality checks? Paul put in the chat, but even people with lived experience have to be accountable to the community as a whole. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that goes for, you know, when we think about intersectional spaces, intersectional movements, right? Like, you remember that earlier conversation around check your privilege, right? Like being very clear that like, we have to be accountable for how we show up and how we engage, because sometimes like we can be harmful to our own people, sometimes intentionally and sometimes not intentionally. Sometimes we don't realize we're doing it, but we have to be open to be held accountable, so that way, you know, again, accountability isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? But there are those points of like growth. Great. And so Paul also said, otherwise, we're being tokenized. Absolutely. Awesome. So I want to, again, thank you all for just being open and willing to engage in this conversation. These conversations are not easy to have, are not easy, especially when we're, you know, people are just asking you like to have a reality check. And so, you know, there was a question around like, how do we, like, what does it look like, right? Like, how do we come together? How do we start to, what are all the groups doing, right? And I think first and foremost, it's about recognizing where we are as our organizations, right? And so there's a tool that I want to introduce. And that's the Transformation Roadmap Organizational Inventory tool that we developed here at Away Home America, right? First and foremost, this tool is not an I gotcha moment, right? Quite frankly, I'm not interested in I gotcha moments. This is not, it's not an attempt to assign moral value. It is not an attempt to make judgment about your work, and it's not personal, right? Like I want to name those things from the rip before we even move any further, right? Because the goal of the tool is centered in building movement alignments. It's about fostering trust and strengthening our relationships. It's about laying, and anyone who knows me will know, I will tell people I'm an organizer and I like to win, right? Losing is not fun. I like to win because I'm a winner, right? And so this is about laying the foundation for victory, right? It's about being that intentional, and it's about being that forward thinking, right? Like the right creates plans 10, 20, and 30 years in advance. And my goal is for us to start to think about how we build similar plans, right? That are 20 and 30 years out from the mark, right? To really think about like, how do we really transition the system into transformation? So Fred, just out of curiosity, could we get a list in the chat of what orgs are representing here today? Oh, sure. If folk are interested in dropping that in the chat, what orgs are represented here today? Awesome. Thanks for that, Katie. All right. So again, this tool and the way that we're using this tool and thinking about this tool is really around building alignment and path towards victory. So what do I mean when I say alignment, right? Because I know I've used this term a lot. So alignment does not mean that we always going to agree, right? Like let's get that out the way from the rip, right? Alignment doesn't mean yes, right? It doesn't mean that we have to be yes people to each other. It means that we are going to build an understanding of like we all have a role to play, right? Like an understanding each role for all the roles that we all play in terms of the movement, right? Like we all have value and we all have like a niche that that we hold, right? It's about having shared values that guide how we work and also how we disagree with each other. It's around not actively working against each other, right? So I've heard a few folks have said, right, like there's a lot of the infighting, right? Like this is about how do we get away from infighting and get to really actively working to support each other, right? And having some values around what does that mean and what does it look like? It means in believing in abundance of resources and sharing, right? Like getting out, like, look here, we know we live in a nonprofit industrial complex, but if we start sharing resources, the idea that we have to be pitted against each other is no longer a thing, right? Because then we're standing together, right? Like we're sharing with each other, like we riding for each other, right? Like, and that's ultimately the goal, right? Is that we're riding for each other and getting to that point of alignment. And so that is the goal, right, for the Transilience workshops that will be happening now and all the way into October, right? Is really around taking or going through the process to be intentional to finding that alignment. And so the framework, right? So Marcella at the beginning of today mentioned the New Deal and the framework that we use, right? The framework for Away from America and the New Deal is really our guiding light, right? Like it guides everything that we do. And the framework was built and developed by young people with lived expertise, right? And so it is not something that like we just adults came up with, right? But like its foundation is young people. And so the goal for us in using it, right, is to think about the different roles that we all play within the movement, right? And again, no moral value is being assigned, right? And so we have reform. Reform and the way that we're defining it, right? The immediate opportunities to reduce harm, improve access, and produce positive outcomes, even while working within a system that is rooted in structural racism and bias against marginalized populations. And so some of what that looks like is direct service, grassroots approaches, regulatory efforts, community education, recognizing that there are problems in the system and working to fix those specific issues within the system to improve outcomes, but doesn't fundamentally shift power dynamics. And then it focuses on youth engagement, right? Youth and young adults are asked to volunteer their time with little to no real decision-making power. And I will stop to create space if folks have questions about that. All right. So then the next step in the framework is transformative edge, the transformative edge of reform, shifting power. So pushing the edge of what's possible under our current system by challenging power, listening to the most impacted communities, and removing barriers for transformation, right? So a hegemonic, increasing representation of those most impacted, divest to reinvest approaches, community empowerment, recognizing that the system is broken and working to fix the fundamental problems within the system to shift power to those who are most impacted. And then a focus on youth development, which is youth are supported to give feedback on internal campaign processes and provided with stipends and transportation to attend meetings. And again, I will offer some space for thoughts, reflections, questions. Okay. And then we have transformation, restructuring, repair, redistributes. So reorienting our systems towards justice by redistributing the resources and power that historically marginalized populations need to thrive. So it's fundamental systems change, subverts market influence, reparative measures that address systemic inequity, organizing towards community-based solutions led by those most impacted, direct action and civil disobedience, which is like my favorite things to do. Just FYI, it's my favorite. And then recognizing that the system operates in the way that it's intended to and works to develop a new system that challenges traditional power structures and shifts power to youth and young adults with lived experience. And then focus on youth and young adult leadership. So youth and young adults with lived expertise are supported and compensated to be a part of all organizational decisions and the power to make decisions regarding all programmatic and campaign work. And so so some of the things that are in the chat right now. So RAP members use documented street outreach for feedback from community members on issues and priorities, which is awesome. I have to drop off to meet our current governments, but oh, sorry. Okay, Eric. So are there any thoughts, questions, feedback?
Oh, I forgot to raise my hand, but hopefully it's okay to just jump in, Fred. I just have to say that, like, I think your definitions and including like what like youth engagement looks like under each like framework is really important. Because I have to say, like, I have not seen what is described under transformation really yet. I think that and I just feel like there's been a lot of recent examples where that is sort of the whole problem. That there's not, like, youth are not engaged throughout the whole decision-making process or sort of leading those programmatic decisions or funding decisions.
No, absolutely. Look at Way Home America, like the work that I do gets presented to our local, not our local, to our YPT, which is our youth policy team, for their approval, right? Like, I think like this work doesn't happen if youth and young adults with lived expertise aren't at the center. Like, they have to be at the center of the work, at least to me, right? Like, but again, you know, I also want to say, right, like, the organizations that we work in are all different, right? And so, while, you know, I hope organizations want to grow the transformation, right? I also want to recognize that, like, we have to meet folk where they are in terms of this framework, right? And so, when we think about movement alignment, right, like, if your organization is reform, right, that's not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing to be centered in the reform bucket, right? I think it provides a space that means that y'all have a particular role to play within movement work, right? And so part of the idea around finding alignment is really recognizing like where we all are, and then what are the roles we play and how we play them. And use that to build strategies and campaigns that get us to success, right? And having some shared values that guide the overall process for building in that alignment, right? And so it's not my job to be like, you're reformed, so like you're horrible. That's not my job, nor am I interested in like trying to wage like moral judgments. And no one should be waging moral judgments on what folk are doing, right? It should be more around like, how do we align and how do we use our strengths to build a cohesive movement that gets us to ending youth homelessness, right? That gets us to uplifting those who are most impacted and moves us away from like, again, like the ego bashing, like my org is better than your, like the nonsense, right? Like, not interested in it, right? Like let's really figure out what that alignment looks like. And if your org decides that maybe you want to be transformational, maybe y'all don't want to stay in a reform bucket, cool. What does it look like for us to be able to support you to do that work, to move to transformation, right? Or to get to the transformative edge of reform, right? Like, what is it? And again, like, what does that support look like? And so that's the goal, right? Is really being intentional, to be self-reflective, for us to really get to like alignment, right? And to, you know, get on the path to victory. Because again, right now we're not there. We are not on the path to victory. Cool. Awesome. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the actual tool. So from Katie, just naming that I think if you engage youth and young adults with the expertise, there might be attention if you're staying in reform. Not saying there isn't a place for it, but just naming that there might be attention. That is very true. And thank you for naming that, for naming detention. So in terms of the actual assessment tool, there are 5 questions that are asked on the spectrum. So these are those questions. 1, overall mission, consider whether the overall mission of your organization seeks to contribute to fundamental systems change or making adjustments to structurally biased systems. Structural bias can include systems that treat all equally without regard for equity and justice for marginalized populations. 2, policy development and agenda. Does your policy work reflect the need for fundamental redevelopment of housing and all related systems, including but not limited to criminal justice, child welfare, immigration, etc.? Training and education resources, internal and external. Do the training and education materials shared internally and externally in your organization reflect a need for transformative change? Public messaging. Does your public messaging reflect and promote transformative aims to your wider public audience? And then organizational structure. Is your organization structurally designed to eliminate white supremacy and influences of white dominant cis heteropatriarchal culture? Ooh, that's a mouthful. So are there questions about the spectrum or any of these questions, or clarifying for some of those? Okay. Paul Bowden. Public messaging should also show pride to and speak directly to the people we are repping. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with that.
But I think often around unhoused community members' issues, it doesn't. It shows us as needing something or help us help them. The whole 501c3 fundraising mentality seeps in when groups start talking to the public. I think they far too often forget to show pride in who they're talking with as opposed to talking about.
Thank you so much for naming that, Paul, because I agree. I think that is super important, to take pride in like who we're working with. Absolutely.
It's the shit that drove me crazy when I was in the streets. Who are they talking about? That's not my life. That's not me. What the fuck are they talking about? But they were talking to a different audience. They weren't talking to me. They were talking about me.
Absolutely. Thank you so, and thank you so much for naming that. And then Eliana, very comprehensive, and then Rachel, yes, placing them as victims. All right. And then I again, I apologize if I say your name wrong. Petrie. Poor magazine uplift storytelling from the streets. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Paul said about other people telling your story. And we had somebody from a photographer, National Geographic, came and lived with us and stayed with us. But his perception was so weird. And I couldn't see myself in through his eyes. It was really hard for me to see how he was seeing me. But he hung out, and I feel like this whole process for me is like, okay, people in housing think they want to help us, but they can't help us if they can't help themselves. And it came to me really clearly that people in housing are afraid and terrified of something. And when I started looking into that, I thought, oh, everybody's afraid of what's above them. Everybody knows that threat of losing their house if they don't follow through. And what we're following through is a system that's destroying the planet and destroying humanity. And that's like, I think houseless people and the relationship with houseless people is like where we start really refining our humanity, refining our existence. Because like so many people live in housing, they don't feel like they belong. And this mindfulness thing, this thing that's happening there, that people are finding out that this is not what they want, but they haven't had voice. They never had a voice. They never had a choice. And I think the relationship with the houseless people is a freeing thing. There's a lot of freedom in this relationship and finding it. And then going into the heart of like what creates and supports white supremacy is terror and grief and lack of connection or creating some kind of ritual for repair around anything. Stuck, frozen. And continual extraction to feed that addiction to keep the grief at bay because we can't deal with it all by ourselves. And anything I can say about white people is like we're isolated. The whole idea of independence is an illusion. And so as an illusion of dominance is going to make everything better.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Like, yes, thank you so much for that. All right. So then, so moving us forward just a little bit. So then the other part for the transformational roadmap organizational inventory, is some additional questions that provide some nuances, based to your responses, right? So which parts of your organization work best to represent harm reduction measures? What projects or initiatives best represent power shifting measures? How much does the equity focus transformative language of your organization uses translate into your work and your connections to other non-aligning entities? If equity focused language is not embodied in organizational initiatives, how is that message justified? To what extent could your organization's posturing be virtual signaling or performative? What aspects of your organization's work contribute to restructuring, repair, and resource redistribution? Are there any initiatives that hold more than one spectrum approach intention? Was it intended to do so from its inception? And so again, these questions, or the two sets of questions, right, is to support us to really think intentionally about our organizations and our work. To think about where we fall in terms of like the New Deal and just like that kind of spectrum of engagement. Because again, our goal in building out this roadmap, right, is to figure out like where do we all fall, right? Like where we go, right? Because again, like I think if we all know where we are and where we fall, right, then we can start to have conversations around values based from our perspectives and where we are. And because as organizations we understand where we all are, we then have the ability to actually respect, right? Because again, like I think oftentimes some of the tension comes because we don't know, and instead of leaning into like curiosity or like having a way to kind of ask the questions, we just go, oh, they don't care. They reform is like that's just it, right? And that's not the goal here, right? Like our goal is to really shift that dynamic, right? To shift the conversation, right? Or actually, in some ways, to start the conversation, right? And move away from the assumptions that we make about each other or each other's organizations. And so some of what that looks like, I don't, you know what, the presentation definitely is it's likely to jump around for us. And so it's for us to talk about the scoring, right? Like, how is the organizational roadmap scored? So each level of the spectrum has been assigned like a numerical score from 1 through 5, and this is which is necessary for us to be able to quantify the data. Each of the questions is also weighted differently, making some questions more significant than others. As far as their impact on the overall scores, scores are automatically calculated in the transformation organization roadmap spreadsheets that our fabulous team before I got here, who are really brilliant, made this amazing tool that we get to use and like support our growth and like our relationship building with other organizations. So I'm really excited about the tool. And so the way that it kind of falls out, right? So if you fall into the 0 to 20% range, you be classified within the reformative bucket. 21 to 40%, you're moving away from reform. The 41 to 60% is the transformative edge of reform. 61 to 80% is almost transformative. And then the 80% to 100 is you're in the transformative bucket. Excuse me. You're in the transformative bucket. Do folk have questions around any of those things? No? Okay. So then I would also ask, in terms of like the entire conversation that we've had up until this point, so like this conversation is being recorded, we'll also have notes being taken, which we'll be able to use to support our future conversations. And so I just wanted to also just take a space or take a moment to just see if there are any other thoughts or reflections that folk have based on the conversation that we've had thus far. And that can include anything from the current climate to where we are now. And I see a hand. Oh, wait, did I raise my hand? I did not mean to raise my hand. You know what? Zoom be doing things, y'all. It do some weird random things that like I was not prepared to be doing. But sorry. So are there any other reflections or thoughts that folk have? Husband, it was not me, it was Zoom. And if you look here, if you want a happy life, you better have a happy husband. You better stop it now. Yes. I'm gonna put my hand down. Okay. Right. So there are no other comments, any thoughts? So in terms of the second part for today, yay. So the second part today, folk will have the opportunity to actually fill out the organizational roadmap assessment tool. And again, folk will be filling it out as individuals for your organizations. Again, the goal with that is for folk to be transparent, to be honest, to be self-reflective, and to be intentional. Again, like I know I probably have said this part like 1,000 times now, but we can't get to alignment if we're not honest with ourselves, and if we're not reflective. And so using the tool, it's anonymous. So no one will be able to see your responses as an individual person, which is great. And so again, I do encourage folks to use the tool authentically, And then this conversation will then move into October, at our next State of the Movement, right? Where we'll take the conversation that we had, we'll take a moment to be reflective on responses. So every organization will get, you know, oh my goodness, what's the word? A summary. Yeah, there you go. A summary of your responses for your organization. And then unless you want like the full thing, which we can also provide like the full context for every single person versus a summary. But everyone will get a summary to look at, and then support that to guide us through our next set of conversations, to start thinking around what are our movement values in terms of how we come together to do this work. Yes, so that will happen. And then for folk who are not participating in the organizational assessment space, I'll be running an organizing training, which is again one of my favorite things to do. Well, October will be, this is from Paul, October will be sort of next steps to implement plans. So yes and no. So I'm a firm believer that like building this movement alignment takes time, and we should be really intentional around how we do it. And so I think October, before we get to like talking about like what our movement plans are, which I would love for us to be able to start to do in October, I think it's important for us to first and foremost ground ourselves in just like where we are as organizations, but then also really build some collective like values for how we work together, how we disagree. And then a decision-making process for like how we will collaboratively make decisions around like the work and how we move forward. So that my plan would be is really in October. I hope we get to really like thinking around like what are our actual next steps and plans, especially because this is an election year, or you know, there's an election coming. So yeah, so I'm hoping we get there, or at least to start doing that work. But I think it's really important for us to lay that foundation first and foremost. In all of my coalition building.
And I was going to say, I think the decision-making process that gets used is really a big step towards developing an implementation plan. So that sounds awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Like again, like I'm a firm believer in taking the time to really build a really strong foundation first and foremost. That gets us to like being able to do the rest of the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes I'm a little slow, but I promise there's a method to a method to my madness. And in my experience of working with like coalitions and building them, oftentimes folk want to get to the work because the world is blowing up, right? Things are happening, and folk are like, people are dying in the streets, and like we got to do this right now. But I always tell people like that's always been the case. Like the world has always been blowing up, and we keep being reactionary, and nothing is changing. So we got to do something different, right? And I think that like in some ways, like we have to create the space for the world to kind of blow up, so we can create so we can take the time and energy to build the proactive plan to get things into place. So that way, you know, after the world blows up, we're ready to put a plan in place that stops the world from blowing up any further and repairs harm and like puts us on a better path. Being reactionary without a plan doesn't work, or at least I don't think it works personally. Yep. Are there any other questions about that? And again, I will reiterate next steps a couple more times before the end. before we're done, before we end permanently today. Yeah. Are there any other last minute thoughts, reflections from just the conversation that we've had up until this point? Ooh, how are folks feeling? Do folks need like a shakedown, like a? No, just me. All right.
I just want to thank you, Fred. This was great. And I'm really pleased. Like, I was a little worried that we're a small group, but the geographic diversity in this group is unbelievable. Like, it's really actually kind of awesome. So anyway, I'm excited. I appreciate this conversation. I feel like there is a lot of alignment here. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Me too. I am hoping for the best. And again, and I think part of what I also hope folk do is for us to is to actually share this with other folk, right? Like my other goal, right, is like between now and October is that like as folk fill out the assessment tool, that folk will also then share the assessment tool with other organizations and invite them into the conversation. Like for folk who couldn't be here today to be like, y'all, they doing something interesting over there, like fill this thing out, like join the convo. That's my goal. But we'll get there. We'll talk about that in terms of next steps. And so with that, I'm going to invite us to come back to the main space. And again, I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to be open, to being vulnerable, to leaning into being uncomfortable. Because again, these are not easy conversations. And so I just want to thank you all for taking the time to participate. And I'm not amazing, y'all are amazing. So thank you again.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you all for returning. Now we're going to engage in an intention setting practice. And so I would be so happy to introduce the lovely Eliana Perez. So Eliana is a seasoned professional singer, vocal producer, vocal coach, and certified sound healer. She integrates spiritual practices into her vocal coaching. With over a decade of experience in music and 3 years in vocal coaching, she focuses on nurturing the spiritual aspects of the voice. Specializing in healing inner child wounds related to creativity, she guides students to unlock their authentic voice and heal through expression. As the founder of SVD Girl Source, Eliana provides a supportive environment for individuals to explore vocal healing and self-discovery. Her mission, dedicated to soothing, aligning, and discovering, offers serenity and growth by aligning voice, spirit, and inner harmony. During this sound bath, we encourage you to reflect on what ways you can practice self-care and maintain resilience while engaging in challenging advocacy work. Now I'll turn it over to Eliana.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. The reason why I created this was sorry. The reason why I created this was because at the end of the day, right, like when we're doing this work, it's important for us to engage in self-care practices. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eliana, so much for guiding us through that. I know that personally, I can get so caught up in the endless things it seems like we need to do. There's always something going on. There's always a fire that needs to be put out. And I know I'm personally really bad at taking a step back and catching my breath and checking in with myself and practicing self-care. So really appreciate that reminder. Now we're going to transition into another Transilience performer. This is Laiko Sophia. She is a singer, songwriter, educator, model, and sustainable clothing designer and advocate. She's originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but has lived in Philadelphia for almost 10 years. She moved to Philly at the age of 17 on her own to pursue a degree in vocal music performance. She graduated in 2019 with the Bachelor's of Performing Arts and has been a full-time independent artist and part-time educator since then. And without further ado, welcome, Laiko.
Hello everyone, my name is Laiko Sophia. I'm so grateful to be here and I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. This first song is called Virtue and it's about forgiveness. Think of a time where you've had to forgive someone in your life and really remember the fact that sometimes when people are hurt, they hurt others. And this is a cycle that, I hope that we can all come together to learn how to break. But sometimes we do need forgiveness, we need grace in our lives. And we need people to just allow us to be loved when we're in times of need. So this is called Virtue. Hurt people, what if we help them to heal? Would things get better if we loved each other for real? Hurt people, so could we help them to grow? To leave the past behind, 'cause there's so much more love to go. Patience, my friend, when your thoughts are racing again and your heartbeat jumps out your skin and you want to scream in the wind. Patience, my friend, when your thoughts are racing again and your heartbeat jumps out your skin and you want to scream in the wind. Just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe, just breathe, just breathe. This next song is called Eclipse, and it is about listening to the signs that we are given by nature. I feel like sometimes the moon has messages for us and the sun as well, and that's why I wrote this song. So I hope that you enjoy. It seems so far away. Hey, hey. It seems so far away. It seems so far away. Yet I arrived today, finally fighting silent battles. Now I know I have to go where the light shines on me. Everything changed when I stopped to take my time, and the moon showed me what the lights tried to hide, illuminating everything that I meant to see. I was away from the truth. I was far away with you, but now I'm back, and where I'm at is where I'll stay. When the sun and the moon come together to tell you something, you better listen, because they don't do that often. And if they do, they really, really love you, and they really, really care about you, and they just want the best for you. There's no war when the stars call the truth. You have my love, and I'm sure I have yours too. There's no war when the stars call the truth. You have my love, and I'm sure I have yours too. I want to thank you all so much again for having me. This is my last selection. It's called Day 3, and it's just about thinking, what would we do if today was our last day? And I'd like to hope that love would fill the air. So that's why I wrote this song, and I hope that you enjoy. If today the world would end, then where would I begin? What did it all really mean? Think I could try again with the lessons I've already learned, the things that brought me here. But no matter what happens, I hope love is in the air. All the pain makes it hard to breathe. Let it go and receive your wings. Now you're high off of something new. Love does something drugs will never do. Again, my name is Liego Sophia. Thank you so much, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much for that performance. I hope everyone enjoyed that. Little bit of time to rest our minds before we hop into our next Transilience room. Just like last time, do not join the breakout room just yet, so we can give Fred and the team a second to get set up so that we can have a seamless transition. This second session is going to build on the first session by starting the conversation about alignment around shared values and principles. Using the organizational assessment tool, participants from local and national organizations will break out into groups to work through this assessment. And any unaffiliated participants will also break out into a group to discuss organizing and plugging into the work.
Beautiful. Okay. Welcome everyone to the second Transilience room of State of the Movement. So this session I know because you just can't get enough of me. I'm back again to share, to do a little bit more. So the folks who are interested in direct action organizing, so we're talking direct action organizing in the assessment tool. And so the direct action organizing room is going to be in the Stay Here room where we are right now. So this will be a workshop around understanding organizing. We'll also have space for participants to ask questions, to get feedback on local work. And so if that's really what you're interested in doing, you'll be here. And then in another breakout room is the organizational assessment tool. And so that's for groups who are interested in the larger conversation around movement alignment. This is about being a part of that kind of process. So taking the time to fill out the organizational assessment tool, which I am dropping in the, I am dropping into the chat right now. And so there's another space for folks to be able to go in, to just have space to be able to focus and to fill that assessment tool out. And my hubby Josh will be in that other room to provide support or to answer questions that folk may have about the tool, since Josh was around when the tool was created. And so if you're interested in that and the ongoing conversation, please take a moment now to switch over to the organizational assessment tool room. Yeah, so I'll give folk a couple minutes to switch over. And then we will get started with direct action organizing. Okay, all right, so we will move on to direct action organizing. So direct action organizing is one of my favorite things to do in the world. It's like my bread and butter. Like I love it. I love it so much. And so I always love the opportunity to share. This is my understanding of like what direct action organizing is based in my experience. And kind of growing up in community organizing and having the opportunity to learn from some of the dopest youth organizers and leaders within the movement, who've supported me to kind of develop and think about organizing in the way that I'm about to share. So if you have questions, thoughts, comments, concerns, please feel free to, again, join us in the chat to ask questions. Rachel is here to help me make sure I don't miss anyone. And so, yeah, and then there'll be space down the line for us to, again, to think about like, how does this support local work and the local work that y'all are doing? Yeah. So, first up, I always find it really important to talk about what community organizing is not. A lot of times when I've done this, doing this work, folk use organizing and advocacy interchangeably. And they're actually really not interchangeable, right? They're not the same thing. Nor is service, right? So service and advocacy are not organizing, while organizing has components of both service and advocacy built into it, whereas service and advocacy don't have organizing built in. So, first up, what is direct service? So direct service is about providing assistance and goods directly to individuals and families and communities, right, to meet their immediate needs. Direct service doesn't challenge systemic or social conditions. When I define direct service, right, I define it as a form of harm reduction. And I think some examples of that are like shelters, food banks, community cleanup, and honestly, like service providers. And in terms of community cleanups, and my biggest pet peeve is when folk say Martin Luther King Day, we should like do community cleanups as if that's like a form of organizing or activism, and it is not. It is a form of service, which granted, well, it is different from the main message from Dr. King, but I digress. Let me not go off on that tangent. Then we have advocacy, right? And so advocacy are activities that promote and speak on behalf of individuals and or communities impacted by an issue, right? And then we have different types of advocacy, right? So there's traditional advocacy, which is like speaking on behalf of someone, which we see with like child advocates, we see with lawyers, we even see it with lobbyists, right? And then we have direct advocacy, where you have individuals who are speaking directly on behalf of themselves or for others, right? So Away from America has done a lot of direct advocacy work at the federal level. And then we also see this in like criminal justice movements, when people are speaking on behalf of those who are incarcerated because they aren't able to physically be there to speak for themselves. And so I will pause there to create some space around if folk have questions around service and advocacy. Oh, and Peachy, I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment. I'm really happy to see these tools in this space. I've been doing simple point mediation rolled out of Rev. Angel Keto Williams and her embodied social justice certificate program. Oh, were you referencing the sound healing?
I think they were.
Okay, cool. All right. Any questions around advocacy? We're all good? All right. Oh, and again, feel free to jump in at any time. So what is community organizing? So I like to start talking about community organizing based in theory. So oftentimes there's a gentleman by the name of Solinsky who has been coveted or named like, he's been given credit for like building modern day organizing. And I think part of the problem with that, right, is that the Solinsky model reinforces the idea of the white savior complex, that white people need to come into communities of color to save them. It creates an enemy in communities where there may not necessarily be an enemy, but like in order for organizing to exist, there has to be like the enemy or someone that we're organizing against. And we don't necessarily need to create those folk because they already exist. It doesn't create real support to communities because the idea is that the organizer comes in and then leaves and there's no long ongoing support. And then the model completely ignores the fundamental organizing of like the Black Power movement, of indigenous movements, right? Like the Black Panthers, the Chicano movements, the Brown Berets, right? Like it creates this idea that like organizing wasn't happening or it wasn't real organizing until Solinsky wrote his book. And so he started to come into communities in Chicago to do organizing. And the reality is that we come from organizing, right? As Black and brown folk, right? Like our people have fought and organized and struggled for liberation for longer than this country been around, right? And so when I'm defining community organizing, I'm defining it as the process of bringing people together to build their collective power to create positive changes in the community. It centers building the power of communities that are directly impacted. And then organizers should come from the communities who are directly impacted, right? Like we absolutely have the skill set and the ability to organize our communities. And directly impacted people or people with lived experience are the experts. Just point blank in period. And so then what is an organizer? So oftentimes folk often kind of mix up what an organizer is or the role of an organizer and what organizers do. And so I always like to, again, to build some clarity based on like my understanding of what an organizer does, right? So we have a service provider, and so that's a person that provides the direct support to a person, family, or community, often working in a service-based agency, so a homeless shelter, a food bank, an advocate, again, is a person who speaks on behalf of other people, and we see those, in different advocacy organizations, lobbyists, lawyers, caseworkers, and managers. Anarchists, well, there are Black anarchists in the world. Typically, in my experience, anarchists have been white disruptors who show up to protest with masks and cause harm. Right, they're the folk who show up with those bandanas tied around their face and they start throwing rocks at cops. And oftentimes it's people of color who are then being impacted by anarchist actions. Then we have activists. And so I think this becomes like a huge debate, right? Like around an activist versus an organizer, right? And so oftentimes activists are protesters that show up to express their anger and frustration, and that is all that they do, right? Like, and not saying that activists are important and that we don't need them, because we absolutely need activists within our organizing, but they're not organizers. Organizers are the person that works with the community to develop intentional and comprehensive campaign strategies, tactics that dismantle oppressive systems, fundamentally change the power dynamics, and empower everyday people with the skills and knowledge to create the change that they want to see for themselves. So I will stop there to see if folks have questions, thoughts, comments, reflections. And again, maybe I'm wrong, right? Like I'm also open to the conversation that I am completely wrong. And so I, again, encourage folks to engage. Okay.
One quick thing, Fred.
Yes.
I actually, sort of what you were talking about, the difference between like the Solo-Linsky versus the community model of organizing.
Mm-hmm.
I almost like the idea of saying not a person that works with communities, but a person that works from within a community.
Mm-hmm. Or a person who comes from or a part of the community that works with the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there are also like a lot of like training schools like Midwest Academy that use the Solo-Linsky model. And that's not to like bash the Midwest Academy, because like I went to the Midwest Academy. And the way that I power map is a variation of Midwest Academy's power mapping. And so like I did learn a thing or two from there, but I also think overall, like the overall model is pretty racist. Yeah. But thank you for naming that, Jeremy. All right. So, types of organizing, right? So we have community, which is working with the larger community to develop campaigns to address systemic issues that they're facing. Labor, which works with workers to fight for better working conditions, wages, benefits. Electoral, which is around like fighting for legislation or to get an elected leader into or out of office. Then grassroots, which again is very similar to like community organizing, or actually is like the same thing, although people, and you can use grassroots and community, I think, interchangeably. Right, so again, that's just working with everyday people on the ground on campaigns that they're impacted by. And then youth, right, which is working with youth specifically to develop campaigns to address systemic issues that are directly impacted by. And I come from the world of youth organizing, which is really dope. And I strongly believe that like young people can do this work, young people are doing this work. And so really supporting young people to continue to do it. And then types of campaigns. So we have public education campaigns that are focused on educating communities about issues. And you also see these types of campaigns across social media platforms. To be clear, right, like public education campaigns exist within direct action, right? So like oftentimes when you're running a campaign around an issue, you're educating community about that issue, and that education is a part of a larger strategy. If your public education campaign is only about educating folk, then that is not organizing. It is just public education. Then we have electoral campaigns. And so these campaigns can look a little different, right? So these are campaigns that center votes to get what you want. For example, if you want to get a person elected to office or judgeship, you may organize the people in that district to vote. This also applies to pushing for specific legislation. If electeds do not want you, or if electeds don't want to do what you want, if electeds don't do what you want them to do, you may choose to push votes in the opposition. Now, to be clear, as a 501c3, right, you are very limited in the electoral kind of world, unless you're a 501c3-4. Not 501c3-4, a 501c4 versus a 501c3. Most nonprofits are 501c3s, and so that federal standpoint limits your lobbying ability and what you can do in terms of like electoral campaigns and supporting candidates. Whereas within a 501c4, you can endorse candidates and have a little more sway, right, and say empowerability within electoral politics. Which is just important to note in terms of depending on like your organizational structure. And then direct action campaigns are campaigns that lead you to direct face-to-face confrontations with your targets to have your demands met. This includes creative and disruptive forms of protest that directly challenge your target's power. And those kind of conversations can look like banner jobs. It can look like standing outside your target's house and posting flyers in their neighborhood to tell your community that the board of trustees of your library is racist, which I have actually done. Yeah, so again, it's all around bringing that direct face-to-face confrontation. Any questions about those things? Cool. So the organizing process, and we'll dive deeper into each of these points. But typically this process it's in a circular kind of format, because it's all around supporting the ability to know that like campaigns don't happen in a linear fashion, right? Sometimes you might be in a negotiation and need to go back to your research, or in a negotiation and something shifts so that you need to go back to listen to your community. And so, this is not necessarily a straight line type of process. It's a process that, honestly, peripheral is a process that you juggle, and not necessarily sits in a circle either. But typically, in terms of process, you have your base building, your listening campaign, your research, negotiation, public action, celebration, evaluation, and all that centering building power and leadership. So I always find that it's really important when we're organizing to define power, right? And power being the ability to get your target to do what you want them to do, i.e. meet your demands. If your target is not doing what you want, you do not have power, right? Influence or getting a meeting does not equal power. Do folk have questions, comments, or thoughts about that? Oftentimes, when I say that, most people tend to get a little upset, like, what do you mean I don't have power?
I'm not sure if this is like a completely coherent thought, but just thinking about the last couple slides, I was wondering if there's like a spectrum of working up to getting power by this definition, especially with different stakeholders or people who might not agree with you from the get-go. Like getting influence and getting a meeting is obviously a stepping stone. Yeah, just thoughts around that.
Yes, Thank you so much. That is an awesome question. So yes, so there is stepping stones. So typically, typically when I power map, right? When you're power mapping, you place yourself on or your organization or your space on a power map, right? And so typically, I typically do 1 to 10 in terms of power level, 10 being like the ultimate decision maker, and then 0 meaning like you have literally no power. And then being, oh, we can get meetings with city council. So our power level is probably like a 2, right? But if we want like decision making power, we need to be at like a 9 or a 10, right? Like, and so oftentimes I match the idea of power with like power mapping to be able to, so that way folk also can see like we may feel like we don't have power in this moment, or may not necessarily have enough power, but there are things we can do to build our power up to get to that point.
That's super helpful. Thank you. And I kind of related to, I'm wondering, is there like a ideal, like we'd love to get to an 8 or a 9 or a 10, but with organization A, like we want to get to a threshold of a 7, and organization B, is a different number. Is there like complexity around that too?
Yeah, I mean, I think within organizing, so I would say as an organizer, we want decision-making power. So our goal is always trying to get to the 10 or having the power to make our target do what we want them to do, right? And so hitting a target power of 7, if that doesn't get your target to do what you want, right? Like a 7 might be like the target listens to you, right? Which is different from just getting a meeting. Like we got a meeting, but like they didn't care about anything we had to say. We got a meeting with like, the city council person, and they were like, yeah, this is great, but then nothing happens, right? Versus like, oh, we met with them at a 7, they've had a negotiation, but like nothing is moving forward, right? Or like they say they're caring, but like, but it doesn't move them, right? Like, it doesn't move to like actual decision making. And so again, like I also think like organizations and people in the movement have weird relationships to power. I think there are times where folk are scared of power because they assume that like if we have power, we're going to do the same thing that our targets do, right? Like the idea that like absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I think that like as an organizer, as someone who's fighting to build power to make changes, like we can't be afraid of the power that we're building. We just have to make sure that we're using it based on the values that we've developed, and that the folk that we're centering in our work are the folk who's exerting the power. So we shouldn't be scared of it. Although I hope that answers your question.
Definitely. And that's super, not to be ironic, but very powerful. So thank you.
No worries. Cool. Awesome. And then the other thing, so strategy, which is it's really simple. It's the plan to win, right? If you do not have a plan in your organizing, you are an activist, not an organizer. And what I mean by that, right, is that if you, often I say this a lot about like a lot of the stuff that happened in my city, like during George Floyd, like people got really angry, which is like absolutely, and people were in the streets, which is great, but there was no actual organized like plan, right? Like people were protesting just to protest because at the end of the day, the folk in Philly, like the politicians, the elected leaders, the decision makers, did absolutely nothing. In fact, like the cops started attacking like protesters here and arresting folk, right? And walked away cool. And so without like an actual strategy, without, making sure that we've taken the time to understand like how we get from point A to victory, that's not organizing, right? Because organizing is based in having a strategy that build your power to get to your demands. Any questions or thoughts about that? Cool. So the organizing process. So the organizing process, again, is centered in building power, right? Organizing is the process to support communities to build leadership and power to fight for justice. And so the first step, right, is around base building. It's about identifying the folk who support you. It's about identifying the folk who are leading the work. And so base building are different. It can look a lot of different ways, right? Like it can look like street outreach. It can look like hosting events. It can look like a community day where you're giving out book bags, right? Which looks like service, right? But it is a part of a larger strategy to get to a demand, right? So it's the first step in a larger process, whereas like in a service, and when you're doing service, the only thing you're doing is giving away that backpack and it stops there, right? Within organizing, you're giving that backpack to engage folk into a larger conversation. Then we have our listening campaign. And so that, again, that's a process around literally just listening to the needs of your community. So taking the time to really hear folk. And that can be a Twitter town hall, it could be a focus group. I mean, it could be a survey, although I think most folk are surveyed out, but again, it could be a survey. Surveys are great. I've used surveys a lot. It could be also focus groups or town hall, in-person town halls or Twitter town halls. Although I guess it would be an X town hall now. And then the next step is our research phase. So understanding the root causes of the issues that your community is facing. Oftentimes within organizing, we look at problems which are very large, and then we do the research to then whittle that problem down to develop demands and to turn it into an issue. And that includes also like identifying your target, power mapping that target to figure out what their weaknesses are, so that way you're building your strategy. Then we get to kind of the second half of organizing, which is then the negotiation phase. And so this phase is really around how do you utilize your strategy to create a negotiation with your target, right? And so that may be using like our direct action tactics, protests, letter writing campaigns, petitions, sit-ins, and honestly, like this is not an exhaustive list because there's lots of different types of things that we can do, art installations, guerrilla theater, that apply pressure on a target in a negotiation to get your demands met. Then the next step is a public action, which is centered in really all about making wins public, right? Like targets can say anything they want to you behind closed doors, but it's when it's public, which makes it easier for them. It makes it harder for them to deny, right? That they agreed to something. It makes it easier for us to hold them accountable. And then celebrating. Again, honestly, like I'm a firm believer you celebrate after like everything that you do because organizing is hard work. It takes a lot of time. It can be at times really depressing, and lonely and isolating. And so it was important that we find celebration and joy in the work that we do. And then lastly, evaluating, right? Taking the time to be really reflective of the campaign process, of the challenges that we may have faced in the movement, and really thinking through like, what do we need? What can we do differently for the next campaign that's coming up, right? Because in the world we live in, there's always another campaign. And so that is the organizing process. So are there questions around around the process? Cool. So then I'd love to take the opportunity for us to now just talk about like what y'all are doing in your own local communities, what kind of work is happening, to think through, are there ways that we could be supporting each other in our local work? Are there challenges in our organizing or advocacy work? So I will turn it over to you all to see if there are questions, thoughts.
So I'll speak up. I don't have any questions or anything, but I really appreciate this. I hopped in late. I'm kind of in between meetings, but I'm just really excited that you're doing this. What I wanted to just let everybody know is that in Austin, there's a big initiative going on that's kind of looking at rapid rehousing and how that has been used in ways that you know, are people who actually qualify for PSH are actually taking rapid beds or rapid units because they can get in quicker. And so Vocal TX and Echo are trying to, you know, figure out a path forward, figure out why that's happening. There was a resolution passed at City Council late last month about, you know, trying to figure out why that trend has accelerated so quickly in the last year.
Thank you so much for sharing. Alex?
I also just wanted to express gratitude, Fred, for this. And I'm thinking a little bit about like the use of the word need, like giving us what we need, and some of the politics between wants and needs, and how much of our work has been responding and reacting to things that like are actively causing harm. And at the same time, like I think Away Home America and other national organizations have helped us to like dream about what we would want, like what we want our world to look like. And I don't really have like a question. I'm just like, just something I'm thinking about, this tension around feeling like we have to only ask for what we need versus like dreaming and making demands and asking for what we want. And just curious about like how we're thinking as a movement about moving forward with like both of those things.
Oh, I think that's great. So honestly, so when I say needs, I mean like so I use needs and wants interchangeably, right? Because if it's something we want, it's something we need, right? Like I don't think that's something that we should be like shifting. You know what I mean? Like if I want something, I want it because I need it, not because it's like I just want it, right? Especially I think in this like in the world, most of the time, the things that we want are the things that we need. And so I think so in my mind, right? Like so when I think about needs and I think about demands, right? Like they're absolutely 100% the things that we want, because we want them because we need them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was just thinking about like how the history right around people being shut down in their demands by folks in power by saying, well, is that really a need? You know, and I really appreciate like with the New Deal, like us really pushing forward around thinking about reparations and universal basic income and like, you know, making claims for things that would radically shift the structure. Yeah, so anyway, those are just things that I was thinking about, and I appreciate all of this a whole lot.
Thanks. Are there other areas of work or things that folk are thinking about or working on? Again, I think, you know, this is another one of those opportunities for us to think about like how we are breaking silos, right? And getting out of like just like our own like working spaces, but like and sharing with each other. Paige.
Hi, I want to also say how much I appreciate this conversation. I work for an organization that's in the macro space mostly and not doing direct service. So organizing and advocacy looks a little bit different there. However, I think that the thing that I have been advocating for is like you had mentioned, and I think other people I talked about, just not operating in silos, but encouraging the intersectionality to be more like apparent and discussed. So my organization talks about a lot. We deal a lot with mental health and substance use, and intertwining that with housing has been something that I've been advocating for, as well as intertwining racial equity into all of the work that we're doing. I feel like it's a really important conversation that I don't know that everybody is talking about, or talking about it as much as we need to be, right? And so for me, I would say in my space, the work that I've been doing with organizing is just trying to make it a little bit more inclusive and to have more conversations surrounding equity in all the spaces that we touch. So yeah, but I appreciate your sharing, and I think sometimes it can feel a little difficult for me doing organizing on a macro scale, can feel a little bit different and a little bit isolating sometimes, but it's necessary there as well.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much for sharing, Paige. Because I think this work can be super isolating, and I think part of one of my goals is, so my role with Away Home America is I'm the organizing and policy director, which is a really fancy way of saying I focus on state and local organizing efforts, right? And so to also think about, like, as a national organization, what could we be doing that is potentially of support to what you're doing in your community, right, Paige, or anybody? As well as thinking around, like, what does it look like to also be building some learning cohorts that support us to think about, like, all of our different communities very differently, to be really intentional in creating spaces like this where, like, it's not always like, it's not necessarily me sharing about, like, a particular process, right? But that, like, maybe there's something that you're doing, Paige, that's really amazing that we could be learning from, or Alex or Andrew or any of the other folk who are here. And so again, like, I will continue to encourage us, in particular in this moment, because we have, we got some space and some time to get today, to really just kind of think about, like, what we're doing and to build with each other in that way.
And I love that idea of learning cohorts, and I like that more people are doing those, as well as, like, cohorts and having those conversations. And I think to add on to that, just definitely learning what we're doing in this space, and I think even intertwining what people are doing on the ground with people that are doing macro work. So we do a lot of focus with, like, state and local government, but those government officials sometimes can have a disconnect between what's actually happening and what people are really going through when they are making these policies, or when they are advocating for certain things, or they're implementing programs. That's also a thing that I try to do, is connect them with the people that are on the ground doing the work, so that you are having the conversations to know what's really happening and who you're impacting. So I think making those connections in that cohort as well, to have those conversations, is really important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How about other folks? Are there other things that are happening in y'all's local communities?
Something that I work on in one of my roles is social return on investment analysis. So, like, basically like a regular ROI, but you're also quantifying social, environmental benefits. And we break it down by doing focus groups and interviews with, say, a nonprofit about their activities and how it affects their clients and the people being served. And then we'll say, oh, if 50 people were able to graduate high school, what's the value of their diploma, and then we multiply it and divide by the number of people, and then we divide it by their expenses, say for a year. So it's an interesting deliverable to be working on, because with quantitative data and something like that, that's more of an art than a science, I feel like. You have a lot of power for the organization you're collaborating with in terms of their fundraising. But I just wanted to open up the conversation about how a deliverable like that, where you have some authority because you're a third party and you have expertise in that type of analysis, how could a deliverable like that be focused more on organizing efforts than activism efforts, and what the role could be? We've been exploring, like, could we do on a national scale, what is the benefit of investing in something like foster care transition supports in the context of youth homelessness, which you could see could be a tool that could build bipartisan support, because I feel like the people that need an SROI value to make it worth their while aren't necessarily in agreement from the get-go that this is an important issue, but it could help sway people who are on the fence. So yeah, it's an interesting kind of niche thing, but I'm in Massachusetts, and there's a couple of nonprofits that are really interested in this and investing in it and asking us to do these types of analyses, and have found a lot of fundraising success from it.
What's ROI?
Return on investment. So it'll be a ratio, like for every $1 invested, $3 of value are generated. So it's kind of like impact analysis or impact measurement. Yeah, used a lot in business, and now, especially in the UK and Canada, SROI, the social return on investment, has really taken off as a grant fundraising tool. And it's starting to come here a little bit as well.
Great. There was a question, I think, to you, which is really interesting. What organization do you work for?
So I am part of Resilience Consultants, which sounds really fancy, but it's just me and one other person. But we've worked with state government and with RITEC, and I'm also a new member of the youth policy team at Away Home America. So yeah, we're consultants. We have backgrounds in technical assistance and like data needs assessments and things like that, all in the youth and young adult homelessness space.
Awesome. Also for folk who may be interested, there's still some time if you want to hop over to the assessment tool space to fill out the inventory tool, which again we'll use when we're planning for October in terms of where our organizations are to where we kind of fall or align within that spectrum as we think about building our core values and like a decision-making process for like movement work, for the way that we work together through movement work. So I also would encourage folks to enter that space. If it's yes. Beautiful Paige says thank you, and they're intrigued and would love to connect because that sounds really dope. I feel you. Eliana, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I don't have any other thoughts. Fred, you're amazing, period. And was that Evelyn just talking? Because if it was, and that's one period, you better talk your shit, okay? Yeah, that was all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eliana, for coming through with marks of gratitude and respect. I love it. So for other folk, are there other other pieces of work that are happening in other local communities? I know we got folk from all over the country with us. So like if there's local work that's happening or issues that is coming up for y'all, we'd love to hear about them and to be able to share them. And then Eliana, your hand's still raised.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
No, no worries, no worries. Okay, so then I guess another question that I had for folk, right, is what kind of support would you all want from national organizations? Like, because I work for a national org. Are there like things that you would want to see from us that would support what you do in a local at the local level in local communities?
Hi, Fred. Okay, can you ask the question one more time? I'm sweeping my floor. But I hear what you're saying and I want to answer it, but I need the question one more time.
Yeah, no. So it was just it's one of those questions as we think about organizing. Oh, someone says, as we think about organizing, thinking around what are things that as a national organization, things that we can be doing to support local work in local communities. As folks think about like the work that they're doing in this moment. And then Petrie said an online cafe meeting space and note-taking space.
Yeah, I would like to answer. I think that kind of going back to what we were talking about in the last resilience room around like asking people for what they want and like having something that supports like freelancers and artists, like especially because that isn't implemented in those programs. So like finding or creating ways to like invest into or other organizations or local communities in terms of like being able to provide that kind of support. I'm not sure if that's possible, but that is something that came up for me.
No worries, thanks. And then in the chat, Petrie said, I was talking to all of it. Sound healing has been my natural path all my life. I sing Mindful, curated by Rev Angel, also incorporates sound healing in the trainings of teaching mindfulness. I have a certificate in that, but am not very well connected to how to apply it. When I'm in an ocean of white saviorism colonization here, no one is talking direct action. Most everyone is going to church, and I'm queer, just so many non-fits. I'm using the tools to hold my own universe while talking to people who believe that the system needs repair, mostly because they don't have another way except to be creative, and that's strongly discouraged. And the rage is close and armed, lots of guns up here, and can be sold at lawn sales, basically people who would still fight for the former president. And then follow-up comment, Stacey Haynes has impacted a lot of people as well. Her book is really great, The Politics of Trauma. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's a rough spot to be in. And thank you, Eliana, for reaching out to being able to connect. Oh.
Really quick, you read a comment, right? Because I came in late, so I'm not sure if you were reading like someone's comment.
Just now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading the comment in the chat. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me who that person was? Oh, okay, Peachy. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. I guess are there other issues or things that folk are facing in local communities? Cool.
This is not through my work, Fred, but my neighbors and I are dealing with this really awful landlord, and we've spent multiple years engaged in organizing efforts, and it was really fantastic to have like language and frameworks that describe what we've been doing here for the last several years because I have like no background in organizing or training in it at all. And so this was just really fantastic to learn.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I hope that folk were able to use this outside of just like the work that you're doing, maybe even in your personal lives. Because low-key, I'm organizing against my own landlord at this very moment. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. Yeah. All right. Would folk like to take some time now to fill out the organization assessment tool? Um, um, and again, like the goal of that tool is all around building and finding alignments. So again, I definitely will encourage folks to engage and participate in that, as well as invite folks to offer any other thoughts or ideas that they may have in terms of what's happening in your local communities. Like I'm based in Philly, so I definitely and I don't know a lot about like what happens in like rural communities. So I'd love to hear about like folks' experiences if folks want to share. Awesome. Great. Um, all right. Oh, sorry. My last slide. Questions. How are folk feeling? Yes, thank you, Rachel. Yeah, if anyone hasn't gone to the other room to fill out the assessment tool now, absolutely would be a perfect time to do that.
This was really great, Fred. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yep. We happen to be running a tad bit early. So I'm just checking in with the team to see where folk are right this second, because we are a little early right now.
Okay, so I'll go fill out the assessment tool then.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could you go back to the slide that was like the organizing part 1? Because I was filling out the assessment and then I came in part 2. Okay,
Sure.
thank you. I just wanted to like take a look at it.
Yep. The first part of organizing is all around just kind of starting the process of like base building and connecting with your community. And so thinking around base building, thinking through like different ways of connecting with your community. So that can be, street outreach, hosting different types of events. It could be community game days, a game night. I've done karaoke nights that have all been really awesome ways of like connecting with community or like hosting conversations and building relationships. Then listening campaigns, which are centered in listening to community. And that could be everything from focus groups, surveys, conversations through Twitter, just ways of gathering just information from community. And then research, which is all around understanding your demands, like the issue, being able to break down a large problem into issues and demands in terms of the process and next steps. And so that's kind of like the initial kind of part or first steps to kind of creating an organizing campaign, which is again just an overall process and steps that allow us to create an impact change in communities.
Thank you.
Yeah, yep. And again, and I was also inviting folk in terms of into this space to just offer like what's happening in in their own local communities, and just to think about the ways that we work together, right, and offering a space for us to be able to like just talk about what's happening and to be able to break down those silos, to encourage just that kind of collaborative conversation.
So I think we're pretty much done here, right, Fred? So anybody that hasn't done the assessment tool, please go over there, and then we'll let you know when we're good to go back to the main room.
Awesome. Thanks, Rachel.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm going to transition quickly into our extra special exciting announcement. So I'm going to pass it over to Josh, our lead spotlighter and policy director at Away Home America. So here's Josh.
Thank you, Lex. Just wanted to announce that we just got word from Congresswoman Watson Coleman's office from the New Jersey 12th District that the Homes for Young Adults Act of 2024 has been introduced. We will drop the press release here in the chat, and there will be more information tomorrow, but this would create an entitlement program for housing vouchers for young adults ages 18 to 30, plus emancipated minors in applicable states. Looking forward to sharing more tomorrow, but just wanted to drop that announcement as it literally was announced within the hour. Back to you, Lex.
Thank you so much. I am so excited about this, as I'm sure everyone else is, and I can't wait to be able to share some more information tomorrow about it. Now we're going to transition into a quick reflection about the Transilience rooms today. And so this is an open call where you can put up your hands. So what were your reflections, aha moments, and calls to actions you took away from the Transilience rooms throughout today? And you can either answer in the chat or put up your hand and I'll call on you, and you can come off mute and share. What did you learn? What did you take away? Fred, would you be able to provide a little bit of a summary?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I think the first session today, which I think, was really around thinking around foundation, was really important, really useful. And I think I want to just thank folk for participating and engaging in the conversation. Again, like it's hard to really be reflective and to be vulnerable, right? Especially in a large group of folk. Especially when we're asked to think about like ourselves and the work that we do. And so I definitely want to thank folk for participating and engaging in that. And also just being willing to like rock with us through the process, right? Because like this is the start of a process. And so and then folk actually took the time in the second session to go and fill out the actual assessment tool, which I was also a little nervous about, like, ooh, are folk gonna really do it? But people did, right? And I wasn't in that room, but I heard there was also some really like amazing conversation. And so I definitely want to like just shout out and show so much appreciation and love for all of the participation that we've seen today, for the thoughtfulness that we've seen today, for the vulnerability. Y'all are amazing, right? Like y'all made my job really easy today. And so just thank you all so very, very much.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I'm so happy that everyone was able to show up today and participate and really stay true to the engagement principles that we talked about in the very beginning. And so we appreciate all of your efforts with that. And so now, without further ado, I am so happy to introduce Paul. So Paul became homeless at 16 and began his career by volunteering at a drop-in shelter in San Francisco in 1983 and eventually became its program director. He served as executive director of San Francisco's Coalition on Homelessness for 16 years, founded the Community Housing Partnership, and has received numerous awards for his work. Currently, Paul's the executive director of the Western Regional Advocacy Project, writing articles and giving talks and trainings nationwide. And without further ado, here is Paul.
Hey, thanks so much. And thank you everybody for inviting me to say a few words today. I first wanted to say I think it's amazing work what you're pulling together and the deliberateness and the thought that's gone into it. And I want to make sure to leave today and as you get into tomorrow, understanding that there's an allied bunch of organizations connected through the Western Regional Advocacy Project that would not love nothing more than to see this turn into the type of organizing campaign you're looking to build. And whatever we can do to support it, you know, we got kick-ass artwork and stuff like that. And we got a bunch of old guys like me that was homeless as a youth back in the day when we were squatting buildings and not doing intakes at shelters. And so no two experiences are the same. It's identifying the common threads in all of our experiences that becomes the basis of an accountable organizing campaign. And there's a million ways to do it. And I'm going to talk real quick just about how the organizations that comprise the Western Regional Advocacy Project, we were local community organizers and service providers and lawyers and artists. And, you know, we were a community group of people that a bunch of us had been unhoused for years. Some of us we slept in our first office. A lot of us did. But it was about hearing our voices in the way that the issue of unhoused community members was being articulated in the public domain, and seeing the rise in the professionalism of the nonprofit structures and seeing foundations forming coalitions to fund homelessness scared the hell out of us. And now we have interagency councils and we have local government departments of homelessness. And we're 41 years into this shit since FEMA started funding emergency shelters in response to neoliberalism connected to the Reagan Revolution. And so we see an increased security, we see increased policing, we see police departments with armored vehicles, for fuck's sake, and we see homelessness as an industry. And that's not pointing fingers at any one particular piece of it, but I can tell you for a bunch of street people that were trying to create our own voice and still to this day we've learned a lot of lessons. I'm not going to say we've gotten good because we haven't built the power to change the shit, but we've learned a lot of lessons along the way. And that's where organizational partnerships come in. You guys shouldn't make the same mistakes we made. We already made those mistakes. Let us pass those mistakes on and make new mistakes, because that's how we learn. But repeating previous mistakes over and over again doesn't really teach us shit. And so we have to let go of our egos, not just talk about how great we are, also talk about our challenges and where we've messed up. You know, we have come up with a structure of who is we? When you say we think this, can you prove who we is? At the local level, that means, are you doing your street outreach? Because not everybody's going to come to your meeting and you still need to hear from people. Are you identifying common threads in what you're hearing? So are you documenting the outreach so you can go back and look at it? And are you having community forums to build that into an organizing campaign that reflects the voices of the people that you spoke to? Not every individual story will it reflect. It will reflect the common threads. So as opposed to when I would sit there and I would look at these experts talk about homelessness and I wouldn't have a clue what the fuck they were talking about, nor did I care, because it wasn't what I was living and it wasn't what I was seeing every day with my friends and neighbors. And so as we start to build a foundation around creating an actual organizing campaign, we can't forget the accountability built into who is we. Poor people got more leaders and more experts and more academic study in us, whether we're right-handed, left-handed, blue-eyed. Very rarely do people ask us, what do you think about this shit? What would you like to see change in the system, not in yourself? I don't need to know your mother's maiden name to give you a goddamn shelter bed. I never asked for the authority to ask you that question. That came from the funding sources. Understand the nonprofit system was created during the war on poverty in the 60s to shut organizations the fuck up. You now work for me. You're now under the 501c3 IRS regulations that I created, and you're trying to change my ass? No. You need to chill down. You need to talk about how to have the best local homeless coordinating board, not eradicate the need for a homeless coordinating board. And that's where the rubber hits the road. Are people that are living the shit you're talking about, looking at your artwork, looking at your fact sheets, looking at the position papers, looking at the bills like the Right to Rest Act and other bills that haven't gotten passed, but they at least can say they reflect the community? Are they looking at that and are they saying, this is the shit, man? This is what we're supporting you to go ahead and fight for. And you know what? Now I'm going to join the fight because I'm not getting ripped off again. I'm not getting asked to be the token homeless person on the local coordinating board. I'm not being asked to be in your brochure cuddled up, wrapped around a garbage can so you can raise money off of my ass and make me look like there's something wrong with me. If you look at the artwork from the New Deal era, people are standing up like this. People are standing up proud. They're standing up to the cops. That's pre-nonprofit war on poverty. You look at the artwork in the 60s, and we did a whole show on this. The artwork dramatically changed. All of a sudden, it was cuddled up. The old white guy is the #1 fundraising photo in America, folks. And the food banks and all them use the same guy. And it's just this projecting out an image about our lived realities that doesn't respect us, doesn't reflect us, and didn't come from us. It came from a marketing tool in order to raise money off of the fact that we exist. That's the #1 barrier between the Western Regional Advocacy Project members and community groups and any kind of power in Washington, D.C. When we did Without Housing, none of the nationals would support it. When we did HAND just recently in Denver, talked to 800 unhoused community members in several languages and had community forums asking them what they want when they hear the word supportive housing. And it was community, the money to pay the goddamn rent and to be left alone and get old outstanding warrants off their ass. Very few of them ask for a case manager and life skills training. They're looking for a place to live and a community to be a part of. And our organizing has to be diverse. It has to be multi-issue because the reality is homelessness is people falling through all of these different systems of oppression and ending up ass out in the street. That's the one thing we got together once we're out there. That's the one thing, the one common thread we all have. We're ass out. Other than that, we're the beautiful individual human beings that we've always been. And we're as different and diverse from each other as we've always been. And so our social justice context for the base of our organizing campaigns and our public messaging has to reflect that beauty has to reflect that thought process and intelligence of the people that are our community. And then if the mainstream don't like it, fuck them. So long as the people that you're talking about respect it and reflect it, the others will adjust to it. And trust me, rap is going on 20 years now, and they're adjusting to it because we're still here. We don't get the big bucks from the foundations. We get mainly individual donors, and we're frugal as hell with what we get, but we're still here. Our rent is still paid. We're still getting our shit out for free to organizers in local communities. And we're able to build enough power to keep building power. And that's really the first step in the process. And I love Fred talking about, oh, hell no, Paul, slow down. This is a deliberative process we're taking here. We're not going to rush this shit. That's spot on. I was thinking when Fred said that, I was like, oh, hell yeah, Paul, not October. What are you, crazy? Like, it took us 2 years to create rap and we were already doing the local shit. So I apologize for the stupid comment in that session, Fred, but shit, I was just so desperate to see something building. And I'm telling you right now, whatever we got to offer, you got the shit. And whatever you need from us, we will bust our ass to get it to you, because what you're doing is taking the right approach and you're filling a void that exists in the community right now. Is the empowerment of the experiences and the voices of unhoused community members that are young, and the reflecting the beauty of it, and with the music, with the artwork, with the street theater. Like, you'll never see us just do a straight up dumbass demo where we all stand around and talk about our shit. We use street artwork, we use music. We want people to come and rejoice being in community. And the more of that we build into our organizing campaigns, the more parties we have to go along with our big ass meetings, the stronger we can become, and the longer we'll build. And the more people would rather go to a party than a dumbass demo being told by a speaker why they should care about that issue. I already care. I'm at your demo, dude. Like, let's have a party and let's celebrate each other and let's build power. And, you know, we're getting our asses kicked. We might as well have a good time doing it. And so that's the way that we can bring some energy to what you're doing. We won't do shit you don't ask us for. But what we are able to do, we are 100% behind all of you. And I thank you for the couple of minutes to end your day. Am I supposed to ask if there's questions? I'm not sure how this goes.
If anyone has any questions, we can do a quick question, but otherwise, I just wanted to say thank you so much. I think I can speak on behalf of everyone when I say you really are an inspiration and someone that really advocating for what we need, and that is community, and that is something that we're lacking. And that's the whole point of this Transilience-Bridging Beyond Silos State of the Movement. I just have so much respect for you. Thank you so much. And with that, I want to bring this to a close. Thank you all for joining us today. I know it was long, but I hope everyone got out of it as much as I did. I feel comfortable speaking on behalf of all the organizers and presenters today to say that we appreciate your time and contribution to this day and the movement as a whole. Our theme this session is all about bridging beyond silos, and just by showing up and being present today, you have just taken a step in achieving this. Enjoy the rest of your night. We will see you back here same time tomorrow from 12 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time for day 2 of State of the Movement, Transilience-Bridging Beyond Silos. Thank you all so much.
Hey folks, thank you so much for joining us in day 1. We are at the close, but we want to invite anybody who wants to stick around and just come off mute with any reflections, any comments. If not, or any questions about tomorrow or today, if not, feel free to take your time back, but we will all be here. And yeah, same link for tomorrow it should be. And yeah, we're going to start up at noon Eastern Standard Time, just like today. So thank you all so much. And again, we're here if you have any questions, comments, or empowering remarks.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of State of the Movement. For those of you who were here yesterday, we're so glad to be able to see you again. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, we're so happy you are able to make it. We have such a treat for you today. First, I want to just give a quick reminder that today's call will be recorded. So I just wanted to provide some quick context on me. For those of you who don't know and didn't get the spiel yesterday, my name is Lex Loring. I use she, her pronouns. I'm part of the youth policy team here with Away Home America, and I'm also part of the Charlotte County Youth Action Board. I was born in Florida, where I became homeless, and that's where I have my lived experience from. So a lot of my work is based down there, but I currently now live in Minneapolis. I have been working in this fight since 2021. And although the recording from yesterday's session will be posted on YouTube, likely sometime by next week at the earliest, I wanted to take some time to give a recap for those who might have missed it or those who would like a refresher because it was a long day and I could understand my blanking out on a couple of things. So we first started off with an amazing welcoming address by Marcella Middleton, the CEO of Away Home America, where she really set the grounds for the fact that we need to be working together and aligned in this movement because we are all ultimately working for the same thing. And it seems so often that we're working against each other. And that's the whole purpose of this State of the Movement. So it was a great way to start off the day. Then we had our first Transilience room laying the foundation for movement work. Some of the key takeaways and reflections that I had from those conversations were that the current political climate is not doing good right now. DC, Tennessee, and New York City were mentioned as having become more aggressively criminalizing homelessness. And while Washington State was highlighted as having some favorable legislation, there's still a lot of injustice being seen in Seattle. We're getting mixed messaging across the country. Some mentioned from Massachusetts that the messaging seems to be going pretty well and that there's some good trust that these people are experts in their own lives, while Kansas is more pretending that the issue doesn't exist, which, according to the person who mentioned that, isn't so surprising. We took some time to share some reality checks with each other, like the fact that the nonprofit industrial complex intentionally pits us against each other and breaks down our communication because we have to compete for funding. So instead of viewing each other as allies, all of a sudden we are competitors. And we really are trying to move past that because that's only going to keep us divided and prevent us from really achieving what we're trying to do, because that's ultimately what they want. That's what the system is designed to set us up for. I also wanted to give a shout out to Paul Bowden's suggestion of establishing a common understanding of what method groups are using to build accountability. I think this can definitely be helpful for making sure that we're all on the same page about things. We defined alignment as we don't always have to agree, but we do all have a role to play. So we need to establish shared values, not working against each other, and believing in abundance of resources and sharing them. We talked about a framework of reform, shifting power and transformation, rebuilding our problematic systems, trying to address the fundamental problems that do exist, and working to develop the new system while replacing the old one. We then had some intention setting led by the effervescent Eliana, and a reminder to just take some time for ourselves and to breathe, because that is something we all need to do more of. We also had an amazing musical performance from the talented Lieko as well. And after that, we got into our second Transilience room, movement alignment and organizational assessment. One of the things we talked about was the Saul Alinsky model versus community organizing. The first one being where it creates enemies, whether or not there needs to be one, that it doesn't provide lasting support, and most importantly, ignores Indigenous and Black power movements. Community organizing, on the other hand, centers building power of directly impacted communities. Community organizing recognizes that those who are directly impacted are truly the experts and should drive the organizing. We talked about this organizing as a two-part process. Part one is doing that like base building, listening, and research. Part two is utilizing your strategy to negotiate with the target. This can involve putting on some pressure. And once you do have your wins, it's important to celebrate them and do it publicly. We should all know that we're winning. It makes us all have more motivation to keep going, because it just can always feel so bleak when we're constantly facing barriers, and it seems like things are just getting worse by the day. And then finally, evaluating the campaign to see what worked and what didn't. We also worked through the organizational assessment form, and we had a conversation about that. And the consensus was that it would be an incredibly important tool to do across teams and ideally organizational wide. And so obviously, if anyone wants to be able to take those tools to their teams, we can definitely supply those. We then had an incredibly exciting announcement from Josh Kogan, our spotlighter for State of the Movement, as well as the policy director at Away Home America, that the Watson-Coleman Youth Housing Voucher Bill was introduced yesterday, and it is officially known as HR 8722. So a quick round of applause for that. I'm pretending everyone's doing it. Can't see. Then finally we had, I don't think we could have asked for a better closeout keynote speaker with Paul Bowden, who truly led just like an impactful, impassioned call to action to learn from his mistakes so that we can go out and make our own, and then learn from those. And also just like the power that art can have in this space, and something that's also sometimes that I overlook personally, because I'm always focused on like what needs to be done and like what is like the logical, tangible thing, not realizing just the broad importance that we can use art for messaging. And also just he shared his years of expertise and experience with us, and we are so grateful for that. So with that recap, I want to give now transition to what we have to look forward to for today. So we're going to have some more performances. One will be from Shaq, and I'm very excited for you to see what he has in store for you. We're going to have our first Transilience breakout room, which is going to be technical support and building capacity for the movement. We're going to have another Transilience room, tools needed for successful advocacy. And remember, these are like really the reason that we're here. When we were designing State of the Movement, we wanted to be able to focus time on building conversations, because we know that every single person on this call has some form of expertise and some idea, perspective, or solution that one of us has never thought about or heard before. And so we want you to show up as yourselves and engage in these breakout rooms to make them as good as they can be, and for everyone to be able to get out of it, because we know that everyone here has something to offer. So I'm excited for those. We're also going to have a little bit of a social party picture time. We're going to try to be as social and party engaged as we can be over Zoom, and you're going to have to bear with me as I walk you through some fun little exercises. We're going to have some reflections, and finally a closing speaker, who's Twiggy Garcon, the Chief Program Officer at True Colors United. We're very excited for all of that. So the rules of engagement, these were intentionally crafted for those breakout rooms because we want them to be productive. So we came up with 4. The first one is to be present. And so when we're talking about being present, we are talking about active participation to maximize our time together. This could be coming off of mute and sharing in a discussion, but this could also mean just communicating through the chat if that's what you're more comfortable with and that's more your speed. We just want you to be able to be listening and to be able to contribute, be open, and we're going to be having some difficult conversations. So just keep in mind that safety means respect, not always comfort. It's going to be uncomfortable sometimes, but you need to know that at least going into this space, it is a safe space where there is this mutual respect and support from each other. So when you are sharing things that may be vulnerable to you, keep in mind what the purpose of that is sharing for, but you are in a good space to do that. Also, when you're sharing from your perspective, we want you to be speaking intentionally. This means using I statements and avoiding harmful generalizations that can ultimately be reductive and oversimplifying. Speaking for or behalf of entire groups and communities, because although we tend to have common shared experiences across communities, we can really truly only speak for our experience. And so that's why it can be helpful to use those I statements. We encourage deep listening because everyone here is an expert in their own rights, and we want people to learn from each other. And so when you're asking follow-up questions, make sure you're asking to understand rather than to respond or to add your perspective to another person's experience. And finally, and most importantly, we want to be a part of and contribute to solutions. We all know everything here is shitty. Like, we know that the country that we live in is not doing the best when it comes to legislation. We know the Supreme Court is working against us. We know that the organizational industrial complex is designed to divide us. So that's why we're trying to, at least in this space, show up and be part of the solutions. So no one here has it all figured out. Yes, my kitty will be making several appearances because he's super needy. And just because experts in our own right doesn't mean that we all have it figured out. None of us here are claiming to have the solutions to everything, so that's why we do want to hear from you all. That being said, you need to be open to being called into the conversation from others in the group, especially like if you do see someone that's kind of sitting on the outside, encouraging them to speak up, because that goes back to the being present of knowing how to give space and take space. You need to be mindful of how much space you're taking up in the room, and be mindful of who isn't taking up any, and who and making sure that they feel like they are welcomed to be able to do that. Because I know some people are not the best at just come off mute, but the quiet ones always have the best ideas. I am so excited for everyone. I need you all to give a please welcome, a round of applause for Shaq Jones, a dedicated 200-hour certified yoga teacher through Yogis in Service, Inc. Shaq holds a degree in community mental health from the University at Buffalo and is passionate about helping individuals and communities achieve better mind, body, and overall well-being. With a career focus on education, mental health, and wellness, Shaq is committed to making a positive impact in the lives of others. And here's Shaq.
Thank you. There we go. Now we're good. Thumbs up if you can hear me. Thumbs up if you can hear the music. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you, Eliana, for that notification. And welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon to those that apply to. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, we got about 10 minutes together. So I hope over this next 10 minutes that I utilize your time to the best of your ability, right? I can't give it back to you. So if you don't want to do anything that we're doing right now, you don't have to, right? I'm actually going to go against the grain and oppose everything that kind of happened in that introduction, except for a few things. But I'm going to invite you to turn your camera off, right? Because this exercise that we're going to go through, it may be a little weird if it's your first time. I sure can turn it up. All right, somebody wants to vibe out, right? Maybe I'm drowning out. That's okay. That's what it's about. So like I said, I'm going to invite everybody to turn their camera off, maybe even step away from where you are right now. If you don't want to listen, go get a snack from the kitchen or something. All right. So today, what I want us to do first is just take about 30 seconds, right? Now you don't have to count it out, but think of a color, right? Think of one color. You don't have to type it in the chat or anything. This is all a personal experience. And now for the next 30 seconds, I want you to just take a glance around whatever space you find yourself in and just notice wherever this color exists, right? Not necessarily identifying objects. You have to have a conversation. Where did I get that? When did that come in the house? But just notice where it appears. Maybe turn your body, look all the way around, get your whole body, and invite yourself into this experience. I'll wrap it up in about 5, 4, 3, bring it back. All right, now you may not have actually looked at the room that way in a long time. You've probably seen some things that you might want to clean or some things you want to investigate later on. I do encourage you to do that, but not right now. Again, we are practicing presence, as Aurora and Lex mentioned, right? And the next way we're going to practice that is getting into the only thing that we can do right here, right now, and that is breathing, right? If you don't believe me, I'll kind of put it in a different perspective. You can't take any breath that you had yesterday and bring it into today. Those are gone. Right, and you can't take this breath right now and hold it for the future. You're not going to be here much longer. So what we're going to do right here is just breathe. Practice that in and out with ourselves. I'll invite you to close your eyes and start to feel it. But I'm going to give us a count so we can take what we call a complete breath. Be 5 seconds on the inhale and 5 seconds on the exhale. I'll start to count audibly, but then I'll give you a moment in time to kind of explore that for yourself. Maybe you take 4, maybe you take it to 6. All right, but find a moment, a comfortable space again. It could be sitting in a chair. Maybe you've gotten up by now, wherever you are. We're gonna bring our spines into alignment with our hips. Right now, that means you're laying down. Just create some length in the back. And then rest on whatever surface you have there to support you. And just breathing calmly here. And invite you to start breathing in through your nose and exhaling out of your mouth. Breathing in through the nose, again, still not with any count here, but just breathing, feeling the breath. In through the nose and out of the mouth. And as you breathe, we're going to allow our body to relax by sending signals through our jaw, releasing the tongue from the roof of the mouth. And if you're asking yourself, oh, how did he know that? Is he psychic? Is he psycho? The answer is yes. All right, find yourself on another comfortable exhale. And I'm going to start the count. And if you're off, you just catch up with what feels comfortable to you. So we're going to inhale and take it up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Keep that going. Inhale it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Keep it going. I'll keep counting, but a little less. 3, 5. And exhale. 5, 3, 1. Take another inhale. Keep it going. Practicing to yourself. Maybe you've switched it up by now. What you're doing is finding what feels good in your body, and we're just only focusing on the breath. Find what feels good right here and right now, not worrying about anything that is to come. And now we're going to stay with this breath. I'm going to invite you to bring your body into this experience. Now, as you breathe, right, maybe allow that chest to lift a little bit, confidence. And with the exhale, allow the shoulders to fall a little bit further to the floor. Breathing in and up, allowing the air to fill up in the lungs. Exhaling, rolling the shoulders down, letting them fall. Don't force them, but just let them fall. And again, I'll invite you to refer back to your tongue. Right, just make sure we're keeping it relaxed. Now you can choose to stay with the breath, or if you like to get further into the body, I'm gonna give just a few stretches, or just one stretch that you can do at home. Again, I am a yoga instructor and a meditation instructor myself. So I'm gonna give you a few stretches that you can do at home in your leisure. If you have worked at a desk like me, I don't know where we're all gathering from, but if you've worked at a desk or anything like I have, your shoulders may be a little tight. So we're gonna get some things that we can do to relax that. What I'm invite everybody to do here is just bring their left hand up with a bent elbow. We're going to take that hand and sneak it to high five behind your back. Twist it a little bit. Oh, it's triggering the raised hand. I like it. Love it. All right, keep it going. We're going to sneak it all the way behind the back. All right, you're going to start to find the twist here in the shoulder. All right, this is enough. You stay here if you'd like a little bit more. You're going to take your right ear and drop that down towards your right shoulder. You're going to start to find some release between the earlobe and the shoulder. May even extend to your elbow. Find something that feels good. And continue to breathe. Again, as you do this, relaxation signal sending from the tongue. All right, we'll slowly come out of this by lifting the head and then unbinding the arm from behind you. Move it slow because the shoulder is very, very small muscles in there. We're going to take the same thing here on this right hand. Right hand goes up, bending in the elbow. And we sneak it high five behind the back and take it as far as it's comfortable. And then we'll take the left ear and drop that over toward the left shoulder. And breathe. Finding a complete inhale that feels good in our body. And as we exhale, we release air and maybe even some tension. And when you're ready, we're going to bring the head back up. Slowly unbind that arm in the back. And maybe take a moment just to breathe. If you close your eyes, I'll invite you just to bring yourself back into the room. Option to turn your camera back on and really, really join me. I love to see your faces. Excuse me. But thank you for allowing me that space and that time to kind of present a way that you can be present three-dimensionally, right? As we are not two-dimensional human beings, we do exist in 3 dimensions, right? But in presence, right, that presence, 3 dimensions of presence, our mind, body, and breath or spirit, depending on how you choose to look at it, right? Using our mind to physically observe where we are in our space, using our breath to really get into our body where we are right now, and using our body to also feel what the body's feeling like right now. Because another thing, pain does not wait for later. Pain will hurt right now too. So always check in with how you're feeling on 3 levels as best as you can. And again, if you like what you saw, I'm going to get my music down a little bit, start to transition. But if you liked what you saw here, please feel free to follow me on my social media accounts. I'm on Facebook and Instagram. Facebook is Bending Buffalo, BENDING BUFFALO. And Instagram is The Crazy Yogi, THEKRAZY. I'm going to pass it over to Lex to take it off from here again. Thank you all for allowing me that time.
It looked like Terry had a question. I wanted to just give a quick space for that real quickly.
It may be or could have just resulted from us doing that. Let's see. Do you have a question?
No, I didn't, but I thought, no, I just thought it's great that you're doing that. And I was wondering if you're in touch with the Institute for the Development of Human Arts. It's in New York peer group.
I am not, but I will write that down. I would love to get in touch. Are you a part of them?
They came out of the Icarus Project.
Oh, I'm not familiar. I am located in Buffalo, New York, so it is a little ways away, but no, I'm willing to travel. Thank you. All right,
Well,
again, thank you all, and I'll pass it
much.
back to us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shaq. In the interest of transparency and kind of proving that this is like a safe space for you guys to show up as yourselves and who you are. Starting at this call, I was having just a lot of anxiety, just kind of really struggling. And I really needed that, Shaq. Like, I really, really appreciated that. Like, personally, I can just say for myself, like, that really was able to calm me down. Like, I texted in the work chat, in the facilitator chat, that there's nothing anyone can do. I'm just trying to power through and it'll be fine. But like, you're really talented. You're really good at what you do. And so I appreciate that. That being said, one quick reminder for Shaq's socials, if you wanted to take a picture, make sure to follow him and check him out. And with that, we're going to transition into our first Transilience room. It's about technical support and building capacity for the movement. The session is going to explore the following questions through a facilitated discussion with the goal of identifying what the movement to end and prevent youth homelessness needs in terms of technical support and added capacity. There's going to be some well-posed questions like, are there well-resourced movements that we can learn from? So this is where we're really going to try to pull from like everyone else's experience as well. Whose skill sets do we need in the movement and how do we find and fund them? How do we communicate and coordinate on such a large scale to avoid duplicating efforts? What are the barriers to this? What tools and resources have you all found in your work? And this is going to be co-facilitated by the National Homeless Law Center and True Colors United staff. If you want to go, these are the lovely facilitators. I'm not sure if they joined the breakout room yet or if they were going to introduce themselves here. If not, I can just go through the introductions. I think.
Yeah, Lex, they're in the Transilience rooms now.
Okay. So I would love to then introduce them because I love these people. And so Erica Lopez, she is the communications associate with the National Homeless Law Center. Jeremy Penn is the youth homeless attorney. Katie Scott is the youth homelessness director from the National Homeless Law Center. Whitney Bunce is a Senior Director of Public Policy with True Colors United. And Aaliyah Jones is a Senior Officer of Culture Engagement and Learning Experiences. We're so grateful to have them here to help facilitate this. You are all in for such a treat.
Awesome. All right, we're gonna just I'm seeing people flow in. We'll wait till those participant numbers stop bumping up, and then we will get started. All right. Welcome, everyone. I still see the numbers popping up here and there, so we're just gonna give it one more minute, and then we'll get started. Welcome to Transilience Room 1. All right. I don't think I'm seeing any more people coming in at this point, so let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to technical support and capacity building for the movement. We will introduce all of us in just a second, but I want to kind of give everyone just a sense of our objective for today. So in my mind, one of the hardest aspects of moving from collective vision to collective action is logistics. And if you've ever been the person who's responsible for scheduling the meeting, setting the agenda, figuring out how people from maybe different organizations are going to come together and make a decision and move forward and act on this decision, you know that there is often a lot of logistics and facilitation involved in all of that. And so one thing that we wanted to have a conversation about is some of the best practices, use sort of our collective wisdom to come up with what some of those best practices might be in handling some of those logistics. The idea today is to sort of gather information about some of the questions that we've come up with, on this topic. I think the next step, and ideally for the Away Home America event in October, will be to try to develop a plan for how do we obtain this technical support? How do we increase our collective capacity? And with that, just a little sort of roadmap for our session. We'll do a quick introductions of all the facilitators. We'll give you an overview and sort of our vision of the project that we all work on together called youthstateindex.com, that is meant to be sort of a technical assistance capacity building site for the movement. We are going to change our session a little bit because we're a smaller group today. And so rather than breaking out into 5 individual rooms for each question, we're going to all get a chance to look at the 5 different questions together in the same room. So we'll kind of combine the breakout discussion and share out portion. We'll be doing that all together. And then we'll just do sort of a brief conversation about next steps. Okay. So first up, we have some introductions. I'll just briefly introduce myself. I'm Katie Scott, she, her, the Youth Homelessness Director at the National Homelessness Law Center. Some of how I came to this work, I grew up as a white lady in the suburbs, surrounded by a bunch of other white people, not experiencing or really witnessing homelessness or housing instability. I went to college at Ohio University in Athens, Ohio, and that was sort of my first exposure to rural homelessness, and got involved with a lot of really great advocates there in sort of just trying to understand like how this happened, how rural homelessness is happening and what we can do about it. From there, was inspired to go to law school, feeling like that would be a way that I could, that would be my, role in the movement to end homelessness. But I really feel like I didn't get sort of an intersectional lens around homelessness until I worked at an organization called Solid Ground in Seattle, doing public benefits work, not just with youth, but with a wide range of ages. And from there, even zooming out further, I realized that sort of doing these individual cases day after day, year after year, like I just wanted to get somewhere where I could take a look at things from a more systems perspective, try to get to the root of issues. And that's how I ended up at the Law Center. So I will pass it on to Whitney to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Whitney. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Senior Director of Public Policy at True Colors United. How I came to this work is I have a passion and love for young people. I am on the side of working with young people because I feel like they have the solutions to the problems that they face. I have worked in every arena as it relates to young people, mental health, the criminal justice system, economic justice, environmental justice, and now I'm able to do housing justice. I'm so glad to be here with you all, and am excited to hear what we come up with. And I'll pass it to Jeremy.
Hello, hello. I'm Jeremy Penn. I use they, she pronouns, and I'm the youth homelessness attorney at the National Homelessness Law Center. I am originally from New Jersey. I do not know how to pump gas. And say that every time, and seeing the look on my coworkers' faces every time is great. I came to this work through the movement for Black Lives. I got involved when I was in college, tangentially, and realized pretty quickly that it was exactly what I wanted to be doing with my life. And from there made the terrible mistake of going to law school, where I continued to learn and meet a bunch of radicals and intern some really fantastic organizations, and landed here at the National Homelessness Law Center in 2022, working with Erica and Katie, and then getting to work on the Youth State Index with Whitney and Aaliyah from TCU. I do this work through an abolitionist lens, as a trans person, as a queer person, as a Jewish person, and it is such a pleasure to be in space with you all today. I will pass it over to Aaliyah.
Hey y'all, so happy to be here. My name is Aaliyah Jones, she, her pronouns. I actually hold two positions right now at True Colors United. I'm a senior policy officer and I work with Whitney in our advocacy division. And then I'm also the senior officer of culture and engagement. So I'm really working on improving some of our internal systems and structures as an organization. Very similar to Whitney, I feel like I've bounced around quite a bit in terms of policy and advocacy on behalf of Black folks, queer folks, young folks, any marginalized identities. I've done higher education, K through 12, economic policy, tech policy, and I'm now in homelessness housing policy. I've just generally always been very passionate about uprooting a lot of the systemic issues I saw as a young person growing up, and wanted to make a big change. So that's how I came to this work with a very caring heart and some pretty messed up experiences growing up, and wanted to change that for generations to come behind me. And I'll pass it to Erica.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Lopez. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a communications associate with the Law Center, focusing primarily on youth issues as part of our youth team. I grew up in California, where I experienced several types of childhood homelessness, as well as general housing and food insecurity caused in part by poverty and parental incarceration, which made it very difficult for my parents to secure adequate housing and services that they needed. So that's what brings me to this work and here with you all today. Thank you so much for joining us in this conversation, and I think we're just about ready to get started.
All right. Thank you, Erica. And I somehow failed I could not figure out how to get back to the right slide while we were all giving our introductions. So bear with me on the technical side here. So I just wanted to share a little bit. So the State Index on Youth Homelessness, essentially it scores states on their youth homelessness policy. But our vision obviously is much deeper than that. Basically, our purpose with the State Index is to create a world where all young people have safety, autonomy, and communities of care. And our mission is to end and prevent homelessness by centering unhoused young people, building collective power, and transforming the landscape of what is possible. I think one really important thing, we did kind of a revamp of the state index this year, that basically every metric every policy that we track is directly from a set of focus groups that we did with youth and young adults last year. We essentially took what we heard in those focus groups and turned them into policy metrics that we then score. And from there, we also were able to develop our theory of change. One of those is that impoverishment and oppression are drivers of youth homelessness. And because these systems work to prop each other up, we have to get rid of all of them in order to get rid of any one of them. That youth homelessness is largely a housing problem, and solving it will require the decommodification of most housing, along with the creation of new housing supply and care for our current supply. Also, that laws that do not balance respect for and acknowledgement of a young person's autonomy with their need for care are counterproductive in preventing or ending youth homelessness. And then finally, that any effective advocacy efforts need to diminish rather than strengthen the systems we're trying to overcome. So all those isms, classism, capitalism, racism, commodification of housing and healthcare, public benefit systems, the child welfare systems, or the juvenile and criminal legal systems. But at its core, on a practical level, as we say on our website, the index is a tool and we hope you'll find it useful. So currently it's a compilation of a lot of information. So there's 100+ state laws related to youth homelessness that we track on policy maps. We also do live tracking of potential changes in laws that would affect these index policy metrics. We have legal resources. We have a map where you can click and find information about lawyers in your state that can represent youth and young adults in trying to enforce their rights. We have model laws on the website, basically on a variety of different topics that relate to the index metrics. And I should say that the legal resources and model laws piece that is done in partnership with the American Bar Association's Homeless Youth Legal Network. And so that's something that beyond just even like the map and clicking and finding out, where there might be some attorneys that can help. There's also a direct contact person that you can reach out to at the ABA. So like if you are a young person or young adult who's having a hard time finding legal services in your state, you can actually contact and talk to a real live person who will help you sort of figure that out. So that's a really wonderful resource. And then finally, we've also, compiled on the website sort of the priority and demands of all the national organizations involved in youth work. And so, as we made this website, like I will tell you that, for instance, I use it every day because in the work that we do, if we get contacted by someone in a particular state, trying to figure out like how could they, what sort of policy levers they can use in their state to move towards ending youth homelessness, I'm able to kind of look at the, scores for that particular state, see where the state falls on a variety of different policies. And I should say that half of the index metrics actually relate to housing policy. And I'm able to then like direct them to that and help them see like, here's a model law that you could use to potentially, fix that housing policy in your state. But here's the thing. I'm not 100% convinced that lots of people find it to be as useful as a tool as it could be. And so it kind of led us at TCU and the Law Center to start thinking through how could this be something that is the most useful for people who are working in the movement to end youth homelessness. And then that kind of led us to sort of the broader question of like, what other tools would be useful? So I'm just going
Before you
to,
move
go
on,
ahead.
Katie, we actually have a relevant question in the chat about the
Great.
legal network directory, which is, does that include supporting young adults with lived experience who are doing consultant work?
Yes. So I will say that generally, like if it's a traditional legal aid program listed in the directory, those programs don't always prioritize things when it comes to like something like a contract law or independent contractors. But that's not the case across the board. So it's worthwhile to look at the directory. But what I would say is that actually reaching out and contacting our contact person, Kelly Russo at the ABA, might be the way to go. You are also always welcome to contact any of us at the Law Center, and we can put you in touch with Kelly. We can, make sure that we can try to find you someone in your state that you can talk to. So we really want to be connecting as many young people as possible with legal services that help them. And we can put some more of that information into the chat box. I just am technically just having these slides going is about as much as I can do at the moment. So we'll make sure that some of that stuff gets in there. Okay, so without further ado, let's get on to some of our discussion questions. So we have a couple questions that we're going to go over. I will stop sharing my screen in a minute. This will finally be a chance for all of you to contribute your voices to this discussion. But we're going to go over the following questions. So one, are there well-resourced movements that we can learn from? Noting that these well-resourced movements might be movements that are working against us. What are some of the ways that we are doing this work currently that we could get rid of or improve? And my colleague, and so Whitney will be sort of leading the first question, Jeremy will be leading the second. Whose skill sets do we need in the movement and how do we find and fund them? Aaliyah will be leading that question. Erica will be leading the question around how do we communicate or coordinate on a large scale and avoid duplicating efforts? And what are the barriers to communication and coordination? And then finally, I will lead the discussion around what tools and resources do you find invaluable in your work and how could these be used to coordinate and de-silo our work? All right, so I'm going to stop sharing right now and pass it over to Erica, who will then pass it to Whitney.
Yep, I just dropped the link for our first Padlet discussion board in the chat. If folks are able to get into that so you can add your answers along with us. And bear with me while I share my screen quickly. And Whitney, you'll introduce the Padlet first and then just let me know when and if you would like me to start any music.
Okay. So hi everyone. I am facilitating discussion around are there well-resourced movements that we can learn from. As Katie mentioned, we want to figure out ways that we can de-silo the movement, but also learn from different movements that are already happening. And so I want to give you all time to join the Padlet. If you're having trouble, please come off mute. Also, I want to take a step back because Eliana had a question before we even got to this portion. So Eliana, do you want to ask your question?
No worries. Thank you so much, Whitney. I appreciate that. I will reach out to y'all individually because it is kind of like a private matter. But I just wanted to ask that question, and I appreciate you for answering it, Kate.
Great. So if everyone could join the link that Erica posted in the Padlet or in the chat box, and you can essentially use these plus buttons under it to kind of generate comments if you have comments. So if you press the plus button, you should be able to come up with like a, oh no, hold on. Yeah, you should be able to like just type something and then you should be able to publish it there. But to answer any of these questions. So I'll give y'all 7 minutes to go through this. And if everybody can join. And then Erica, you can start music during that time while everybody, and then we'll discuss it afterwards.
Wait, I'm so sorry, Whitney. Really quick though, this second question, what do we mean by well-resourced? Is there a way that we can kind of expand on that before we start to answer it, just so that we have like an understanding of like a base idea of what well-resources is and y'all's perspective, just so that I can get my brain working, and I'm sure other people as well.
Yeah, I think I put this question here because I don't have a complete definition of what well-resourced mean, right? Like I think that is for us to decide. I think we can come up with a shared definition of what that looked like because I think everybody might think a well-resourced means something different. Like I'm thinking about Black Lives Matter. Do I think they're a well-resourced movement? In some ways, yes. Are they doing what they're supposed to? In some ways, kind of. But in some ways they're failing. I mean, to be quite honest, right? And so why are they failing? And that's why I asked these other questions like what are some of the challenges that these movements are having that's not allowing them to be well resourced, or what are some of the things that's going well for them? And then how can we learn from those mistakes and what's missing?
yeah, that gives a lot of clarity. Thank you, Whitney.
Erica, you could start music.
And I think we'll take about 5 minutes for folks to put in their comments on the Padlet.
Okay. We have a lot of notes here. And it's kind of awesome that people didn't really get to the last two, because I think we can go through this list of movements that people talked about and then see what's missing or what we can learn from them. I think also I want to give people time to just review if you haven't seen all of the comments or notes And if people have questions about any of them, I think this is also the time to like discuss that as well. So I'll give people like 1 minute to review. And Katie, remind me how much time we have in this.
I think about maybe 4 more minutes to kind of go through this. And just know we have October as well. So we get as far as we can here and we have our October.
Okay, since we only have 4 minutes, which is 1:16, I'm looking at time. Is there any questions that anybody have about any of the notes that went up on the Padlet?
Yeah, and hold on really quick. I think it wasn't necessarily a question. I think I would just like to expand on the whoever answered for point source youth. There are a lot of things going on right now with this organization. Um, and I think that over time, we've discovered that they aren't necessarily, they're still working on becoming a well-resourced movement. So I think whoever answered it, I would love to hear what your thoughts are and what made you put them as an answer.
You can also answer in the chat. I know I was low-key being funny, but the Free Britney movement, I put that on there. But it was, I don't know if it was well-resourced, but I think they accomplished their goal. And it was only like, I mean, when you saw them at the courthouse, it was only like 6 or 7 people. Or like there were different people at different times. And so I think like even though it's a very I guess similar to like the Trump comment, it's a very white movement, so that also says a lot. But I was just like wondering, like, what was it? I mean, besides them being white, right? That was the biggest thing that made them accomplish their goals. But I think like the thing, like, what could we learn from a movement like that? It doesn't have to be the Free Britney movement, but what did they do that made them like get her out of her conservatorship? Which was like very interesting to watch. If y'all have not seen the Britney documentaries, please go watch them. They're very crazy. But I think like, yeah, so I think that's what I like am thinking about. I think that's something that we should be thinking about. Like even movements that we aren't thinking about or don't think are movements that are happening that have achieved a goal. And so like what can we learn from those movements as well?
So I think I don't remember if someone put this on here. Oh, for the what do we mean by well-resourced, the connected to, backed by influential elected officials. I think that any sort of connection or support from influential elected official or influential people, celebrities, often just like kicks things into gear in a different way because of the resources that these folks have. So even like the Me Too movement, there were also a lot of like celebrities who were speaking up and sharing. And I saw that had a pretty great impact.
I guess my question to leave y'all with, because we're running out of time, is then if we think about elected officials and being connected to the government, what do we lose in our movement? Because the government always wants something in return. So what do we lose when we get connected to elected officials in some way?
I can jump in real quick. I'm the one that like put narrow vision of freedom
and liberation. I think when you do have a movement where the face is predominantly white, or we're not like centering those most oppressed or those most like marginalized, you lose some of that transformational capacity that could happen when you begin with the people who have the lived experience, or you begin with the people who whose like everyday experiences are centered. Yeah, so like then you end up with things like the white feminist movement, where like it has like a maybe sort of some of the infrastructure that like Black feminists thought of when they were thinking about liberation, but it loses some of like the people who were most oppressed.
Thank you for that, Destiny. Well, y'all have access to this Padlet. Please feel free to continue to add thoughts and stuff as y'all continue to digest some of this information. But I'm gonna pass it on to Jeremy, who is the next discussion question.
Yeah, and I think this dovetails nicely with what we're going to be chatting about. I will put the link to our next Padlet in the chat. Erica's way ahead of me. Would you be able to switch over for the screen share? Beautiful. So we're going to be talking about ways of doing this work that we could get rid of or improve. And I'll even say just change or transform in the spirit of transilience as our theme for this state of the movement. So I threw in an example here that is sort of direct, like step-by-step linear example, but you all are obviously welcome to add to various columns as you go. So for me, one of the values I think about is to be radical. In the Angela Davis sense of the phrase, of the word, which is to say that we are going to grasp things at the root. For me, that would mean young people with lived experience have the decision-making power, is the way of doing the work that aligns with that value. The way that we do our work now is that funders and senior leadership have the decision-making power. And then what would we want to change? One thing that I've thought of as a potential solution, resolution of this, is to have young people have the power at funder organizations and as senior leadership. And then what's the action items? Well, then it's bringing that to the funders and mentoring young people into these roles of leadership. So that's sort of a through line for taking one value all the way through these columns. But I'm gonna sort of go on mute and let y'all fill this out. I sort of like the amount of time we had, so we'll do maybe like 6 minutes for posting and then a few minutes for people to like read and reflect and comment and like and so on and so forth, and then we'll jump back into discussion. Have at it. Erica, cue the music. Alrighty. Thank you, Erica, for all of your help. I love seeing everything that's happening in here. And I love that we've been able to get through all the various columns. I'm seeing a lot of things that pop out to me. One of the big ones is getting rid of silos and collaboration. So if anyone wants to chat about that, either in the chat or coming off mute, feel free to. I'm also seeing a lot about shifting power, about liberatory politics as opposed to sort of reformist approaches. And I'm seeing some action steps for all of us to take once we move on from this, both in the short, medium, and long term. Oh, and I love that. Everyone has too much on their plate and calendars. I don't want to keep folks here for too long because we have 3 more Padlets to get through. So happy to move us to the next one. Similar to what Whitney said, you guys have the links to this, so feel free to come back and add, like, comment, etc., and keep growing this as you want. Oh, Destiny, please go ahead.
Just to jump in really quickly, I while I was filling this out, I was like thinking about how a phrase that's used quite often in the movement is shifting power to young people, those with lived experience. But I'm like really thinking about like what pipelines or programs exist for either young people to sort of while they're doing the work of, you know, contributing their stories and to, you know, the policy making process, but also sort of professionalization and like being able to work within, you know, nonprofit organizations or pipelines to like philanthropy. And I think a lot about like why those skill building processes are needed. So it's not temporary, right? You're not just a young person with lived experience while you're in your, you know, the age criteria that they use, but like you've built skills so then you can continue to like be at the tables and work in philanthropy, work in nonprofits as a person with lived experience, beyond the sort of like age cap that you know, are on like YABs and stuff.
Destiny, I find that really interesting because I would say like organizations who have that sort of pipeline, like shifting power is thinking like, oh, we've gone from a consultant role to a staff role, and now like young people have power, but typically those roles are like at the very bottom of the organization, and then within the organization itself does not have that thing, and so the organization is kind of like, to Katie's point about like non-performative solidarity, like, yay, we did it, like we shifted power, young people are integrated, lived experience is integrated, but the power honestly does not shift. And I would even argue that you have less power because of the autonomy that you carry as a consultant, you no longer have as a staff person. So I really appreciate you saying that. And now that just has me thinking about what's the next step after saying like, okay, we've hired this person and they have a skill set, to like truly giving that power, and like, what does it mean to create roles specifically for young people that are meant to be transitioned on to other folks, as time goes on, to like keep that going in a way that is meaningful.
I thank you for uplifting that, Diamond. I don't know who was next, but I actually think it makes sense for us to kind of jump to my breakout session because specifically about skills in the movement. And so it just makes sense. So Erica just dropped the Padlet, and this session is all about skills in the movement. So the 3 questions we're asking here are, what skill sets do we need in the movement, and how do we find and fund them, right? Or how do we uplift them? How do we create space for the skills that are already there but are perhaps just not recognized? As we've mentioned, what forms and types of leadership or approaches to advocacy are we missing in this space, right? Or again, perhaps it's already there, but we're not paying attention to it. We're seeing the same types of leaders over and over again, right? So how do we change that? And then how do we provide space for each other's strengths and skill sets in a remote working and collaborative environment, right? Like, so many of us are now working remote. So many of us are virtual trying to do this work. So how do we provide space for strengths in this climate? I posted something a couple weeks ago and I was thinking about this, and I'm someone who cares about interpersonal connection when it comes to understanding what our backgrounds and our strengths are, right? What our areas of growth are. I think when we know each other in that way, then we're able to uplift each other. Like, if for me, let's say I'm not comfortable facilitating, I might tap on Whitney, who's said, I love facilitating, and I might have Whitney do that. But let's say Whitney is like, hey, I'm not good at keeping up with my deadlines, then okay, I'll be the timekeeper and I'll have your back in that way. So I'll give you all, it looks like 4 minutes in this one to just kind of jot down some ideas, and then we'll quickly discuss afterwards.
Aaliyah, just before the music starts, this one looks like
Yeah.
it might work a little differently. I don't see the plus sign, so we might need to.
Oh, you don't see it?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can figure that out.
Do you see plus signs, Aaliyah?
Yeah, I see plus signs.
Oh, maybe you have to change your share settings then, that people can edit
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was thinking. Let's see.
Well, Aaliyah does that. Eliana, did you have a question?
Yeah, I wonder, I guess I would like to like maybe start like a discussion around this. And maybe it does have to do with like building skills, but like I feel like there are a lot of organizations out here that like center, youth and young adults, but like how do we get to a place where like we can like offer like like actual like feedback and like not allow these organizations to like, I guess, like let the ego get in the way, if that makes sense. Like I feel like it's a really good skill to be able to like just take criticism and say like, hey, like we created this thing, and it can always be better, because the truth is that we're always evolving. And while it's important to be grateful and to stand in where we are now, it's also important, especially when it comes to youth voice, especially when youth and young adults are time and time and again saying like, hey, these things need to be different in order for us to grow as a movement and as an organization, right? Like how do we take that and actually grow, rather than like invalidating it through experience or excuses. If I hope that makes sense. I don't know if that's something I can write down, but like I guess I'm more so like looking for folks to also expand on that. And if maybe if y'all as young people have experienced that within your organization. Yeah.
I think while Aaliyah's working out the technical side, that is really like such an important piece, especially that I think about a lot as like a white person and a director with like positional power at my organization. Like, I'm actually going to share something in the chat if I can pull it up quickly, but I honestly feel like a main part of my job is like getting good at hearing feedback and like responding appropriately to feedback. And so I've like done a lot of reflection on that, of just like building that skill. But like I know Diamond is our note taker and hopefully captured some of what you said, because I don't want to lose it. But if anything, we could, summarize it maybe on the Padlet too.
Mm-hmm. It should work now, y'all. I'm so sorry. I had some privacy settings going on here. I just added a new question though, like what feedback do you have for organizations? How can we better support you? Just to capture some of what was brought up. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll, of course, yep. right, y'all. Let's go ahead and pause. I know we have one more, no, we have two more discussion groups, I think. So just want to uplift what I saw here, conflict mediation among youth and young adults with lived experience and organization staff. 100% agree with that one. Seen that quite a bit come up actually. Professionalism and programs committed to truly shifting power, tech forward skills, tech innovation, diverse leadership representation matters, right? When management lacks people of color, people with lived experience, people with disabilities, LGBTQ individuals, indigenous peoples, first generation immigrants, it's a disservice to the movement, to the org and its values. 100% agree. So honestly, continue to add to this. Love influential leadership that aren't afraid to take a risk. Agree. Making spaces for BIPOC folks to have the mic. Yep, I agree with all of these. Thank you all for contributing. And this is something I care deeply about for the work I do within my organization. So I definitely want to uplift some of this and keep it in mind. And I'll pass it over to Katie, I think. Is it Katie next or is it Erica?
It's me. Yep. One
Okay,
second.
Erica.
I'll throw
Okay.
the link into the chat for the next board. Go. All right, so this board is going to be discussing communication and how we can communicate and coordinate on a large scale to avoid duplicating efforts and exploring what some of the barriers to that communication and coordination might be and how we can try to overcome them. Often parts, one of the bigger obstacles to doing this type of work is that communication. It can be a heavy lift, especially if you feel like you are the one who is trying to take on the work of coordinating several organizations to see who's on first, essentially. So which can lead to burnout and frustration, and we kind of want to avoid that and the duplication of those efforts. So there are quite a few questions in here. You can scroll through and find them. I did also add some example answers to kind of get you started into what type of answer I'm looking for. Feel free to skip any that don't resonate with you. A lot of these are geared towards organizations. So if you're joining us as a person with lived experience or an individual advocate, feel free to answer as best as you can, but don't feel any pressure there. And if you have any questions about any of the prompts here, feel free to come up with mute and shout out. I'll stop the music and we can discuss. But hopefully you have enough here to get you started.
Eliana, just making sure, do you have a question? I realize I don't want to ignore your hand.
No, I just keep forgetting. I'm sorry.
Eliana's famous for that. I've noticed over the last 2 days. Love that. All right, I'm going to start the music and resume sharing in just a second. All right, I think we can pause right there, as we do have one more board to get through, and then we want to do our report out. But please, if anyone has any questions about these questions, reach out, let me know. I can help further clarify any of them. Seems like there may have been somewhat of a hard time answering some of these, which is totally fine. But again, you have the link, continue to add as you think them through. And if anyone has anything to add verbally right now, we do have a couple more minutes before we need to move on. And I cannot see anyone, so if you have your hands up or anything like that, just please, if one of my teammates can help out. And the chat is also hard for me to see.
Erica, I was realizing I didn't fully have time to put in everything, but one
I'm
thing that
so
came to
sorry.
mind. Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick question before you move on, Katie. How do I go back to my question or the thing that I posted so I can edit it? I can answer that question for you. So if you find the post you made, you should be able to click on those three dots to the right of the post and edit the post, but you can only do it for the one you wrote.
And also further question, are you on a laptop or a cell phone? Because that will change that a bit.
Yeah, I'm in the mobile version.
Okay, so there was some issues with folks being able to actually see their comment on the board from the mobile version. We can see it on the desktop version, but you may have a hard time finding it on the mobile version. In that case, it might be more difficult for you to figure out how to edit from there. And unfortunately, I don't have the instructions for how to do that. Maybe Whitney does. She has her hand up.
Oh no, I had my hand up to comment about this Padlet, but what's the question? I'm sorry. I could probably be.
It's all right. Someone was having a hard time finding out how to edit their comment from a mobile device. Yeah, but if you don't have that, if you have another comment, please feel free.
Yeah, I think I only just want to say like I think this probably was the hardest Padlet for me. Because I don't think any organization do comms well, if I'm being quite honest. Even people who have big comms teams, because I want to please take this with. I feel like America has stripped us of our imagination and creativity, and so organizations just kind of go to the status quo of what they think policy and advocacy is supposed to look like, but it doesn't really touch the members or the constituents or the communities that we actually needed to touch. And so I feel like we fail at communications all the time because we often just kind of preach to the choir where we're talking to people that already is in the work, that already is involved in the work, that already knows the work, instead of getting it out to people who are needing to learn more about what's happening in their community, know what's going on in the federal government, all of those things. It's very baffling to me. So it was hard to do this one for sure.
I can absolutely appreciate that as someone who works in comms. I don't disagree with you. So thank you for those contributions. And Katie, I think we only have a few minutes left, so I will pass over to you, and we can people can continue to add to this board as they think the questions through. I will put the link to Katie's board in the chat in just 1 second.
So I'll just pause for a second and say that I think it makes sense. My thought is that we'll save my board for like homework after the state of the movement, or maybe we can share it if folks get finished early during Josh's session this afternoon, because I don't want to fully rush sort of kind of wrapping up this conversation and setting it up for next time. And I think there's also some really great comments in the chat that I just want to make sure that people are seeing around collaboration and communication. And I feel like especially like some of the comment around communications aren't accessible to economically oppressed people, and don't get me started with language access. Like I feel like that is just a whole topic that we could dive into. And I think that so sort of just moving towards like some next steps. So one, my Padlet can be some like homework for folks to think about after the State of Movement or later today if there's time. It has to do with like tools and resources that you find useful. And like, for instance, if there's something in communications that you find useful in making sure that folks with language access can, you know, be successful in getting those communications, like that would be a great Padlet to add that on. But I think that, you know, what the team at the Law Center and TCU that are here, what we are committed to do is to sort of take all the information from these Padlets, from the discussion, from the chat, and sort of compile it, analyze it, and then maybe come up with some things for either further discussion at the Away Home America State of the Movement event in October that we can like really dive into. And then also think through like, is there a way that we can put together, you know, a plan for accessing, you know, some of these needs that we've identified? Is it the sort of thing where we need to come together and apply, you know, collectively for funding to do something cross organizations? Is it that we need to sort of like build up certain skills, like facilitation skills across the movement, like really prioritize that and then like collectively utilize those facilitators so that, you know, we have a chance to not feel like we have to like keep reinventing the wheel at each individual organization. So I think that, you know, that's something that we're really committed to sort of thinking through. And I would welcome, just in the few minutes that we have left, like if anyone else, like if there's next steps that you would like to see, things that you feel like just overall thinking about this topic that you want us to be aware of so we can get it captured in the notes and get us set up really well for October.
Yeah, I'll just add, I put my email here, definitely open to having more like one-on-one conversations too, if that's easier to just chat. My email's there, it's aaliyah@truecolorsunited.org, but don't want the conversation to stop here. So please reach out and more than happy to connect.
And I think it would also be helpful for us to hear, like, is this a useful conversation? Like, or should we be having a different conversation? Or is it too early for this conversation, sort of in our various movement discussions? But we're definitely open to feedback around that. And just in general, like, what do you need to make it possible to do the work that you want to do? And thanks for sharing contact information in the chat. I should say too, I think at the end, Away Home America is usually pretty good about making sure we get sort of a comprehensive list of everyone who participated and the contact info so we can keep the convo going.
With that, Katie, should we direct people back to the main room?
I think we are just about at time. And so I don't know if since we're a minute early, if we need to get permission from the group to jump back in the main room. I'm trying to be respectful of the process. So maybe everyone hang out here until 55 after the hour and then go ahead and jump back into the main room. Thanks all. Oh, I think good, we're at time. See you in the main room.
Thank you for coming back. We're now going to transition into our Transilience keynote speaker. Andrea is a queer Latinx immigrant dedicated to bridging socioeconomic and cultural gaps in services for homeless youth. Born in Mexico and raised in Memphis, Tennessee, she cherishes her community's rich diversity. Since 2020, Andrea has been shaping policy in the youth homelessness system and now serves as a youth advisory council consultant for Point Source Youth. Through her unique perspective as an undocumented immigrant, she advocates for equitable policies and envisions a future where all youth receive the support they need. Here's Andrea.
Hello, and thank you for sharing space with me today. Being in spaces such as these is powerful. Spaces filled with innovative minds of those who have the potential to revolutionize systems and better the lives of future generations of youth like me. For some of you, this may be the first time that you've listened to the perspective of an undocumented immigrant who has experienced homelessness as a direct result of oppressive systems of care. But I trust that it won't be the last conversation that you'll ever have about this. I hope that in understanding my perspective and the way that I have been able to embody the concepts of transilience and bridging silos, you will continue to use this message and mobilize in its honor in your own communities. A link has been dropped in the chat that contains a visual naming some of the concepts that I will be highlighting today. If you're someone who appreciates visuals, that is available to you. Otherwise, I invite you to listen with curiosity and intention as I tell a story of transilience. Transilience is not about individual resilience, it's about a collective resilience, the ability of communities and societies to come together and face adversity, to support one another, and to work towards common goals. In times of crisis, we've seen the true power of transilience as people from all walks of life come together to rebuild, to innovate, and to create a better future for themselves and for generations to come. In the matters of revolutionizing youth homelessness, transilience cannot be present without breaking down the barriers and building bridges between sectors, between communities, and between individuals. It's about recognizing that we are all interconnected and that we all play a role in creating a more just and equitable society. I've learned the importance of acknowledging one simple truth when it comes to system improvement, and that is that surviving the system as a marginalized individual is no longer enough. A culture shift into revolutionizing the concept of how we see youth homelessness systems and into the revolutionizing concept of transilience is necessary for lasting systemic impact. The humility of understanding that Western schooling will not teach us the perspectives of everyone we will ever encounter is the starting point of the learning it takes to create more equitable systems of care. Being willing to abandon Western individualism for indigenous approaches that center community is the core of transilience and bridging silos to effect social change. To paint a picture for you of what it means to carry transilience and bridge silos within your own community, I'm going to emphasize the role that Western colonial lens and egocentrism in American culture play in creating gaps and barriers in service access, awareness, and development. I first learned about the term egocentrism when I was in college in a cultural anthropology course. If it weren't for that privilege of schooling, I would have never been able to hear that term or see things from a different light. But egocentrism is defined as the inability to accurately assume or understand the perspective other than one's own. Egocentrism combined with the capitalistic view of individualism are what keep us from supporting one another and coming together in communities. If we're too busy with our own struggles and our own areas of service or advocacy, we convince ourselves that it's too difficult to come together. We put unity on a 5-year plan instead of taking tangible action steps because capitalism has so deeply rooted in our socialization to worry about ourselves first. That plays a detrimental role now in how systems of service are developed and continue to operate. As an Indigenous brown woman, I was raised to be accountable for understanding and caring for my community. When I learned what egocentrism meant and started learning how deeply rooted colonial capitalistic views are in our society, I found it so validating to have the words for the lack of care I faced from every system of service I encountered my entire life. Things like the hospitals growing up never having a translator for my mom, no matter how severe the condition, or housing programs turning me away at 16 because they didn't know how to react, how the DCS programs would react to an undocumented homeless kid. It wasn't until I started leaning more into my Indigenous teachings that I was able to shift the narrative of my own life from individual suffering to constantly growing in community. As I speak about bridging gaps and barriers from the lens of an undocumented individual and the effects restrictive policy and lack of awareness have on the lives of undocumented immigrants, I want to call in that this is only one marginalized identity of many. Equity work and the framework of what it takes to shift culture does not come from my own unique perspective, but unity of communities and the intentional collaboration with one another. Only in Transilience can we move forward towards a more equitable future of youth homelessness services. Bridging silos in my community was the only way to create a system of care for undocumented youth that shifted the perspective from only one service provider dealing with all undocumented folks into a community effort. To be willing to be educated is powerful, And to take the teachings of young people and advocate on their behalf is an act of resistance to the systems that keep us marginalized and keep communities oppressed generation after generation. Sustainability and systems improvement happens when education is centered around the most marginalized identities and empowered voices in solidarity. Then take the initiative to educate community stakeholders who then collectively take part in holding service organizations and one another accountable as a community. Accountability is key to sustainability. For this to successfully happen, the root of the disparities must be understood and the solutions must be identified. In the case of undocumented youth, the root of systemic disparities is more often than not the lack of a social security number, just a number. And not having a social security number, to paint it in perspective, is like buying a laptop that comes with a virus in its software. Everything is affected by the virus and the laptop can never meet its full potential. The virus is detrimental to the functionality of the software, but there's no way to clean out the virus. Just as there's no pathway to citizenship for a great majority of undocumented people. In terms of housing stability, not having a social security number means that a young person cannot legally work a job or have access to many systems of care, such as mental health services. The majority of housing programs, housing specialists, case managers, and even direct service providers are not properly equipped with the knowledge it takes to serve an undocumented young person, so they simply turn them away. Instances like these are why it's imperative to bridge the silos on a national level, but it all starts in our own communities. Typical service providers do not understand the unique needs of undocumented youth, but an organization who works with undocumented individuals holds that knowledge. In a community that is embodying Transilience, those organizations would be connected to one another. This culture shift is needed to keep marginalized communities from continuing to suffer and becoming gaps in services only represented in the form of statistics. Cultural barriers to service provision is just one issue. Restrictive healthcare policies, underfunded education systems, lack of racial equity, and socioeconomic disparities are just a few more. In solidarity with one another, and through developing systems that are connected, we can create a more unified approach to liberation and the ending of youth homelessness. As I draw this conversation to a close, I urge each of you to reflect on the power of Transilience and the necessity of bridging silos in our own communities. We've explored the significance of collective resilience and the interconnectedness of our struggles. From my own journey as an undocumented immigrant experiencing homelessness to the broader context of systemic barriers faced by marginalized communities, we've witnessed the importance of coming together to effect meaningful change. As you leave the space today, and as you continue your conversations today, I implore you to carry forward the spirit of Transilience in your hearts and minds. Let it guide your actions and your interactions and your advocacy. Let it remind you that our strength lies not just in individual resilience, but in our ability to uplift one another, to amplify voices that have long been marginalized, and to dismantle the barriers that obstruct the path of justice and equity. Take the lessons learned here and apply them in your own communities. Break down the silos that separate us, whether they be barriers of identity, ideology, or bureaucracy. Embrace the diversity of perspectives and experiences that enrich our collective understanding and propel us toward a more inclusive future. Remember that the work of revolutionizing systems is not easy, nor is it quick. It requires dedication, perseverance, and above all, solidarity. As we've seen time and time again, when we come together with a shared purpose and a commitment to justice, remarkable things can happen. So let us go forward in this space with a renewed determination and a steadfast belief in the power of Transilience to shape our future. Let us put intention into action and start making those connections in our own communities by assessing the gaps you face on a regular basis. Reach out in collaboration to an organization you've been meaning to, and turn any long-term community care plans into a reality that will serve and empower generations to come. Thank you for sharing space with me. I invite you again, as I did in the beginning of my presence before you, to mobilize in the honor of Transilience in your own community starting today. Through the strength of my ancestors and empowered by the young people that will come after me, I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Andrea. You spoke so beautifully, and I think there's a lot of lessons in there for all of us to pull from, as well as your call to actions in terms of reaching out and building that community, because that is going to be the only way that we build a truly supportive system. And I want to just give like 20, 30 seconds for everyone to just digest that. Think about Andrea's call to actions. Think about what actions you are going to take. I don't want to just rush past this into the next thing because I think that was really important. So I want to give everyone like 20, 30 seconds to think about how you can put that into action. And if anyone had a question or two, Andrea would be happy to take them. And also in the chat is Andrea's website as well that I wanted to uplift.
Thank you for all the love in the chat. The link to my website just includes a little bit more about the work that I do, a little bit more information of what that has looked like for me. I am very interested for this to continue beyond my space here with you. And if anyone has any questions, we have a minute or two.
If not, I'm going to pass it off to Aurora to launch another fun poll for us. We're looking for some more fun engagement after how well the last one went.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lex and Andrea. Thank you so much. I really resonated when you were talking about how it's not easy, it's not quick, it's not glamorous. So we just need to know that and make sure that we are committed when we are doing movement work. So thank you for that. I'm going to transition us over into a poll. We want to get, we want to share some of the planning process for our in-person October State of the Movement event. And that's going to be in Dallas, Texas. And so I have a poll for you all, and I'm going to throw the link to the poll into the chat. Here is the link for you to join, and I'm actually going to switch screens so we can move over to a live view. You can either scan the QR code, hit the link in the chat, or you can go to slido.com and put in the poll number 2423811, and you can join in on the conversation. So let's switch over to the live view. Okay. So again, what kinds of icebreakers, activities would you like to see at the October State of the Movement event? And someone said something that isn't work related, something that encourages us to show up as who we are outside of this work as well. Beautiful suggestion, love that. Improve, yes, and storytelling is the best. Love that. Thank you. And if money weren't an issue, what would you do with your time? Like asking, like I'm guessing asking those questions like as an icebreaker. So I'm going to leave this up for about 2 minutes and just give you all time to both add your responses in and read the responses of others. Sometimes you don't have an immediate response and then you see something someone else said and it triggers an idea. So just want to, put that out there. And then if you click on the link in the chat, you'll be able to follow through and you can scroll and see some of these responses because they're coming in fairly quickly and you might need a moment or two to read each one. Oh, improv, sorry, not improve. Okay, sorry. Yeah, improv was this response earlier is like improv. Yes, and storytelling is the best. That makes a lot more sense now. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't catch that or realize that's what that was. So yeah, I'll give you all 1 more minute and then I'm going to keep this poll up. So if you want to keep the window up either on a mobile device or maybe in another tab on your computer, and throughout the day, if you want to continue to add things, because maybe in the second Transilience room that'll be coming up, you are working and talking and realize, oh, hey, I've got another idea that was prompted by this activity. So this will be up until 5 p.m. today, and feel free to add to it as you please.
Whoever wrote Eliana's sound bowl meditations, big heart to you.
I love something goofy.
Oh my God. Okay. I love a PowerPoint. Wow. Oof. I love a PowerPoint party, and hopefully we're thinking of the same thing where people just randomly make a PowerPoint presentation about their Roman Empire or whatever they want to talk about. I want to host a PowerPoint party. They make me so happy. I saw one PowerPoint party where somebody was like the head musician in the SNL band always has to get up and actually leave the space whenever the host is talking because and no one else has to. It's just her, and she's been there for like 2 decades. So it was like justice for her. I forget her name, but like random things like that. I love it. All right. So again, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to transition back on over to our slides. Thank you all. And again, keep adding those ideas as they come to you. We'd love to hear them. And we want to make sure we add some of your touch to the upcoming event so that you all have that sense of shared governance and programming. And I'm going to transition on back to Lex so that Lex can introduce our next Transilience room.
Thank you so much, Aurora. I am so excited for some of these ideas. I think the PowerPoint idea is great. So this next Transilience room is called The Tools Needed for Successful Advocacy. The lessons learned from Away Home America policy team members to help you enhance your advocacy. And for those of you who are not aware, I, as well as a few other people on this call, are part of Away Home America's youth policy team. And it's essentially a board of youth with lived experience and passion for this work who guide all of the goals and policy agendas and recommendations that Away Home America puts out. Everything that is put out there goes through the youth policy team. There are our youth with lived experience who guide this work and use their expertise to make shit happen.
Needed for successful advocacy. My name is Destiny Wiley-Yancey. I use she, they pronouns. I am based in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm going to pass it to my other YP team members so they can also introduce themselves. I'm going to pass it to Zara.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zara. I use she, they pronouns. I am based in Portland, Oregon, and I do work with Away Home America as a youth policy team member. Extremely passionate about homeless advocacy and foster youth advocacy. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to my other team member, Eliana.
Hi, everyone. Good to see everyone's smiling faces here. My name is Eliana. My pronouns are she, they, and I am also part of the youth policy member. I would like to pass it over to Josh to also introduce himself.
Thank you, Eliana. Hi, everybody. I'm Josh Kogan. I use he, him pronouns. I am the Director of Public Policy here with the Way Home America, and I live in Washington, D.C. And with that, I will pass back to Destiny to get us started.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Josh. So we wanted to start our conversation this afternoon with a discussion, primarily around the word advocacy. So we invite you all to drop in the chat or come off of mute and give us some things that come to mind when you think about your own advocacy, when you think about the action of an advocate. What are some things that are evoked when you hear the word advocacy? It looks like Sage has their hand up. Go ahead, Sage.
Thank you. Hey, Sage here from LA. Advocacy for me means stand on business for something you believe in, especially if it's on behalf of others.
Yes, absolutely. I love the standing on business. That's right. That's a great example. It looks like someone also said how to have hope that isn't gaslighting.
I would also like to answer. You said standing on what you believe in, but also standing on what is right. That's what I believe advocacy is as well.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Ileana. It looks like Evelyn said, putting your name, reputation, and skills, being of movement, and giving your all to champion and represent that cause. Yes, behind a movement. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Evelyn. It looks like Jeremy said, tying it back to Fred's presentation yesterday, it's a tool in the organizer's toolbox, right? It is one tool among many. Thank you for that, Jeremy. It looks like Caroline says that advocacy makes me think of action and embodiment, right? It's an action, right? You're doing something. And maybe that really ties into something we'll get in more about. Let's see if there's anything else. Michael says mobilizing one's own community towards liberatory vision and strategy, although often against an oppressive force. Yes, thank you for that. Zara says resiliency, absolutely. Great. I think that all of these ideas really do cover some of the things that we thought about. Oh, thank you, Ileana, calling out the bullshitters. So we also asked our Away Home America staff and YPT members what advocacy is, and we came up with a couple of definitions. For us, that meant working hand in hand with service providers in order to eliminate barriers, lifting up voices that are not typically heard, unconditional support in a particular situation, as well as speaking out for yourself and or others. And as we've seen in the chat and folks who have come off of mute, this list isn't exhaustive. In fact, advocacy might mean something different to all of us. We also wanted to provide a definition from Merriam-Webster, which defines advocacy as public support for or recommendation of a particular cause or policy. It looks like Caroline echoed what Michael said. Great. Thank you all so much for contributing. I'm going to pass it to Zara.
Thank you so much, Destiny, for that. I'm going to go ahead and just jump in on what I wish I knew then and that I know now. And so like first and foremost is that realizing advocacy can sometimes trigger trauma within yourself, within your group members, and it's always important to recognize it and take the steps needed to take care of that. If you need to step away, if you need just to like reground yourself, that is totally always okay. Another thing is direct care service providers often have a steep trauma-informed knowledge gap, as we know. And in addition, learning more about the organization and or their policy work before joining and working with them. So it's always important to know what you're getting yourself into, whether it be, you know, having the same goals and everything, down to like, you know, the culture, the vibes and everything, just to make sure everything kind of matches and aligns with you and your path. And then not last. How time consuming and taxing this work can be. And I would always like to talk on that. I feel like, you know, at first hearing about it, I was like, you know, this is easy peasy work, but you know, it can be really time consuming. Sometimes there's like projects, extra research, and taxing mentally. You know, sometimes, like I said earlier, you can be triggered. And then, of course, last but not least, becoming comfortable with the uncomfortable. And I feel like, you know, when we are comfortable with standing in the uncomfortable, we can advocate for people so much more better. And I want to highlight what someone said in there. The mental taxation is more than I can afford. In this economy, you're right. And also going to be highlighting more in the chat, discerning what harm and what is uncomfortable. Yes, that is so, so, so important. And to understand what is hurting you and what is more uncomfortable. So I want us to jump into this discussion because I see that we have so many great like add-ons in the comments. I want to ask y'all what first got you into this work, and I want you guys to share what you wish you had known way before now that you're here. And feel free to jump in, come off mute, share in the chat.
I'll share. I began working in nonprofits because I was just completely disgusted and burned out in the corporate world. I used to do sales for a Hilton hotel, and I was the director of sales, and like our biggest clients were like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, and it was just awful. So I transitioned into nonprofits, and I wish I had known about the carryover from the corporate world to the nonprofit industrial complex. That was not something that I thought about before I got into this line of work, and it can be really emotionally taxing to know that a lot of our funding sources are essentially coming from those same sources, you know, like foundations and things like that that are funding us are essentially some of the biggest problem causers at the same time. So that tension is really kind of hard to deal with sometimes.
Thank you so much for that perspective. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Paige. I think I see your hand up, and then Eliana.
Yeah, thank you. I think I also originally, before coming into the nonprofit space, was just like, I'm gonna save the world and everybody's gonna be helpful in nonprofit. But I think I wish that I knew before that everybody is not in it for the right reasons. And just like someone was sharing before, like that a lot of the same concepts that come from corporate America, even when you're working for like federal government is where I came from before, it's a lot of like similarities. And it was just a hard wake-up call to know that like everybody is not in it to save the world. Everybody's not in it to help people. And you really have to have good, like, and learn that discernment of who to align with, like you were saying earlier, who to work with, what their core values are. Because it's not just because they say they're doing it. You have to actually really do your research and really pay attention to what their work culture is like and the missions that they have and see if they're in alignment.
Thank you for sharing that. For me, I got into this work through my husband. He's an advocate, an amazing individual, and I was always someone who would advocate outside of work, but I never really saw myself being like an actual advocate because, again, I'm heavy on the singing, heavy in the arts. Even though you can also be be an artist and also advocate for what you want. And I'd like to call myself a creative advocate. But one thing that I realized is stepping into this work, it was very much so like I didn't realize that like sharing my story, and again, there's a lot of again, a lot of people have already mentioned like the mental capacity that happens and like the mental strain that it causes, but I didn't realize that like how, you know, breaking down after these sessions, like I didn't realize how much this would emotionally impact me and mentally impact me, especially again with my sister currently going through foster care and like seeing and learning that this is a systemic issue and not just a person issue. It can be a lot to realize that and kind of take that veil off of your head, because like going back to like the people that are within my neighborhood, they think of it as of like, oh, you're a bum, oh, you just don't want to work. But people aren't necessarily educated on the fact that, again, like I said earlier, this is a true systemic issue. So it's like to see that and to see like the lens on people, it just like it can be very like emotionally exhausting and like mentally exhausting. So yeah, that's what I realized.
I'll also jump in. Thank you for sharing that, Eliana. I think something that I wish I knew, as someone with lived experience, but also who has been in like policy spaces and research spaces, is the different stakeholders and their varying priorities, and how that affects the language that they use in sort of addressing some of the systemic challenges, whether or not that language is you know, has certain connotations. Like I think the sort of like language around like naming and calling something that it is, like a system rooted in white supremacy. It's really interesting to see that not being the sort of way that certain organizations, philanthropic and otherwise, or even like direct service providers sort of address youth homelessness. And I think it's interesting because I think the varying language is kind of distracting when we don't have a shared language or a shared name about like what we're calling it. And perhaps we're sort of like using sorry, it's hard to speak this afternoon, euphemisms around what it is. And I think that can detract from you know, what our eventual aims are.
Thank you so much for that, Destiny. I'm actually gonna also highlight some in the chat. Sage had messaged, I wish that I had known how to prioritize my well-being and personal growth that's not based on the success of the movement or organization that I'm tied to. And I wanted to highlight that because that is so very, very important. And to know that like success, you know, means different for yourself versus a company versus a group of people. Like we're all on different paths, and sometimes we do share like, you know, success goals, but it's okay if we don't too. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pass it all on over to Eliana. Thank you guys so much for letting me the space to speak.
Thank you so much. And I really just want to highlight what Sage put in the comments under their first comment. And it says, I'm tired, y'all. It's been 9 years and I'm still in my 20s. And it's so wild, right? Because again, like this is like maybe my second year in this kind of work, but I realized that there are people who have been doing this work, young people who have been doing this work for such a long time. And sometimes it can just feel like it's just taking such a long time to like see change. So I totally feel you 100%, Sage. Thank you for sharing that. So the next slide is, what does it take? Let's build those skills. So this isn't a comprehensive list, but the YPT came together, as well as Away Home America came together to create some hard skills that are super important to be within this work. So the first one is meeting preparation. This one is a big, 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 big important skill. For me, I will say that being one of the people who is in charge of facilitating one of the subcommittees that we have on YPT, right? It's super important to have this meeting preparation because what are you going to do in the meeting, right? Being able to have that facilitation guide. And again, we have an organizing director who has been really good with making sure that we have those skills and that they are available to us so that we can be able to hone those skills so that we can do things like this, right? The second one is research. The third one is public speaking, persuasive writing, redirecting conversations. This is another really essential one because sometimes, especially when we're talking about our stories, we can start to, fall off a topic and start to get triggered. So it's very super, super important, especially when you're facilitating, to be able to redirect those conversations so that we can continue to do that work. The next one is organization skills. Time management is a big one. Learning policy, lingo, and language. And we can go to the next slide. Thank you, Josh. So for this next discussion, we have posed this question: what are some other hard skills that you have developed or want to develop? For me, I would say definitely heavy on the public speaking one. I'm not sure if that one's on the soft or hard skills, but for me, I believe it to be a hard skill because public speaking has definitely been something that I have been able to just perfect during this journey of me being here at Away Home America. I've always been someone who's been very timid and very afraid, especially going through trauma, especially navigating abuse as a child, being able to speak up about what you feel is right and your ideas and like standing on that has been something that has been a long long journey for me. Still getting better at it. But again, through this, I've been able to really hone those skills. And just a little quick story. We just recently did a Hill Day where we were advocating for the legislations that were introduced. And yeah, we had to speak on our own rather than as a group to just let folks know about the legislations and each committee that it was introduced. And it was very nerve-wracking for me because rather than being a group and standing on it, you kind of had to do it for yourself and let them know about the organization and what we're about and why we're here. So having that pressure on your own has been like something that like it was just a very nerve-wracking experience for me. However, it was really helpful that my friends and the people that were on the committee and excuse me, the specific group of people were able to motivate me and push me instead of just letting me kind of give into that fear. I'll read some of the comments if there are any. Early on, being inspired by Native movements, I was very held by BIPOC women and how much I continue to owe back. Okay, I'm tired too. I feel that for sure. Sage says, networking and building a connection of like-minded and different-minded folks, then being able to follow up on those connections to keep the professional relationship active. Come on. Equivalent to a corporate Christmas card, send you a hey, how it's going, or hey, you seem perfect for this, whatever, to your contacts. Yeah, that's a really great skill. On the research side for me, memo writing and one pagers. Oh yeah, that's a big one. And Zara says public speaking without self-triggering is an important skill. Strategic sharing. I saw that you raised your hand, Zara. I want to make space for you if you want to speak. I know you made a comment though.
Oh, it was just that, just learning to tell your story without hurting yourself in the process and or triggering yourself in the process, speaking with confidence, letting people know your story without knowing your full story, and using your pain as power in that aspect.
Thank you for sharing that, Zara. How about you, Eric?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a skill, more so just some like internal work I have to do, but like I've been in nonprofits for 4 or 5 years at this point and with the law center for about 2.5, and I still struggle so much with imposter syndrome and just feeling like I do not belong in this space, or that I'm not as strong as I could be. And that does like hinder some of the, you know, more hard tasks like public speaking or developing talking points and things like that. Like that imposter syndrome just gets in the way of being able to develop these other types of skills. And so that's something that I continue to try and work through as much as possible. But it is hard and it is trauma rooted, right? In my experiences as a child. And I am a person with lived experience, and I feel like I should feel safer in these spaces, but for some reason that trauma just gets in the way.
I feel that so much. Thank you so much for sharing that because I feel like sometimes it's only me, like kind of going through this internal battle of like, oh gosh, am I doing this right? Or can I even do it? So to hear you say that and to hear like even, I'm so sorry, is it Petrie? In the comments saying so resonant still with this one, I forget. Like having, yeah, it's yeah, I appreciate you 100% for mentioning that. I also see Josh mentioned in the comments multitasking is a hard skill I've had to develop. Me too, Josh, me too. Maybe because the spaces are truly unsafe. That part, that imposter syndrome is no joke. It really isn't, Zara. It really isn't. Thank you all for sharing. I'll pause to see if there are anybody else who wants to share. I see Sage says, I struggle with pacing myself because I commit fully to whatever projects and commitments I'm a part of. Ooh, that part. I give I give 1000% the need to hide under a rock for a week to recharge. That's me too, Sage, like 100%. Okay, and I see, okay, it's Terry. Got it. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I 100% fully commit too because that's just who I am. And I feel like a lot of people are like that, especially if you're a giver naturally, you want to give your all into everything, especially when you're experiencing that like imposter syndrome too, you tend to overcommit as well. So it's interesting how these things kind of like collaborate with each other. So what does it take? Let's build those skills. Let's talk about the soft skills that we have. So again, this is not a comprehensive list, but patience is one of the soft skills that are important to have, especially when you're navigating conversations with people who think differently from you, who come from different experiences, who may think more conservative, but also understand that change needs to happen. It's super important to have that patience, especially when we're trying to assume the best intentions for everyone. Confidence is a big one, and again that ties into the conversation that we just had about like syndrome. Like you need to build that confidence over time and continue to tell yourself, I am here, I am just as valuable as everyone else in the room. What I have to say is just as valuable, and I know that I tell myself that over and over again, and I encourage you all to do the same. Persistence, tailored communication, problem solving. Oh, that's a big one, problem solving. I feel like being solution oriented is something that's like super important in this work because it's so easy to just say like, oh, the bad people, oh, there's nothing else, there's nothing we can do, and like kind of feed into that negative energy. But as long as we're continuing to focus on the solutions, there's always hope at the end of the day. Another skill is focusing on long periods of time and learning how to tell your story. Come on. This one was a really great one, learning how to tell your story. And Zara, you kind of mentioned it a little bit in the last segment about the hard skills, which I also believe that is a hard skill as well. Being able to navigate your stories in a way where you just like tell like what you need to prove your point and not kind of go into that vortex of like the trauma that you lived through and then now you're crying at the end of the workshop. That's definitely something I've also had to work through. So moving on to the next slide, we're going to have another discussion, and that is, what are some other soft skills that you have developed or want to develop?
I'm going to speak for myself here because patience was the first one, and sometimes I do struggle with patience. I am like, I want this done. I want it. I want some action. I need to see something. So that is something that I actually have to work on for myself as a soft skill, is knowing that, beautiful things take time and understanding that.
I believe that Sage and the breakout room is getting in the way of your name, but whoever's raising their hand, you can.
This is Sage. Big ditto on patience. I need to actually work on my patience. I had it coming into this work because it's like, anything can roll over you, like water off a goose's butt or whatever. But right now, it's like patience for me is things I've been talking about like pre-COVID are just now coming back to these tables here in Los Angeles. And it's like me and my peers have been speaking about this for years. Please don't act like these are brand new ideas that just came out of nowhere. Like, no, we've been speaking about direct cash transfers to young people for years. Glad it's finally got off the ground. But please don't forget that this conversation just don't come out of a CEO's head. Like, the murmurs of the people have been echoing through these chambers, and we brought it forth to so many different people. So for me, definitely patience is not because they're over here trying to yuck my yum or dole down my expertise, but more so because I just like to think we're a trendsetter. That's how I have to think about it right now. Building that little false sense of confidence, like, no, we're a trendsetter. We clocked these things before, especially as a person with lived experience. So now how can I better serve the people going forward? Although I kind of feel like I'm doing the same work twice and 3 times in a row when I'm kind of a one and done type of girl because there's so much to be done. Thank you.
I feel that so much. And real quick, I feel like it's a lot harder to be patient when you're hungry. when you haven't had your coffee. Okay, Josh, good coffee. Any of those things, right? Like, so I think that one thing I would like to include is self-care. And again, that's like listening to your body while you're doing this work, right? And again, if you haven't had your coffee or if you haven't fed yourself, right? Because you're trying to run to this work because maybe you're tired and you overslept, right? Like making sure that you just communicate that and say like, hey, like I woke up late, I haven't eaten, let me take care of my body and I will show up the way that I need to. And I think that the best part that I love about the organization that I work for is that like I'm able to communicate that and there's an understanding and saying, you know what, yes, do what you need to do, take care of yourself, and we'll do the work, especially when you're at your highest capacity. It's super duper important. So yeah, I want to make space for anyone else. I see Zara in the chat says self-care looks differently for everyone. Yes, it does. Josh said, LOL, it's why I have my first cup of coffee before a meeting. Come on. And Erica said, don't catch me uncaffeinated. That part, okay. And Jeremy says, snaps seconding everything you said, Sage. Yes, I third that. I third what you said. Anyone else? All right. If not, thank you all so much. I will now pass it over to Josh.
Thank you, Eliana. And so now we're going to have a group activity that's more resource heavy. So I'm actually going to exit full presentation mode, which I might have to click on this and then go back. Yep. So we want to kind of just build on what Destiny, Zara, and Eliana have led us to this point, and then just share some tangible resources with you all. So bear with me on this first resource because it does take up a lot of computer bandwidth. Just know that when you use this website. So I might freeze for a second, but I am still here. But the first step is identifying your federal and statewide legislators. Who represents you? And so to make this interactive, the first person that throws in a zip code, that's what we're going to use for this exercise. So put a zip code where you are. Oh, there we go. Erica, quick on the numbers. 12183. So you're going to go to this resource 272win.com. We will send this presentation out so you will have access to all of these links. But we are going to go over here to the zip code, click search, and then we are going to see that this zip code is in the 20th Congressional District of New York. You scroll down, you can see who the two United States senators are for the state of New York, and then who represents on the House side this district. You can even scroll down and see who represents this district at the state level. So I'm going to close out of this one since there is so much bandwidth. But going back to our slide, once you've identified your federal and statewide legislators, you're going to want to identify relevant legislation in your state. So you're going to go to legiscan.com. It is a free resource. No, I did not get paid for that ad. And since we use New York, we're going to come over here and then we're going to do just search engine help. We're going to put in homeless youth, and then we're going to click search. And so you can see there's about 122 results in this particular New York State legislative session. And then through their algorithm, you can come over here. It automatically puts it by match percentage. You can do bill number, status, last action, whatever you want to do. But we're just going to click on this first one. We're going to click on the details. And then here you'll have a full summary. So this bill in particular would establish a 24-hour toll-free hotline and website for runaway and homeless youth that provides immediate support, referrals, resource lists, and other information to such youth. Scroll down, you can see Carrie Warner might have butchered that last name. Apologies to that person. If so, was the sponsor Assembly Chamber, which is like the equivalent of the House side. And so you can scroll down if you want to see the summary right from the legislative website. You can read full text, or you can come back up here, click on these other tabs, see the sponsors. Of course, this one only has one sponsor at present. And then here's the text. We are big fans at Away Home America of learning how to read the text for yourself and not taking someone's regurgitated opinion on said text. You can even keep looking and seeing, how folks vote on this on a piece of legislation. Of course, there's no activity on this particular one, so that does not mean anything for this purpose. But if you really want to nerd out, you can see where some of the language came from through the research tab. If you want to, you can click the track button and create a free user login and get those sent to you in real time in your inbox. So after you've identified that relevant legislation, you say, you know what, this particular piece of legislation is really important to me. I want to write my legislators and ask for support. So we have created an advocacy letter template for you. Once you can access this presentation, you're going to go over to File, and then you're just going to scroll down to make a copy, and then you can save that and edit it for yourself. But as you can see in this template, and then of course you can change the logo, you have the salutation at the top. Paragraph 1, you are really just explaining who you are, introducing yourself, and what you are asking for. And then paragraphs 2 and 3, you're expounding upon why you are asking for their support, maybe talking about why this piece of legislation is important either to the cause that you care about, or tying in your personal story. And then you succinctly in paragraph 4 just reiterate what you were asking for, and then you have your salutation here at the end. And then after that, legislator so-and-so is like, yes, I want to talk to you. So you're going to prepare to advocate, and this builds on exactly what Eliana led us through. These are the hard skills. These are the soft skills. And so this overall description, you're going to sit with, well, what do you want to change through your voice project or your activity or this meeting that this legislator has agreed to? What work is public? What are your speaking and listening goals? And then you're going to scroll down here. And then again, bury the lead on this file, make a copy, you can edit. But then you're going to work on various skills and struggles. As you can see, there are 3 buckets, and we as a youth policy team will be selecting some things from our last Hill Day that we want to work on collectively over the course of this next year, to enhance our collective and personal advocacy skills as well. And so as you can see, some of the things that were mentioned in Eliana's part of the presentation are right here. So maybe we want to work on anxiety coping, active listening, breath support and control, selecting content relevant to an audience, coaching others, relating to others, whatever that is. Then we are going to take that out of the skills, techniques, and capabilities. What high priority needs do you anticipate taking longer to address? Then you're going to create a high level plan with all these milestones, activities to include, materials needed, who's involved, what help do you need? It is totally fine to ask for help. And then sketch out a plan, learning new content, preparation day, practice day, performance day, reflection day, put it by month, put it by day, and then you over time are developing more skills. And then last but not least, learn the system that you are advocating within. Don't just go in blindly and share your story, which is great, but also learn the system that you're navigating navigating within. Because honestly, as we talk a lot with YPT, our government structure was built for and by white cis hetero men, and still has we still have to name and challenge the white supremacy in these systems. And so that's the lens in which this policy playbook, which we are officially unveiling today with you all, that's the lens in which it was created. And so part one is US government. So why and how was the US government created? What are the branches? What are these civil rights and civil liberties? American political ideologies, a lot of stuff that is in history books, but not the uh, whitewashed, pun intended, version. This was the real version. And then, going into the Electoral College, how a bill becomes a law. So let's click on that part. We really break it down from part one, policy development. You need to develop those priorities. What are you advocating for? And then meeting with legislative offices to determine alignment, gain commitments from legislative offices, research similar legislation, identify the appropriate parts in the United States Code or at the state level, those relative sections, then help draft proposed legislative language, edit the final proposed text, and then it's showtime. That's the introduction and passage. That's the part that's taught. But there's all this pre-work that goes into it, right? And so that's part one of the playbook. Part two builds on that, and through Away Home America's lens, looks at the comprehensive path to end youth homelessness through our New Deal, through our current congressional policy agenda, the 118th, and then looking at the House and Senate committees with a brief overview of what they do and how it's related to youth homelessness. And then legislation that has been introduced in the past to youth homelessness. And then we are still building out part three this year, and we'll hopefully be able to unveil that at our in-person October State of the Movement in Dallas. But that will dig into the organizations. But that is, in a nutshell, taking you from identifying who represents you all the way to learning the system and preparing to advocate and really knowing your shit. So with that, open mic Q&A, and I will stop sharing my screen. Any questions, comments? I missed a lot of things going on in the chat.
Josh, could you briefly summarize? I got what you said for what's a part of paragraph 1 and 2 for the advocacy project template, but could you share what you were saying would go in paragraph 3 and 4?
In the letter template or the...
Yes, the letter template.
Okay. You said in paragraphs 3 and 4?
Yes, I have a summary of those sections.
Oh yeah, totally fine. So basically, paragraph 1 is just introduction of yourself with your succinct task, and then 2 and 3 just builds on it. So if you have a specific piece of legislation in mind, you can talk about the why behind why it would be important to pass, and then the paragraph 4 or paragraph 3, if you only have one paragraph in the middle, would just simply summarize that you are asking for them to support a particular recommendation or piece of legislation.
I'm not sure if you saw
Answer
Terry's
your
comment.
question.
Oh,
Yeah. Diamond, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Josh, I feel like you did a really beautiful job. So thank you for giving us that information.
Y'all, I nerd out on this stuff, so anytime I have a captive audience to share this stuff with, it's awesome. Any other questions? Thanks, Katie. And yeah, the policy playbook, as you dig into it, you'll see in each section There's kind of like the Reader's Digest condensed version. Um, and then there's like tables breaking it down. And then if you want to learn even more, there's further learning sections for each section. So you can keep going down all the rabbit trails as much as you want to learn. Yeah, policy playbook is not a short document. It's also not as comprehensive. It's not fully comprehensive, with hence the further learning sections.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my video's on. Are there, this is just kind of a general question, but are there like organizations or types of organizations or sectors that the policy team or Way Home America like wants this information to get to, but has been struggling to get it there? Like when it comes to the policy playbook, or like, I don't know, I guess I'm curious, like when it comes to getting this in the hands of the people that need to have it, like, is it already in their hands? If not, who are those people?
Yeah, that's a great question. It has been internal at this point. So, and I'll circle back in a second to the context for why it's created. But it is right now just kind of a slow roll. So this was y'all are the guinea pigs for releasing the policy playbook. Um, but I'm sure there will be plans in the future to have a wider release. We just don't know what that looks like yet. So the context in which it was created, so some of you on this call may know that once a month, Away Home America leads a convening called the Policy Squad, and the Policy Squad is a monthly meeting now. It used to be weekly, of various national orgs in the youth homelessness space, um, and it, just updates, right? General updates on what's going on Capitol Hill related to youth homelessness. And what we saw early on in my role, I came on in August 2022, is some folks on our youth policy team the meetings move very quickly at a rapid pace, and there are a lot of acronyms thrown out. There are during appropriation season, it's just kind of a whirlwind. With what I was noticing, just an expectation of everyone being on the call, knowing what the appropriations process is, what this acronym is, and not having the ability in that particular space to slow down and explain it. So the other side of that coin was what started as an internal conversation that developed into creating the policy playbook so that our youth policy team members could not have to, sit with this and try to read it all in one sitting. It is a lot. But if you know when we release the agenda a week in advance, if you know we're going to talk about the appropriations process, go to the policy playbook, go to that section in the policy playbook, kind of just orient yourself around a basic overview of the appropriations process so that you can fully grasp the context of the conversation in the meeting the next week. And not feel like you're being talked at or talked over, but really understanding what's going on. So that was the context in which this was birthed.
I also wanted to mention too that like the subcommittee, one of the subcommittees on the youth policy team, specifically the grassroots subcommittee, we will be working on a more digestible presentation for the policy playbook. And I know that we were creating it with the intention of presenting it at State of the Movement. I'm not sure when and which State of the Movement, but super excited to be able to announce that that is something that we're working on, because we do understand that it's a lot of great information, but it is like emphasis on the a lot of information. So finding different ways for us to navigate that is super important to us.
Thank you, Eliana. Any other questions or thoughts or feedback? Do you feel prepared to advocate at a higher level now, hopefully? some thumbs up, head movement, something. I know it's afternoon and we are all kind of starting to ride the Zoom fatigue wave. Awesome. Okay, y'all. Katie, I think you might have had an announcement.
Hey y'all. Um, so for those of you who are in the earlier Transilience room session, we didn't get to one of our sort of the last question and the last Padlet. So I was just gonna share that so that if folks want to take some time to do that, we still have about 12 minutes before we're supposed to be back into the regular room. So just offering that as something to do. You also can just relax, take a break, no pressure to do it at all. But just if folks want something to kill the time, it is something that we can do. So I will share that in just a moment. Or if one of my colleagues happens to have that last link handy, feel free to throw it in the chat. Just give me a sec.
I got you,
And just
Kate. I got it open.
and we are not going back to the main room yet, but I have let folks know so they can get the main room ready.
I'm not sure if this is true for other folks, but Katie, I personally don't see the little plus button to add onto the Padlet.
Oh no. Is it on my screen? It's like at the bottom and it's like red with a little plus. But if that is
Nope,
not,
it's there. Ignore me.
oh, phew. Okay.
Afternoon vibes.
For me, I didn't see the plus sign, but there's this like a little red circle that I pressed on, and it took me to the same question or the same thing.
Super helpful. Thank you.
And Jeremy, when you were saying afternoon vibes, I realized that our West Coast friends just stepped into the afternoon 21 minutes ago.
I did. I'm just gonna be getting my day started.
That's brutal. Any final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, speculations, musing from the breakout session? Okay, y'all, I got official word. If you are ready to go back to the main room, you are more than welcome to do so. And then take a break, do whatever you need to do, listen to your body.
Thanks, Josh.
No problem.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, everyone.
We're going to a little bit of a social party kind of connecting time because we've been putting in a lot so far, and I know especially for those who have been here for both days, it's been a lot, and I want to take time for us to just connect and do something a little bit silly. So Des is going to kind of help me facilitate these pictures so that we can kind of share across on social media, because especially like with the way that Paul was speaking yesterday, this movement is so multifaceted and there is a huge social element. We have so many people kind of going up against us at all points, and in places like Kansas, where there was mentioned, it's not even that they're necessarily actively going out of their way to harm homeless youth. They're just pretending it doesn't exist. And so by being present, being social, being online, it kind of helps give more of a voice to that and shows that people do care and are paying attention.
Hey, thank you, Lex. Let's go ahead and get into the social party. So we'll go ahead and start with the social party first, and kind of give you a definition of what transilience means. So transilience means moving beyond restorative to transformative. It's transforming a system. It does not rely on any individual's resilience through an oppressive system to thrive as a community. So while we have that definition, Rachel will put it in the chat for us. And then if you'll take this template and add it to your Facebook, Twitter, X, because that's what it's called now. If you'll take that and just go ahead and speak on what transilience and bridging beyond silos means to you as an individual. So let's just take some time to really think on what transilience means and what it means to bridge beyond silos within our communities. I'll give us just a little time to think about that. And then make sure you use these hashtags, hashtag Away Home America, hashtag State of the Movement, hashtag End Youth Homelessness, hashtag Bridging Beyond Silos. Yeah, so for example, Transilience, Bridging Beyond Silos means collaboration, networking, and just building a stronger community. That's what that means to me. If folks need any examples or want to build off of that.
Yeah, Transilience, Bridging Beyond Silos means to me that we need to recognize that we are so much stronger together than we are working separately. We all want the same thing, and being united is the way we're going to get things done.
For me, mine is like a little bit of like a story. To me, I didn't really necessarily understand like the true meaning of like bridging beyond silos until I actually started organizing for another organization. And yeah, so like long story short, basically a small group of us had decided on something that would impact a larger group of people. And even though we had the most good intentions in making that decision, not including them in that conversation caused not necessarily harm, but a little rift between the groups. So to me, bridging beyond silos is just being honest and transparent and allowing all parties to be involved to co-create the conversation.
To me, bridging beyond silos is a culture shift in how we address the things that we see as like our day-to-day work. And not even just that, but like in my community, I do a lot of community organizing and I plan like nightlife for sapphic individuals. And I've also experienced something similar where there has been a very like white-led space for a long time, and that has caused a lot of harm. And just seeing that here on an aspect that considers like just community and nightlife, but also like experiencing it in the realm of youth homelessness and having to teach systems how to connect with one another to be able to serve me better. It just ties into how bridging beyond silos just ties into every aspect of our lives, and it's a necessity.
Oh, bridging beyond silos means to me, it means that we actually have to uplift each other and we have to put down our egos and like set our egos aside and focus on this bar and getting shit done.
I'll join. Transilience, Bridging Beyond Silos means looking at not just cross movement, but also interdisciplinary thought as we move forward, and incorporating voices from areas that we never thought we might intersect with. So housing developers and engineers might be some of the folks that we would expect to be part of the conversation. And in a lot of ways, people wouldn't expect folks like artists, folks like performance artists, or maybe even, just folks from sectors that are not the typical players. So, yeah.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into our picture time.
All good.
All right. Thank y'all for participating in that. And then y'all be able to see that up on our socials within the next weeks or so. So thank y'all for that. We really appreciate that. I'm going to turn it back over to Lex to do some transilience reflection.
Yeah, thank you all so much for participating. It was so great to see so many people on camera. Now we want to go into some reflections because the conversations were long, a lot was said. And so what are your reflections from today? What did you learn? What did you take away? Some things that were discussed. How can we continue this conversation in October at the State of the Movement? If you just want to either come off mute, raise your hand, put in the chat, we can work with how you want to go. I'm just here to help facilitate.
I'll share. I think one of the things that I'm taking away, because I've only worked in this particular space for one organization, and of course, like we do work with True Colors United, for example, and other groups, but like being in this space particularly just left me with a feeling of knowing that I'm not alone, like not just in the work, but in like the way that I feel about the work and the way that I want to approach it. And that there are so many incredible people to learn from if we can just break down these barriers and bridge, outside of the silos. Like we really have the power. We just need to figure out how to get better organized. And we can make shit happen. And that's just really strong for me right now.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing.
I'd like to share. My reflections for like these past 2 days just really remind me that the people that I work with are just like very much so fucking amazing. I think that each and every one of us did such a great job at facilitating and leading discussion and just engaging with each other. And I just really wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, I think it's been a really impactful, productive 2 days. I hope everyone's gotten out of it as much as I have and has enjoyed their time. Would love to hear some more reflections if anyone has anything they'd like to share. Anything that you want to do now, going forward, something that's now on your to-do list that wasn't before. Yeah, Caroline.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go off mute. I'll just say I'm fairly new to this space, and something that I've been just really pleased by, especially in the last couple days and in conversations I've had with Away Home America before then, is how like welcoming this, at least like the space and the people that are on this call are. I think there's something, or there can be like a sort of an imposter syndrome that comes with advocacy work in general, or feeling like, I don't have the right things to say, or like I don't know the ins and outs of all this policy. And like Josh's session just then was a really good reminder too of like these tools are out there. It's not always so easy to find them, but there are people who have done the work to do that, and they're also the same people who want to make it expansive for more people to get in it. You don't have to be an expert to be an advocate, or to be a productive, talking piece for the movement. So yeah, I don't know. I've just been really encouraged about how this can spread, I think, to even more people who, maybe feel like they're not a part of it because they're not an expert, and you don't have to be.
Yeah, kind of to echo that a little bit, to get on my AWHA soapbox. I've been with Away Home America for a little under a year now, and this movement overall, like in the political environment, can be so depressing, but they've really fostered an environment where you can come to work every day and not be depressed. You can come to work and show up and be supported and be surrounded by people who care about the same things that you do and think about the same things in the same ways, and knowing that we're all here fighting for the same thing. I know that everyone here is so safe and supported. It's a very different experience, kind of navigating the world as a trans woman. And so finding a space where I've always been welcome to show up authentically 100% as myself and being celebrated for that. Like they asked me to host this and be the host for you all because they believed in me. And despite me not having years of policy experience, they value the lived experience that I have, and they really lead with all their values. They really call out white supremacy even when it's uncomfortable, and it creates just like this environment where we're all able to show up. And I hope that through this state of the movement that we've been able to share that with you all, and these breakout rooms, and even if you weren't super participating, that at least you felt welcomed and safe here as well. Yeah, Alejandro?
100% agree. I think a great example is I literally had to hop away for a second. I hopped back and it was so inviting and welcoming the minute I stepped back. I had a conversation about drag queens and it was just so incredible to just see how personal and human everybody is. I've been coming to the State of the Union, I think, for past 2 years, 3 years. I can't remember when you all started the State of the Union, but just to see it evolve over the years and how it just, I feel it feels so, I always welcome coming into this space and I always enjoy being in this space. And it's always been a space where I feel like we uplift different people's skills and assets and use them to um, help better this movement and recognize each other as just general people too. And I feel like there's some people who are really good speakers, some people who are really good at Excel, some people who are really good at writing, et cetera, et cetera. And I feel like this time is really helpful in assessing where we can like best use our resources. And I'm incredibly excited for the in-person State of the Union. I feel like that is just going to be an explosion of ideas and just in general connections that I feel like are very valuable. And I feel like I've had a great time with the State of the Union. I always enjoy it. And I feel like it's just a reflection of the people in the space. And that's something I always loved. So.
Yeah, thank you. Eliana, I see you want to share again.
Just really quick, just a reflection, and Andrea kind of put it in the chat already. Like, I think it's super important to just highlight, just like, and I can only speak from my experience with Away Home America, like being in this space has been super duper healing for me. And also just like, again, moving to a new place, not really having friends and stuff, like I've really been able to like build a bond with the people here. And I think that one of the biggest things that I think we can all take away from this space is realizing that like this isn't just the work. It's not just about the work, it's about the community and the bonds that we're building, and like how there are people in this movement that are like literally like one step away from like, and content warning, like suicide or, depression and like all of these things. And there are people who come to this space looking for that connection. So I just wanted to share that. And I appreciate you for giving me the space.
Yeah, always. We have time for some more reflections if anyone else had anything they wanted to share, get off their chests, come up mute and say hi.
I'll go. First and foremost, huge appreciation for the entire planning team, like who first like showing up and like really like putting in the work, and Des to being our fearless leader of our planning team. So I definitely want to make sure that like you deserve some flowers and you get all the flowers. And then I know we'll talk about October. But I think, I want to encourage us to take this, like, we don't have to leave this moment, right? Like, we don't have to leave the relationships, the work, like because oftentimes folk, when we leave conferences, it gets left, right? Like we leave it there at the conference. And this is one of those moments where I'm actually going to encourage you not to do that. I'm going to encourage you to do the complete opposite of that, right? And to be really intentional and to take it with you and to carry it into October, right? Because I think like if we're going to say we're building a movement and we're building alignment, that means that we can't put it down, right? Like we have to always and consistently be putting in the work to strengthen our relationships, to strengthen our alignment, to strengthen the movement. And so that's my reflection, right? Is truly like, don't put it down, right? Like when the notes come out, please take a moment to look at the notes, right? Like when if you didn't get to finish the assessment tool, right? The link to the assessment tool will be in the notes. Fill out the assessment tool. Take that assessment tool and send it to some other folk who you're like, yo, y'all are a dope organization, even if you're not a national, right? Like you may be dope at the local and state level. Like, that's cool, because I'm about building local, state, and national, like, all together, right? So I just encourage us to, this is not the end. And I know people say that all the time because it annoys me when people say it sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. But this is not that moment, right? Like, if we gonna do it, we gotta do it, right? Like, we're gonna walk the walk and talk the talk, right? So I encourage us all to walk the walk and talk the talk.
Yes, Shaq.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, very much to Fred's point. There were so many things that were impactful for me. If my voice cuts out, because the wind's blowing in my window. But so many things that were impactful to me throughout this and throughout today. Actually, was present for yesterday. But I look forward to being present for both days in October, actually. But I think one thing in particular, I formed my former organization that I worked for was called the Erie County Restorative Justice Coalition, and a lot of what was discussed here will aid them. And I have a good relationship with the executive director even after leaving. And I can just take things that I've heard directly here and talk to her about moving from restorative to transformative, because I see in many ways where things fall short with, that's why I left, where things fell short with the organization. Not that they're not doing good work, it just that wasn't the place for me. So thank y'all for that, definitely. And again, I just appreciate everybody's presence. I just want to extend some gratitude for all of y'all's presence at whatever level that meant for you. I was in and out dealing with my allergies and things, but I'm still here. So thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Andrea?
Thank you. First, I'm going to share this concha that my mom brought me. It's homemade. And that's what I was eating. I just want to say that this community is very new to me. I felt very received with care and appreciated with what I brought into the space. I also admire like the depth of the layers of how interconnected we are. Like, for example, not to call you out, but Whitney from True Colors United and I met a few years ago in my city. And this is the first that we're reconnecting since those years. So I just think it's incredible to see and how powerful it is to see that community is something that we need to nurture, and those connections made here and just moving forward and how powerful they are. So yeah, I am very grateful to have had this space be one of my first spaces with you all, and just looking forward to see what it looks like in the future.
I'm so happy to have you.
Yeah, that's Terry, and I just want to thank everyone for hosting this. It's been really enriching for me to hear and connect with struggles that people are having in other places, and also the skills and tools that people bringing into this. Particularly really being able to reflect on my own lineage and like how I learned how to be an activist, how I learned to be part of things. And very early on, not having tools for conflict, very early on, not having tools for connecting outside of my box a bit. And it's really good to know that this work's continuing and the young folks have so many more tools. It's very encouraging to me. And so I've just learned a lot. So I'm glad that you guys were here.
Thank you.
I
We do have time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I mentioned this in the chat, but this is like a full circle moment for me. About 6 months ago, 6 to 8 months ago, I was asked by Des to be a speaker at State of the Movement. And as we were kind of getting ready for State of the Movement, I was asking Des about Away Home America, because I come from the LGBTQIA plus movement space, and not so much where it intersects with homelessness or homeless youth, but just sort of like in a more general scheme and very local to my area in Richmond, Virginia. And as I was talking to Des, I was getting more information on Away Home America, and the way that Des talked about it, the way that Des talked about Marcella as a leader and the values that she instills at Away Home America, I literally was like, oh, are y'all hiring? Like, joking. And Des was like, actually, yeah, we're looking for a comms person. I was like, okay, hold on. Let me sign up. And honestly, I hate when the leadership at an organization insists that we're a family, that the workplace is a family, because oftentimes it is not at all that. This actually somewhat as eye roll and as cringe as that all is and sounds, it really feels that way. And even when we meet in person, in previous things, or when we do meet in person in Dallas, I get so excited to see my people. I get so excited to see all of y'all on this call. And this has been like a life-changing experience, just being a part of Away Home America. And I'm super excited to see like what we can do. And I'm so excited to see everyone's support and to see this kind of inter-organizational like connection as we sort of like bridge beyond silos, if you will. So I'm just a very proud like member of Away Home America, and I want to give my props to the team who were in the background who made all this possible. I want to give props to Des for really just like getting like the legit. Nobody wants to do all of the logistics for something like this, and yet Des made it happen, made it work, and it is it seems like a passion for her in the way that she does it. Couldn't be me, but I love that she has that background and is able to bring us all together that way. And also to Marcella Middleton, our fearless leader, like none of this would be possible without Marcella. Like we have our mission and all of that, but I can guarantee you, because I have this experience, leadership may not be the end all be all of an organization, but it has a huge impact. And Marcella's leadership has made an incredible impact. I mean, I can't just having a leader like her, absolutely incredible. And you know, say what you will say, but I truly mean it. And Marcella's one of the best out there. So this would be a very different convening. This would be a very different organization if it wasn't for Marcella. So
I also want to give gratitude as the first person and the first intention setter from the first day. I just want to give gratitude in general, just to be able to like show up as my authentic self. And like, yes, we're doing advocacy work, but I'm also an artist. So to be able to also share that and be that in this space really does mean a lot. To be able to show what I do outside of this work and bring it here and also be a part of the work at the same time, I really do appreciate it.
We do have space for more reflections, if anything. Anyone else wanted to share? And if not, that's okay too. I really want to thank everyone for being here and being vulnerable in the space and coming off mute and sharing. And we appreciate all the appreciation and love. Like this is really what we need. Like while we were all sharing and talking, it just kept making me think about what Andrea said earlier about the importance of building community. And even though it is a virtual space, I feel like we are doing that. And I feel like this is a community where I know that if I had a question about something, I feel like I could reach out to Terry, because anyone with a name as cool spelled as that, I feel like I could just hit him up and he would be happy to respond and pitch in. And the same thing with like Jeremy and just different people that I see in the chat. Like it feels good knowing that we're in a space where everyone wants to be here and support each other. And so I thank everyone for sharing their reflections. If no one else has anything else, I would love to transition to our amazing closing speaker for the day. This is Twiggy Garcon. She is the Chief Strategy Officer at True Colors United. Raised in a Southern, spiritual, and predominantly Black community, Twiggy is a proud non-binary member of the LGBTQ+ community and an advocate for LGBTQ+ youth. Leveraging over 15 years of experience, they have collaborated with artists, filmmakers, and policymakers to amplify the voices of marginalized communities. Their work includes co-creating TCU's National Youth Forum on Homelessness and serving as a consultant on the hit series Pose, which is such a serve. But now, without further ado, here's Twiggy.
Thank you so much, Lex. And what an amazing 2 days of challenging, meaningful, and thought-provoking conversations. I was a part of planning the very first day of the movement, and so it's exciting to see this space continue and become that much more impactful for those of us who care so deeply for this work and for the communities that we served. In fact, Marcella is a founding member of the National Youth Forum on Homelessness, and so to see her growth and leadership manifested is not only divine, it's also destined. They said thank you. That said, thank you to the entire State of the Movement Planning Committee and to Away Home America for putting this together. I come to this work as a Black Southern non-binary queer person that with lived experience of housing instability for the majority of my life. I've worked in public health and health equity, racial justice, gender justice, housing justice, and performance art spaces since my teenage years. That said, I want to start by giving honor and homage to the illustrious house and ballroom community that centers chosen family, self-discovery, acceptance, and celebration, and serves as a system for Black, Brown, and LGBTQ folks to center joy and action. And I want to very explicitly name that ballroom saved my life, and I would not be here today without ballroom. I come to this space today to simply offer a few reflections of our time together and have a few, and offer you a few invitations for us to consider as we move forward. Marcella started us off with a powerful, raw, and honest executive welcome that brought my attention to something we've discussed together directly, but also as a collective, and that thing is principled struggle. Natanya Lee of Left Root says that in struggle that is principled, we struggle for the sake of building deeper unity, that we are honest and direct while holding compassion, that we each take responsibility for our own feelings and actions and seek deeper understanding by asking questions and reading a text, such as an article or a proposal, before we launch into our counter argument. This way of moving acknowledges the complexity of ourselves and the social and political landscape we operate in, and allows us to have a focus on building deep connections and creating stronger movements that stand up against fascist ideologies. Fred and I have been connected in this work for over a decade. Hi, Fred. His presentation set the stage for us to revisit what it means to be a movement and to truly ask ourselves several questions. Are we a movement? What are we up against? How do we move forward collectively? I would offer that we have not been on the same page as the youth homelessness movement, and that this space, the State of the Movement, and the convening power of Away Home America affords us the opportunity to reestablish the synergy and alignment necessary to create and implement a strategy together. I would also offer that one starting point could be honoring that being organization-centered is a part of the nonprofit industrial complex. There will be many moments where we have to make a choice to be human-centered or organization-centered. If we are really working toward building a movement together, we have to recognize that it is our duty to center people and not institutions. What does it truly mean to be youth-centered? Many of us make attempts to be youth and lived experience-centered in our organizational work, but how do we move forward a collective definition of youth-centered and centering people with lived experience? And that definition should come from young people, and they should have the decision-making power to strategize how we move forward. It is our responsibility to provide mentorship and assure that we are intentional about how we support skills building, share access, and provide resources to young adults with lived experience so that they have all the tools they need to make informed decisions as they take the lead. Finally, how do we work toward liberation? Liberation is the experience of wholeness, freedom, justice, and thriving. Liberatory leadership invites leaders to operationalize this vision of personal and collective freedom, justice, and thriving through their individual approaches and through their organizations. And if we want to build a path towards liberation together, we need to do things differently. And that means reaching for tools instead of weapons. I want to share a few final points on liberatory leadership practice written by Erica Stallings that serve as invitations to consider as we move forward together. First, invest time in learning about authentic generative conflict. We have to push past our discomfort with conflict to try on being more honest, more grounded in values, more loving, more graceful to ourselves and others, and more open. We have to reimagine our tools. We can think about how we want our tools to reflect our values and vision for a liberatory future, assess where we are aligned or misaligned, and finally adapt our tools to get us closer to liberatory values alignment. And third, seek our collective North Star. Identify the values that guide our efforts and ground ourselves in a collective purpose that moves us beyond individual issues. In closing, I'll remind us that Transilience is moving beyond restorative to transformative in transforming a system. It does not rely on an individual's resilience through an oppressive system to thrive as a community. Transformative organizing makes space for transformations of self, organizations, and systems, and is necessary for us to defeat the fear, cynicism, and divide and conquer tactics of fascism. Transformative organizing teaches the same political education, mobilization, and strategic power building as transactional organizing, but it emphasizes long-term vision, self-awareness, naming and addressing oppression that is replicated in our strategies, and healing of personal suffering. In conclusion, let me remind us that we have the power to create our own realities. In the face of all of the challenges of our past and present trauma, we have the power to dream. And if we dream it, we can say it. If we say it, we can do it. And if we can do it, we can transform the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Twiggy. I do want to just give people like 20, 30 seconds to digest that, because that was incredibly powerful. And I think there's a lot that each of us individually, the movement, organizations, we can all pull something from that. We're kind of coming towards the end now. We've had quite a busy 2 days together, and I just wanted to kind of provide some of my personal reflections over the 2 days of being in the space and getting to interact with everyone, and the conversations that we've had, where we're at, where we need to go. And I think it doesn't shock anyone, and it's all where we're constantly at, that there is so much negativity right now. There's so many problems in the world, and it feels like everything is stacked against us. We talked a lot about systems of oppression and capitalism and resource scarcity that creates further divides within our movement, further divides us, and prevents us from collectively organizing towards a better future. But despite all of that, despite everything that we are up against, here we are with an entire group of people from all different types of backgrounds. We have people from all different walks of life. We have people who are undocumented. We have people, we have Black people, we have queer people. We have every single background of lived experience and not lived experience, working within foster care, the juvenile justice system, social work, whatever our backgrounds are, we all bring something different to it, but we're all still unified here. We're all still unified and towards a common mission and goal. And that's the takeaway, is when we're going through all of these challenges and we're getting bombarded with negativity and hate from all sides, just remember the people that were here on this call. Take that forward with you, that there's community and that we need to continue to build community. I think that was one of the biggest takeaways that I had personally from both Paul's speech yesterday, Andrea's today, is that with all these systems, the only way we're going to be able to move past it is with community. And that's the entire reason we put this together. That's the whole purpose of this State of the Movement. The theme, Transilience-Bridging Beyond Silos, is we know that we are more powerful together. And the people in power also know that we are more powerful together. And that's why they do everything they can to keep us divided. That's why they make these funding sources so complicated, and why there's so much mistrust and miscommunication and afraid of stepping on each other's toes within all these different agencies, because we are trained to believe that we need to fight for our like organization or our specific cause, not realizing that like we need to be addressing these broader issues. And the only way we can do that is as a united front, bridging those silos, coming up with our shared values, our shared understandings of accountability. These are the steps that we need to be taking to make this work beyond just an idea, but an actionable step that we can do something with. And we can't wait for everyone else to do it because they're not going to. It's the people in this room. It's all of the people that we work with, and the people that we know that are passionate about this. Those are the people that are going to make this happen. And we do have the power if we are united within it. I also just want to give an amazing shout out to Twiggy again for the words that they spoke just now about how we do have the power over our own future and we can manifest that. And we need to be working towards that, and we can't get defeated. And another takeaway for me from this state of the movement is the thing that I neglect the most, which is self-care and intention setting and breathing and taking time for yourself. These are things that were built into the state of the movement very intentionally because we know that this work is exhausting. And if we're exhausted, we can't show up as our best selves. And so I encourage everyone to bring those practices along with you going forward. Take reminders to breathe, check in with yourself. I feel so thankful for Shaq for having walked us through that exercise, because this morning I was seriously I was so close away from just having to come off camera with an anxiety attack. Like, it was not good. I was keeping my cool. I was doing my best, but like I was texting in the facilitator chat, just being like, I'm struggling. And then Shaq came on and facilitated that, and it made me realize, like, I don't ever do that for myself. Like, I don't take time to just breathe and connect within my mind and body. And something that Twiggy mentioned about healing that personal suffering. It can be really easy as advocates to put yourself on the back burner because you know someone else has it worse and you want to fight for them. And so you just keep pushing yourself. And it's so easy to do that and not realize the harm that you're doing to yourself. But we also need to be focusing on our own personal growth and our personal healing, because we all have trauma that we need to work through and process and deal with, and whatever that looks like. And so I hope that we continue to build community together. I hope that we all stay in touch. At the end, I know we're going to share out a networking type thing for everyone to be able to fill in all their information to stay connected. But carry this forward, bring this with you. Focus on trying to build a community with those around you, those at the local level, the state level, the national level, working with the local service agencies to find out what they're doing, what their practices are, finding out where the local youth action boards are, and trying to help facilitate connections in between youth action boards for sharing information, and trying to constantly just uplift and build youth with lived experience, because they are going to be the future leaders of this movement, but they are the leaders of the movement now because they are the ones who are most impacted by it. And Away Home America, through the youth policy team, has really just elevated that and put that into power. And so I've been able to see it work, and I've been able to see it work well. So those are just kind of my reflections on our past 2 days together. And now I'm going to pass it over to Des.
Thank you. Wonderfully, that was wonderfully said, Lex. We appreciate you and how you showed up in the space today. I also want to thank you all for joining us virtually. Over the past few days, we know that you have many commitments and that your work never stops. So we greatly appreciate the efforts you've made to participate and invest in strategizing to end and prevent homelessness for all. We would like to extend an invitation for you to continue this important conversations in person on October the 23rd and the 24th in Dallas, Texas. This in-person event will allow us to delve deeper into these critical issues and provide the time needed for thorough discussions. Please use the link to RSVP for the State of the Movement. And thank you, Aurora, for getting that fixed for us. It's important to know that the State of the Movement is an event that's ever evolving and changing. We aim to continue the discussions on a yearly basis in June and October of each year. Please consider joining each event as it coincides with the movement work. If you are interested in joining us, please keep an eye out on our social media channels, our website's event page for more details. And we also understand that some of you may not be active on social media to stay updated with those social media sites, but please consider subscribing to our newsletter for all of the latest information and updates. And then thank you once again for dedicating and contributing. We look forward to continuing our collaborations in the future. And then I'll go ahead and pass it to Josh for some additional announcements.
Thank you, Des. And just building on yesterday's announcement, we did receive word this morning that there is an official bill number for the Homes for Young Adults Act of 2024. So we are dropping that specific link in the chat. Also building on the breakout session from earlier, and highlighting what Twiggy so graciously said about equipping with resources. We want to give you all a resource so that you can take the breakout session and what you learned today to amplify your advocacy, and specifically as it relates to HR 8722, the Homes for Young Adults Act of 2024. So with that, we will also drop in the chat the press release yesterday one more time for you all. And with that, I will pass it back to Lex.
Thank you so much, Josh. I know we're all incredibly excited about the new bill. Third one this year, very exciting. And so now we are going to transition into what I mentioned earlier, which is about inviting everyone to connect and network with everyone for the next 10 minutes to further relationships and learn more about those in the movement. There's going to be a Google spreadsheet entered into the chat so that you can fill out your information. But yeah, this is just time for everyone. Like if you didn't get to know someone within a breakout room, or you did see someone you wanted to connect a little bit more, like now is your time to do that for a little bit.